ಆಗಿ ಜನರ ಭಾವನೆಯಂತೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನೋ ದೇವ್ರ ಕೃಪೆ ವರ್ಣದ ಕೃಪೆ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಉಂಟು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Let's see what else is happening from all across the nation now. Starting off with the toll from the monsoon fury in Himachal Pradesh has climbed to 78 on Sunday, releasing an official toll. The State Disaster Management Authority stated that 50 of the deaths were confirmed to be on the count of the monsoon mayhem. Meanwhile, public infrastructure and utilities across Himalayan state were heavily impacted on account of the weather-induced events. Chhattisgarh CM Vishnu Deosai has said that state capital will host a 3-day training camp for the MPs and MLAs of the ruling BJP, stating Monday the 3-day workshop will be inaugurated by the party's national president JP Nadda. The workshop will feature lectures on a range of subjects and will end with an address by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
मेन पार्ट में 3 दिवसीय सांसद विधायक प्रशिक्षण वर्ग का आयोजन है और हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी वर्ग का शुभारंभ करेंगे। 3 दिन तक वहाँ पर विभिन्न विषयों पर व्याख्यान होगा और वर्ग का समापन देश के आदरणीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी करेंगे। वर्ग निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ को विकसित छत्तीसगढ़ के रूप में खड़ा करने में सहयोगी होगा।
A crippling water crisis gripped Thunak in Himachal's Mandi district, where after being struck by flash floods triggered by a cloudburst. A chief engineer of the Jal Shakti department, Anju Sharma, visited the affected areas on Sunday to take stock of the situation. Speaking to media persons after surveying the damage and taking stock of the water crisis, Sharma said that 81 panchayats in the assembly constituencies has been affected.
इस मानसून में हिमाचल प्रदेश में काफ़ी कहर बरपा है और 72 के आसपास लोगों की जानें चली गई हैं, लेकिन इसका जो एपी सेंटर है, जो जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, वो तो मंडी ज़िला है। मंडी ज़िला के भी सिराज कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, करसोद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी और धर्मपुर कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी और नाचन का कुछ एरिया, इन एरियाज़ में बहुत नुकसान हुआ है। को बहाल करना, पानी को बहाल करना, सड़कों को बहाल करना, ये एक चुनौती ज़रूर है, लेकिन हिमाचल प्रदेश के कर्मचारी, हिमाचल प्रदेश के अफसर, हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोग दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठ के पूरी ताकत से जो है सरकार के साथ सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
BJP National President JP Nadda virtually has inaugurated the party's district offices in the national capital on Sunday. Speaking to media persons on sidelines of the inauguration event, the BJP's Delhi chief Virendra Sachdev said the party considers these offices as temples of or centers of faith through which it serves the people. He also thanked Nadda for opening the new offices.
हमारे 14 के 14 जिला कार्यालय अब संपन्न हो गए हैं और कार्यालय हमारे लिए कोई ऑफिस नहीं है। कार्यालय 24/7 हमारे लिए श्रद्धा का केंद्र है। उस कार्यालय के माध्यम से हम जनता की सेवा करने का प्रयास करते हैं और वो कार्यालय हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे विचार को बढ़ाने का काम करता है। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का, केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, जिनके प्रयास से हमारे सभी जिला कार्यालय संपूर्ण हुए हैं।
As a mark of tribute to the country's armed forces, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology in Uttarakhand's Pantnagar has developed a new variety of mangoes named after Operation Sindoor, created by a team of scientists led by Dr. A.K. Singh. The mango named Sindoor stands out for its unique trait of ripening in autumn well beyond the typical mango season that ends by early August. Viewers, Viewers, the BRICS member states on Sunday called upon advanced economies to allot more funds to developing nations in reducing carbon emissions and helping meet their climate goals. They also urged global funding agencies to do more hand-holding and resource allocation in this regard. Here's more.
The 17th BRICS on Sunday sent out an appeal to the West. At the inaugural session of the ongoing 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro, the member states urged developed nations to help the developing countries meet the climate goals. The members said poor and developing nations need more resource allocation and funding support from the West to reduce their carbon footprint. They also called on global financial institutions to provide substantial funding support to the developing world in the larger interest of climate mitigation. The members also urged the private sector to mobilize resources and funds in helping developing countries accomplish the larger goal. They said emerging markets and developing economies have greater adaptation needs, which was where global financial institutions should step up with the funding support.
PM Benjamin Netanyahu departed for the US with his wife on Sunday. This will mark his third visit to the White House since President Trump returned to office for a second term in January. Two leaders are tipped to hold truce talks between Israel and Hamas. Here's a full story.
US President Donald Trump is set to host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for talks at the White House on Monday. The Israeli Prime Minister departed for Washington, D.C. with his wife Sarah Netanyahu on Sunday.
טראמפ, אני קודם כל אודה לו על ההתגייסות החזקה מאוד שלו לטובת ישראל. מעולם לא היה לנו ידיד כזה בבית הלבן, וההתגייסות המשותפת שלנו הביאה ניצחון כביר על האויב המשותף שלנו, איראן.
Before complaining for the U.S. Capitol, Netanyahu said his meeting with the U.S. President is an opportunity to expand the circle of peace.
וההזדמנות היא להרחיב את מעגל השלום הרבה מעבר למה שיכולנו לדמיין קודם לכן. אנחנו כבר שינינו את פני המזרח התיכון לבלי הכר. יש לנו הזדמנות ויכולת לשנות אותו עוד יותר ולהביא עתיד גדול למדינת ישראל ולעם ישראל במזרח התיכון כולו.
The visit is Netanyahu's third to the White House since Trump's return to office for a second term in January. The visit is also the first since the US marked its Big Bang entry into Israel's war against Iran by dropping payloads on Iranian nuclear sites. Netanyahu said he was working to make sure Hamas no longer poses a threat to Israel.
20 חטופים חיים, 30 חללים. אני נחוש, אנחנו נחושים להחזיר את כולם. ואנחנו נחושים גם להבטיח שעזה לא תהווה עוד איום על ישראל. זה אומר שאנחנו לא נרשה מצב שיהיו עוד חטיפות, עוד רציחות, עוד עריפת ראשים, עוד פלישות, וזה אומר דבר אחד, חיסול היכולות הצבאיות והשלטוניות.
After brokering a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, Trump signaled that he was shifting his focus to bringing a close to the fighting between the Jewish forces and Hamas.
מעלים להשיג את העסקה הזאת שדובר עליה, בתנאים שאנחנו הסכמנו לה. שלחתי צוות למשא ומתן עם הנחיות ברורות, ואני חושב שהשיחה עם הנשיא טראמפ יכולה בהחלט לעזור לקדם.
As hopes build around the peace talks in D.C., will the truce pave the way for the return of the remaining Jewish hostages?
Following the recently concluded 12-day conflict between Iran and Israel, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei made his first public appearance on Saturday. The 86-year-old leader attended a mourning ceremony in Tehran on the eve of Ashura with other senior Iranian officials, marking his return to the public eye after reportedly remaining in a secure location during the hostilities. Here's more to the story.
Iran's supreme leader made his first public appearance since the 12-day war between Israel and Iran began. His appearance comes when he was attending a mourning ceremony on the eve of Ashura. His absence during the war had suggested heavy security. Iranian officials, including the Speaker of Parliament, were also present along with the supreme leader. This was also his first appearance since US President Donald Trump sent warnings to him via social media. He was last seen in a video message on June 26th. It was in a pre-recorded statement where he had stated that Iran had delivered a slap to America's face by striking a US air base in Qatar and warning against further attacks by the United States or Israel on Iran.
A massive search and rescue operation is underway in central Texas after devastating flash floods left behind a trail of destruction. At least 51 people, including 15 children, have died, while 27 girls from a summer camp remain unaccounted for. As rescue teams are digging through the mud and debris, concerns are growing over whether the warnings were timely and preparations were adequate. Here's more.
A grim search continues in central Texas, where devastating flash floods have left dozens dead and many still missing. At least 51 people, including 15 children, were killed, with most of the deaths coming in Kerr County in the state's hill country. At the heart of the tragedy are 27 young girls from a Christian summer camp who vanished after a sudden wall of water tore through Kerr County. Searchers used helicopters, boats and drones to look for victims and rescue people. Texas Governor Greg Abbott vowed that authorities will be relentless and work round the clock to rescue and recover victims. Amid the grim trail of death and destruction, Governor Abbott declared Sunday a day of prayer for the state. Questions are now being raised whether enough was done to warn and protect those in the flood zone.
And viewers, much more coming right up. We'll talk about the other stories, especially the massive controversy over the film depicting the 2022 Kanhaiya Lal murder case. Jamaat group moves court seeking ban on the release of the film. India defeats England by 336 runs in second test at Edgbaston. Shubman Gill and Akash Deep dominate the crease.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管。
Welcome back, viewers. The BRICS member states on Sunday called upon advanced economies to allot more funds to developing nations in reducing carbon emissions and helping meet their climate goals. They also urged global funding agencies to do more hand-holding and resource allocations in this regard. Here's more.
The 17th BRICS on Sunday sent out an appeal to the West. At the inaugural session of the ongoing 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro, the member states urged developed nations to help the developing countries meet the climate goals. The members said poor and developing nations need more resource allocation and funding support from the West to reduce their carbon footprint. They also called on global financial institutions to provide substantial funding support to the developing world in the larger interest of climate mitigation. The members also urged the private sector to mobilize resources and funds in helping developing countries accomplish the larger goal. They said emerging markets and developing economies have greater adaptation needs, which was where global financial institutions should step up with the funding support.
And much more coming right up. India trashed England by 336 runs in Birmingham, securing their maiden win at the venue after 58 years, viewers. Akashdeep shone on the big stage in Jasprit Bumrah's absence, leading India's charge to break the 58-year-old Edgbaston jinx.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
To Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
Prime Minister Modi addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. United States President Donald Trump warns of additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid growing buzzes, Karnataka on the leadership change, Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar does not rule out the change in leadership. Massive controversy over film depicting the 2022 Kanhaiya Lal murder case. Jamaat group moves court seeking ban on the release of the film.
Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for extremely heavy rainfall in parts of Himachal Pradesh, warning of flash floods, landslides and damage to infrastructure. Thank you for staying with Republic. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. We have a big breaking news coming in starting this morning where Donald Trump has declared a war on BRICS as far as the tariff is concerned. Now, in a statement, the United States President Donald Trump has warned of additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Now, as per the latest announcement from the United States leader, an additional tariff of 10% will be charged. Now, Trump's statement comes after the BRICS 2025 summit that had condemned the United States and Israel's strikes on Iran last month. So, Trump essentially declaring a war on BRICS, threatening the BRIC nations of additional extra 10% tariff for those nations who have aligned, as he calls, the anti-American policies of the BRICS against the United Nations. All right, we have more breaking news coming in this regard, where we learned that the United States President Donald Trump has now issued a social media statement where he has said that these additional 10% tariff will be applicable starting from 12 midnight, that is their time. He has also, in fact, said that we will begin sending tariff letters or deals to various countries starting today, warning that those aligned with BRICS may face additional duties. So Trump essentially there declaring a war, threatening the nations of the BRICS, who he says are aligning with the anti-American policies of the BRIC, where additional 10% tariff, declaring a complete war in that regard. In fact, the letter says that he will be sending tariff letters to various countries starting today, starting 12 midnight, that is the United States time, warning that those aligned with BRICS may face additional duties. All right, Eric is joining me live. He's a senior journalist based in Georgia in the United States. Eric, good morning to you. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic. I want to know from you, the United States has essentially declared an all-out war as far as the BRICS nation are concerned, saying that anybody who is aligning with the anti-American policies of the BRIC will have to face additional tariff. Where do you think this is going to go? Because he struck Iran. And this move was expected. The condemning of the United States strike was expected. And now when that is happening, he's threatening of additional tariffs.
It's a power move for President Trump. He not only Iran, but we also have Russia in the BRICS. And with President Trump having a conversation with President Putin earlier today, that did not go as well as he had liked. I think you're going to see President Trump really put some pressure on Russia and Iran to financially to de-escalate their situations. I don't think President Trump has a problem with the BRICS nations per se as a whole unit, especially with India. He's made it very clear that he has a very good relationship with President Modi, or Prime Minister Modi. And that is a relationship that he feels is very important to the future of India-U.S. trade. So I don't think it's a personal attack against the BRICS nations as a whole. This is him putting his line in the sand with Iran and Russia as well.
All right, Eric, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. We will keep coming back to you. But for now, we move across to the other top stories that we're tracking on this edition. And this one is about the row, the controversy over Dalai Lama's reincarnation, where China has now issued a statement. Now, In the statement that Beijing has issued, China's ambassador to India has reiterated Beijing's position that Dalai Lama's reincarnation is inherently an internal affair of China. Now, he has dismissed recent comments by the Indian officials and made clear that the Chinese government has the authority to manage and approve the successor, warning that no external interference will be tolerated. A direct rebuke to Dalai Lama's reaffirmation that his reincarnation will be decided by the Fordang Trust outside of China. So even after India snubbing China and Dalai Lama Tibet themselves snubbing China, Beijing seems to have learnt no lesson. In fact, they have reiterated their statement that Dalai Lama's reincarnation, that the choice of Dalai Lama announcing or choosing his successor is an internal matter of China. So the Dalai Lama incarnation row is only growing with number one, there being an internal conflict and the other being an external conflict with China now wading in and saying that the matter of reincarnation is only an internal matter of China. Now, addressing the inaugural session of the ongoing BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who took very, very strong words against the nation that had supported terrorism. In fact, he had gone on to say that terrorism, it's not a principle that people have to come out and condemn it in the open. A very strong statement there given out by the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the Global Forum at the BRICS summit. Here's all that you need to know about that.
After the customary greetings and family protocol, the BRICS leaders sat down for the 17th huddle in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Addressing the inaugural session of the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled swipe at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to bring in urgent structural reforms reflecting the contemporary global realities. Praising the BRICS for showing a big heart and adapting to the changing times by admitting new members, the PM urged the UN Security Council, WTO and development banks to embrace a similar model or template. Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran and the UAE were ushered into the BRICS as full members in 2024, while Indonesia became the 10th full member of the grouping in January this year. In a message to the West, the PM said the Global South has been a victim of double standards in the allocation of resources and security-related issues. Invoking the Pahalgam terror attack of May 22nd, PM Modi called upon the BRICS member states to take a clear and unambiguous stand against terror. Calling for imposing sanctions against terrorists, the PM echoed the refrain of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying the victims and abettors of terror shouldn't be weighed on the same scale. Significantly, the BRICS, in its joint declaration, also welcomed India's candidacy to host COP33 in 2028, while committing to a successful COP30 by meeting the climate goals.
In fact, just a few moments back, it was the Ministry of External Affairs that held a full-fledged press conference giving out the details of the Prime Minister's visit in BRICS and the statement that he had to give in the BRICS summit. Here's the detailed statement that the Ministry of External Affairs had to say while issuing a statement as far as the BRICS summit is concerned, and the Prime Minister's strong statement at the BRICS is concerned. Listen in.
There is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly. And the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear. for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity, there is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And from global headlines, let's shift across to what's making headlines nationally. In Karnataka, the power tussle is raging. And D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, remember, hasn't clearly pointed out that there could be a change in guard or change in leadership. Now, this is amid the tussle over the change of guard in Karnataka, where the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivakumar, has said today, and I quote, "Workers and seers and public have their own desires, and that I can't say anything about their aspirations and that they are wrong." Listen in to that big statement of the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಶ್ರೀಗಳು ಜನ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಬಯಸಲು ನಾವು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋರು, ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾವ್ರಿಗೆ, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಚಪ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಪಕ್ಷ ಏನೇ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಗಷ್ಟೇ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಏನ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಂಬಿ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಒಂದೊಂದಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಭಾವನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ದೇವ್ರ ಕೃಪೆ, ವರ್ಣದ ಕೃಪೆ, ವರ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬೆಳೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಉಂಟು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
And now let's also take you through the other headlines that are making news. And this is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
To ensure safe and efficient tracking of devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, the RFID or radio frequency identification cards are now being issued to all the pilgrims. The card, which allows the authorities to register where pilgrims move along the pilgrimage paths in Ramban district. Multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Nivas and Langar sites in Chandrakot, manned by trained operators. With record pilgrim turnout amid chants of Bhole Baba Ki Jai, these tech tools are proving vital for managing one of the most intense yatras in the recent years. After 16 years, the sacred temple is being held today on July 7 as one of Lord Murugan's 6 holy adobes. The temple has been major renovations. Devotees from across the world are witnessing the spiritually significant movement guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. IMD has issued an orange alert in 4 Uttarakhand districts amid heavy rain forecast. Landslides and flooding risk remain high in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. SDRF teams are on standby and residents are urged to remain cautious.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a massive controversy over the Udaipur files. Now, this is a film based on the brutal murder of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal in June 2022. Now, the tailor was beheaded in broad daylight for sharing a social media post in support of the then BJP leader Nupur Sharma. Now, the Jamaat Ulma in Hind has moved the Delhi, Maharashtra and Gujarat High Court demanding a ban on the film. Here are all the details on what the controversy is all about.
Upcoming film Udaipur Files has sparked a massive controversy. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, the body of Islamic clerics, moved Delhi, Maharashtra and Gujarat High Courts seeking a ban on the film's release. Arshad Madni, the principal of the Darul Uloom Deoband, has opposed the film. The film is based on the killing of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal in June 2022. The elderly tailor was beheaded in broad daylight. One of the assailants, identified as Riaz, attacked Kanhaiya Lal with a sharp weapon, while the other recorded the crime on his mobile phone. According to the PIL filed by the body of clerics, the film can spread communal hatred. Meanwhile, Kanhaiya Lal's family, along with the film's producer, reached Patna Sanatan Mahkum, seeking the support of Hindu leader Acharya Dhirendra Shastri against a fatwa issued by the Jamiat.
हम पटना आए हुए हैं धीरेन्द्र शास्त्री जी के कार्यक्रम में, तो क्या मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से इन आतंकवादियों के साथ इनके मौलाना वगैरह सब कुछ खड़े हो जाते हैं, इनका सपोर्ट करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कमलेश तिवारी के केस में भी देवबंद वाले ही इनके वकील हैं, तो जो देश के जो संत लोग हैं, क्या ये हमारा साथ देंगे और क्या उदयपुर फाइल्स का सपोर्ट करेंगे?
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad, meanwhile, has come out in support of the film, labeling the Jamiat's pushback hypocrisy. As the controversy takes center stage, it's now up to the courts to decide the fate of the film.
The toll from the monsoon fury in Himachal Pradesh climbed to 78 on Sunday, releasing the official toll. The state disaster management authorities stated that the 50 of the deaths were confirmed to be account of the monsoon mayhem. Meanwhile, public infrastructure and utilities across the Himalayan state were heavily impacted on account of weather-induced events.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying it's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again. So that's the idea and that's the objective. So reduction in taxes is a welcome.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Now, this is a story that's as intriguing as it is unexpected. Picture this. A cutting-edge British Royal Navy F-35B jet, a supersonic stealth aircraft designed to dominate the skies, now stranded far from home on a tarmac in Kerala. What started as a routine naval exercise in the Arabian Sea has now turned into a global spectacle. Here's the full report on how one of the world's most advanced fighter jets ended up making headlines on Indian soil.
It is pudgy, but cruises at supersonic speeds. It appears roly-poly, but lands like a helicopter with absolute ease. Mind you, behind its thick exterior, this British Royal Navy aircraft hides its missiles inside its belly, one of a kind. Sadly, this short king is now making headlines for not so versatile reasons. Some call it Fat Amy, some Battle Penguin. But here in India, we recognize this Royal Navy aircraft as the unexpected face of Kerala tourism. A lonely one at that.
35B fighter jet that was grounded in the Thiruvananthapuram International Civil Airport on June 14th continues to be in the airport. It has been understood that there is a problem with the hydraulic system of this particular flight, because of which it has been grounded. It had made an emergency landing on June 14th, Saturday night at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and in fact all support was given by the Indian government. However, many days there has been a fiasco that the fighter pilot in fact refused to move away from this flight and refused the Indian authorities request to move it to a hangar as well.
Since departing the United Kingdom in late April, the aircraft carrier operated in the Mediterranean, conducting NATO exercises. On the 9th of June, the Indian Navy's INS Tabar commenced a passage exercise with HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Richmond, part of the UK carrier strike group in the northern Arabian Sea. This exercise concluded on the 10th of June. The riddle of the F-35 began on the evening of 14th of June, when without warning the Battle Penguin soared off its carrier to a destination unknown. All this after the exercise was over. The mystery deepens because no one knows the final destination. Flying 100 nautical miles off the coast of Kerala, low fuel and worsening weather forced the F-35B to land unexpectedly at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. The story doesn't end here. The fighter pilot insisted that he would sit next to the aircraft and not go to the terminal. Stranded under unfamiliar skies for days, the aircraft was halted by a quiet mechanical failure, one that prevented its return to the carrier. The vacation of F-35B in Kerala begins, and with every passing day, it was turning out to be a global embarrassment for Britain. What is the F-35's kill switch theory? Well, some defense analysts claim the US holds ultimate control over the jet's systems through encrypted software and authentication keys. There's no physical switch, but in theory, the jets could be made inoperable without US approval. The Pentagon and Lockheed Martin strongly deny it. But yet, the debate raises a bigger question. In a software-defined fighter jet, who really holds the reins?
What we understand is that for 20 days, the crew members have not been able to identify what the exact problem is. And also, tomorrow they are likely to come. A bigger crew member, around 30 members, are supposed to come in a special military aircraft over here in Thiruvananthapuram, in this very bay.
The Royal Navy's Battle Penguin chose to remain outside in the pouring rain instead of accepting India's gracious offer to shelter it in a hangar. A week later, the British High Commission spokesperson told media that the aircraft would be moved inside once the UK engineering teams arrived. And the plot thickens.
And so that decision would have been taken between Lockheed Martin and Royal Air Force to decide as to whether they could have done this. And I'm sure all these days they would have deliberated in terms of whether the equipment has to come from UK, the equipment has to come from the ship, whether the equipment is to come from US, whether Lockheed Martin team from the factory would need to come, or it could be done by the maintainers from RAF also. So because it's such a complex task, no nation takes a call overnight. And since the safety is involved, because it landed off an emergency, they would not like to have another emergency when it is taking off. I don't think India should be worried about it as much as US or UK would be worried. Primarily the technology is theirs, and they are the people who want to safeguard certain technologies.
Whether this was a red herring for something bigger or a wolf in sheep's clothing, as some defense experts suggest, one thing is clear. The F-35 once again made headlines for all the wrong reasons. Call it a meme fest or an unintentional photo op, the episode didn't exactly bolster the jet's mystique. Stranded for days at the tarmac at Thiruvananthapuram airport, the stealth fighter may not have impressed militarily, but it certainly did wonders for Kerala's tourism. A team of UK aviation experts, engineers and officials arrived in Kerala's capital to begin dismantling the stranded stealth aircraft for transport back to a British naval base. No timeline has been provided yet on how long the process will take. As HMS Prince of Wales sails toward Australia, the final mystery remains. Will the F-35B ever reunite with its mothership? The vacationing of F-35B in Kerala isn't the only incident that has added to the bad press. A string of events linked to F-35 program. In June, Iran made a stunning claim of shooting down Israel's F-35, providing visual evidence. A claim that was vehemently denied by Israel.
It's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get the details of how a red alert has been issued in Himachal Pradesh, keeping in mind the torrential rain issues that pertain in the state. Also coming up after the break are all the details of the power tussle in Karnataka, with DK Shivakumar issuing a fresh statement.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
में हो
all the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
Prime Minister Modi addresses global partners at the BRICS summit. Talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Donald Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid the growing buzz on leadership in Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister Shivakumar doesn't rule out the change in leadership, saying party workers have their own desires, can't call their aspirations as wrong. Massive controversy over the film depicting the 2022 Kanhaiya Lal murder case. Jamaat group moves court seeking ban on the release of the film. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for extremely heavy rainfall in parts of Himachal Pradesh, warning of flash floods, landslides and damage to infrastructure. Watching live and breaking on Republic TV, I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and we have big breaking news coming in from Pakistan, where former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has asserted that his country had no objection to extraditing terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India as a confidence-building measure. However, Bilawal's remark did not go down with Hafiz Saeed's son, who claimed that his comments brought disgrace to Pakistan globally. All right, so big statement there from former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, saying that his country had no objection to extraditing terrorists like Hafiz Saeed as a confidence-building measures with India. However, the comment really did not go down well with Hafiz Saeed's son, and he asserted that Zardari's claims have brought disgrace to Pakistan. So Bilawal Bhutto's extradition offer really is sparking a row within the LET on offering extradition of wanted Pakistani terrorists to India. Really seemed to have hit a raw nerve with Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed's son. And he reacted sharply really to remarks made by Bhutto, accusing him of an irresponsible offer and saying that his comments have brought disgrace to Pakistan. And this during an interview with a recent interview, he accused him of making an irresponsible offer. Remember, Bhutto had commented that as a confidence-building measure, Pakistan should be okay with extraditing terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar. But, and he had also said it would act as a confidence-building measure. He said Pakistan is ready to extradite individuals of concern to India, provided New Delhi showed willingness to cooperate in the process. And this was when he was asked about a question about extraditing LET chief Hafiz Saeed and also Jaish-e-Mohammed kingpin Masood Azhar as a gesture of good faith. However, Hafiz Saeed's son claimed that Bhutto's statement about his father had brought shame to Pakistan globally. He said, and I quote him now, Bilawal Bhutto's suggestion to hand over his father to India, a hostile country, is unacceptable and will be opposed by us and our community. So that statement there by Bilawal Bhutto really hitting a raw nerve with Lashkar-e-Toiba Chief Hafiz Saeed Talha, and he accused him of having an irresponsible offer. All right, let's get a perspective from former diplomat. From Deepak Vora. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how would you react to this, because this comment made by Bilawal Bhutto has really drawn the ire within the LET, and this really showing that, how much the two are in cahoots with each other, the administration and the terrorists, because he has not only said that it will be a problem for him, but he said that this will bring, a lot of, he called it an irresponsible offer, and it will bring disgrace to Pakistan. He's talking about the entire country here.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. Always an honor, delight to learn from you, and you have put it across brilliantly. May I say, I see three reasons for this buffoon making this offer. The first is, of course, we have the statement by the BRICS people in Rio de Janeiro, where they very strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. They've even referred to the Pahalgam massacre. And there is talk of putting sanctions on nations that support terrorism. Ma'am, when the Pahalgam reference was made, Atankistan's godfather, his Allah, known as China, did not have a veto or a technical hold to exercise. So I think Pakistan has also understood that it's getting increasingly isolated. Had this been somewhere in that racket called the United Nations, of course China would have intervened, but they can't do anything in BRICS, and Pakistan is terrified of. That's the first reason. Second, ma'am, there is the looming threat of being placed on the grey list by FATF, and so Pakistan wants to play the victim card. Also, the reasonable card. Look, what good boys we are. We are willing to hand over these clowns to India because India must cooperate. Cooperate in what? He doesn't say. He's an absolute liar, this fellow. I've observed him in Goa. Fat, what can I say, bull. That's why we call him Bully Buttewala. Second thing, the third reason, ma'am, I believe, is that these two jokers who are there, the big fellows whom we want, Saeed and that other character, they have outlived their utility. There is a saying that when the horse gets old, don't waste time or money on him, shoot the fellow. This is what they are wanting to do. Now, how do you get rid of these guys? He says one of these fellows is somewhere in Afghanistan, thinking that we'll go after him in Afghanistan and poison our relationship with the Taliban regime. Oh, no, Mr. Bhutto. These are very old games. Bharat is a past master in all this. So three reasons. One, those guys have outlived their utility and become a liability for Pakistan. Second, the FATF grey listing, which is a very real possibility. And third, the BRICS declaration talking of sanctions against nations that support terror. I think this has frightened the hell out of the fellows over there, including that mad Mullah Munir. And I also believe, ma'am, that Balochistan being what it is, in total revolt, the China-Pakistan economic corridor is dead. The Chinese say we have lost our 65 billion or whatever figure they say, and they don't know what to do about it. So now Pakistan is looking for new friends, the new godfathers, the newest one being, they think, McDonald Trump, but he's going to extract his pound of flesh and give nothing in return. He's well known for doing this. So I understand Pakistan's dilemma made by itself. Now it's hoist with its own petard, it is stewing in its own juice.
Right, Ambassador. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing a perspective on that big story that we are tracking at this hour. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on to the bulletin. Addressing the inaugural session of the ongoing BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled dig at the United Nations over its apparent unwillingness to ring in the necessary structural reforms. Now, hailing the BRICS for showing the global foresight in admitting new members, the Prime Minister urged other institutions such as the United Nations Security Council, the World Trade Organization, as well as development banks to follow a similar template. Here is a detailed report.
After the customary greetings and family protocol, the BRICS leaders sat down for the 17th huddle in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Addressing the inaugural session of the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled swipe at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to bring in urgent structural reforms reflecting the contemporary global realities. Praising the BRICS for showing a big heart and adapting to the changing times by admitting new members, the PM urged the UN Security Council, WTO, and development banks to embrace a similar model or template. Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the UAE were ushered into the BRICS as full members in 2024, while Indonesia became the 10th full member of the grouping in January this year. In a message to the West, the PM said the Global South has been a victim of double standards in the allocation of resources and security-related issues. Invoking the Pahalgam terror attack of May 22nd, PM Modi called upon the BRICS member states to take a clear and unambiguous stand against terror. Calling for imposing sanctions against terrorists, the PM echoed the refrain of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying the victims and abettors of terror shouldn't be weighed on the same scale. Significantly, the BRICS, in its joint declaration, also welcomed India's candidacy to host COP33 in 2028, while committing to a successful COP30 by meeting the climate goals.
While Prime Minister Modi was in Brazil, he attended the BRICS summit, and the BRICS leaders issued a joint declaration condemning Pahalgam terror attack and terrorism. And the Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement. Let's listen in.
There is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly, or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity. There is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
To ensure safe and efficient tracking of devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, RFID or the radio frequency identification cards are now being issued to all the pilgrims. The card allows the authorities to register where the pilgrims move along the pilgrimage paths. In Ramban district, multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Niwas and Langar sites in Chandrakot. With the record pilgrimage turnout, these tech tools are proving vital for managing one of the most intense yatras in recent years. After 16 years, the sacred Kumbh Abhishekam of the Tiruchur Murugan temple is being held today. As one of the Lord Murugan's 6 holy abodes, the temple has seen major renovations, and devotees from across the country are witnessing this spiritually significant moment, guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. The IMD has issued an orange alert for 4 districts of Uttarakhand amid a heavy rain forecast. Landslides and flooding risks remain high in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. The SDRF teams are on standby and residents are urged to remain cautious. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in at this moment. Preparations are in full swing to bring a gangster turned terrorist, Happy Pasya, to India. Now, talking about Happy Pasya, he is being brought to India. He's a Khalistani terrorist, Harpreet Singh, alias Happy Pasya. The NIA has also placed a reward of 5 lakh rupees on him. He is accused of 14 terror attacks in the month of April this year. And US authorities, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained him. And very soon, terrorist Happy Pasya will be brought to from the United States to the Delhi airport. So Harpreet Singh, alias Happy Pasya, is one of India's most wanted gangster. He has got alleged terror links, and he was arrested in the United States, and now from the custody of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, he is soon going to be extradited to India. His arrest earlier marked a significant breakthrough for the Indian security agencies who had been tracking him for his role in multiple terror-related incidents in Punjab. And now the big story, Harpreet Singh, alias Happy, he is going to be brought back to India soon. So all right, let's get all the updates from Jatin, our colleague who is joining us. Jatin, what more details you can provide us, because this is really good news for India. He, Harpreet Singh, alias Happy Pasya, he is a wanted gangster. He's got alleged terror links as well. And, he was arrested. He was arrested in the United States in April. Now he's being brought back to India. Tell us about when is that going to happen and whether all the paperwork is in place.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, हैप्पी पासिया के बारे में कुछ बातें समझनी होंगी, क्योंकि वो बब्बर खालसा से सबसे पहले जुड़ा हुआ था। पंजाब के अंदर 100 से ज्यादा आतंकी वारदातों को अंजाम दे चुका है हैप्पी पासिया। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो यूएस भाग गया था और इमिग्रेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने अप्रैल के महीने में, यानी कि 17 अप्रैल को हैप्पी पासिया को हिरासत में लिया था, और संभवतः उसके बाद से ही इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस पूरे मामले में चल रही थी। लेकिन अब जो खबर आ रही है कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज लगातार यूएस अथॉरिटी के संपर्क में है, जो पेपर वर्क है वो ऑलमोस्ट पूरा किया जा चुका है, और किसी भी समय ये खबर ऑफिशियली तौर पर एनआईए की तरफ से जारी कर दी जाएगी कि हैप्पी पासिया को भारत लाया जाएगा। एनआईए इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। 5 लाख रुपए का इनाम भी एनआईए ने हैप्पी पासिया को लेकर जारी किया था। तो संभवतः दिल्ली उसे लाया जाएगा। एनआईए का जो हेडक्वार्टर है वहां पर हैप्पी पासिया से इस पूरे मामले में पूछताछ की जाएगी। लेकिन हैप्पी पासिया किस लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है उसको भी समझना होगा, क्योंकि जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया था कि वो जुड़ा हुआ था। उसके अलावा वो आईएसआई के संपर्क में था, जो रिंदा आतंकी है यूएस के अंदर बहुत एक्टिव है, उसके संपर्क में आया। और उसके बाद पंजाब और खास तौर पर जो एनसीआर रीजन के इलाके हैं वहां पर ये लोग ग्रेनेड हमले कराने में बहुत ज्यादा माहिर रहे। नवंबर के महीने में आपको याद होगा कि एक ऑफिसर के घर के बाहर पंजाब में ग्रेनेड फेंका गया था, हालांकि नहीं हुआ था। उसके बाद अलग अलग लोकेशंस पर पंजाब की ग्रेनेड हमलों की जानकारी मिली थी, और इन 14 ऐसे मामले थे हाल फिलहाल में नवंबर से लेकर अभी जुलाई तक के, जो कि एक हैप्पी पासिया ने उसकी जिम्मेदारी ली थी। तो कहीं ना कहीं एनआईए टेरर लिंक को लेकर, आईएसआई से इसके संपर्क को लेकर, यूएस में बैठकर जो टेरर कॉन्स्पिरेसी है उसको रचना, ये तमाम ऐसे पहलू हैं जिसको लेकर हैप्पी पासिया को लेकर लगातार, चाहे वो रेड कॉर्नर नोट देने वालों को 5 लाख रुपए देने का इनाम देने की बात भारत लाया जाएगा, तो संभवतः इनसे जुड़े जो और लोग हैं उनके बारे में भी जानकारी जुटाई जाएगी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right, Jatin, and also, this is the second time that such a significant move has been taken as far as the coordination between India and US is concerned on the issue of terrorism, because earlier we had also seen how Tahabur Rana was extradited to India, and now it is the turn of Happy Pasya who is going to be extradited. So, really this highlights the key role that, this India and US coordination is playing as far as the issue of terrorism is concerned.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से चाहे हम पंजाब की बात कर ले, वहां पर आतंकी हमले हो रहे थे, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि पाकिस्तान किस तरीके से इन्वॉल्वमेंट उसका पंजाब के अंदर आतंकी हमलों को लेकर है, ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। और यही कारण है कि आईएसआई से हैप्पी पासिया के लिंक का होना, खालिस्तान मूवमेंट जिस तरीके से पंजाब में चलता है, युवाओं को बरगलाना और बहुत कम एज में उनको ऐसी मेंटेलिटी उनके अंदर एक तरीके से डेवलप करना कि वो कुछ गलत कदम उठाए, उसके अंदर हैप्पी पासिया का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। लेकिन यूएस अथॉरिटी ने जब हैप्पी पासिया को डिटेन किया था तो इमिग्रेशन के मामले में डिटेन किया गया, और उसके बाद से ही तमाम जो जांच एजेंसीज हैं वो हैप्पी पासिया को लेकर यूएस अथॉरिटी से बात कर रही थी। सबसे बड़ी बात एनआईए के सामने अब चैलेंज यही है कि हैप्पी पासिया को भारत लेकर आना, और उसके बाद ये आसान रास्ता नहीं है। इसके लिए तमाम जो सबूत हैं वो एनआईए ने यूएस अथॉरिटी के सामने रखे। जिन 14 मामलों का मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूं पंजाब में जो हाल फिलहाल में ग्रेनेड हमले हुए, उनमें जो 14 मामले थे उन सभी मामलों के सबूत साफ तौर पर सामने रखे गए। यूएस अथॉरिटी को इन सभी लीड्स के बारे में जानकारी जो है वो दी गई, और उन लीड्स को लेने के बाद यूएस अथॉरिटी इस बात को लेकर उनको एक तरीके से कॉन्फिडेंस में लेना, उनको एक्सट्रेडिशन के लिए राजी करना बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। और यही कारण है कि एनआईए खास तौर पर सीबीआई जो कि इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही थी, लेकिन एनआईए का पहला रोल इस लिहाज से भी है क्योंकि आतंकी हमले, विदेश में बैठकर आतंकी हमले कराए गए, फॉरेन लिंक्स इसके अंदर सामने आए, और जिस तरीके से बब्बर खालसा इंटरनेशनल को लेकर हैप्पी पासिया का रुख रहा है, आतंकी रिंदा को लेकर उसके जो सबूत एजेंसीज के पास से, और उसके अलावा आईएसआई किस तरीके से हैप्पी पासिया की मदद से खास तौर पर पंजाब के अंदर आतंकी हमले करा रहा है, ये तमाम ऐसे लिंक थे जो कि सबूत के तौर पर यूएस अथॉरिटी के सामने रखे गए हैं। हालांकि सोर्सेज हमें जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि किसी भी समय जो ऑफिशियल नोटिफिकेशन इस पूरे मामले में जारी हो जाएगा, जिसके बाद एक स्पेशल विमान से हैप्पी पासिया।
All right, we are joined in by Mr. R.P. Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, I would like to know from you your initial reaction on, the likelihood of Happy Pasia being extradited to India. Of course, he is a wanted criminal, wanted gangster in India. He's been wanted for a very long time. He has so many criminal cases against him. He has alleged terror links as well. How much of a success can be, called as far as the NIA is concerned?
Well, it's a great achievement of Government of India, and it's a very welcome step. He's involved in 14 terror cases, and he had linked with Harvinder Singh Sandhu alias Rinda in Pakistan, and he has been working in close association with the ISI and had been doing killings and doing terror attacks in India. And since it's a great initiative, we hope others will also follow the suit. The U.S. government will also ensure the list of others which are given to the U.S. government, those will also be sent back to India.
All right. Thank you so much for those insights. So one of India's most wanted gangsters with the terror links had been arrested earlier, and now he is going to be extradited back to India. We have more breaking news coming in, viewers. Searches have been launched by the Joint Security Forces in Surankot area of Poonch district in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, searches in Shangla and nearby areas of Surankot have been going on since early morning, and forests of Surankot are being searched by the security agencies ahead of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra starting 27th of July. Now, searches have been launched a day after the recovery of huge consignment of explosives and ammunition from the Surankot area, and Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army is conducting searches in the area. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Gursimran is now joining us live from there. Gursimran, very good morning. What more details you can provide us? Because, yesterday you had reported about this huge cache of arms and ammunition recovered in Poonch, and now a big search operation launched by the Joint Security Forces. Tell us more.
Yes, what we are picking up that a massive search operation has been launched in the woods of Surankot. It is in the Shangla and the nearby area where the searches are being conducted by the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and also the Central Reserve Police Force, which is part of these searches. These have been launched after some specific intelligence input regarding the movement of the terrorists in the area. What we are being told that this has come at a time when we saw a major terror recovery that was done by the security forces, where the forces managed to recover 3 grenades along with the consignment of ammunition ammunition that was kept there by the terrorists, but were untimely on the input of the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. Now what we are being told that the entire woods of this Surankot area, they are thoroughly being scanned, keeping in view the Buddha Amarnath Yatra that is all set to begin from 27th of July, and this will pass from very area of the Bhimbar Gully and the BG area, which is one of the terror threat prone areas, and keeping that in view, the operations are underway.
All right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those details. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And well, that is all in this bulletin. But before we wrap up, take a look at this just released footage from the Israeli Air Force. And it shows F-161 Sufa multi-role fighter jets from the 119th Squadron taking off from Ramon Air Base in southern Israel earlier tonight. And the aircraft were headed out on a mission targeting Iranian-backed Houthi forces in Yemen. Take a look.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks, and he has announced.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
PM Modi addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid the growing buzz in the leadership in Karnataka, Deputy CM DK Shivakumar does not rule out the change in leadership change, saying party workers have their own desires, cannot call their aspirations wrong. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview says that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. And preparations are in full swing to bring back gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Passia to India from the US. China's ambassador to India reiterated Beijing's position that the Dalai Lama's reincarnation is inherently an internal affair of China. He dismissed recent comments by Indian officials and made clear that only the Chinese government has the authority to manage and approve the successor, warning that no external interference will be tolerated. A direct rebuke to Dalai Lama's reaffirmation that his reincarnation will be decided by the Garden Fordrang Trust outside of China. And remember that this is coming in as the Dalai Lama has put his succession plan. He's talked about a succession plan. But what China is saying that this is an internal issue and has reiterated their stand once again, viewers. We'll try to get you more updates coming in on the story in a short while from now. And we'll also try to go across to a guest who will be joining us here on Republic to help us understand what this really means as China has spoken about its stand. We'll try to get you all those details, but China has objected to Dalai Lama's reincarnation process because control over Tibetan Buddhism, and especially whether the next Dalai Lama is a geopolitical and ideological weapon. Yes. So we have with us Professor B.R. Deepak, Professor Chinese Studies, JNU, joining us right now. I want to go across to you, Professor. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Do you think that China's latest comments on Dalai Lama reincarnation is another way of China to exert control? It's another way to control the Tibetan thought and culture, Professor? All right. We'll try to go across to a guest in a short while from now. But this is coming in as the Dalai Lama has spoken about his succession plans. And as we see these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, we are seeing that as his 90th birthday was being celebrated, and he was getting a lot of wishes from all over the world, China has once again said that the reincarnation issue is an internal process, of China, and not something which the Dalai Lama will decide on his own. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, and just taking you through all these statements coming in. Remember that. We have seen that Tibet has clearly said that the reincarnation process is going to be within their trust. All right. Let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now on Republic TV. We have once again the Professor B.R. Deepak joining us. Professor of Chinese Studies at JNU. Thank you for joining us, Professor Deepak. We could not hear you. You're back with us. Now, we have been getting our viewers all those updates. Now, as Dalai Lama has spoken about his reincarnation process, how will it really go? We have seen even Indian leaders and ministers congratulate him on his 90th birthday, give him wishes. Now, China is trying to exert control once again. How do you read the situation? Do you think China is once again trying to reassert control, use the reincarnation as a control tool and try to control the Tibetan culture and thought?
Yeah, well, I think what Ambassador Xu Feihong has said is a reiteration of his stated state policy. That is, Tibet they consider as the internal part of China, and any external intervention in that is not accepted at all. And I think what Ambassador Xu has been referring to is what is the stated position, that is that any reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, Panchen Lama or other lamas in Tibet, they should be following the procedure of the tradition and historical convention, one, and second, more importantly, the rules and regulations China has implemented and approved in 2007. And now, as far as the convention, the rituals are concerned, of course, it goes, back to the late 18th century, and this follows the Nepalese invasion of Tibet, and when Tibet invited China to help them out of the crisis, and Emperor Qianlong, so he then expels the Gurkhas armies from Tibet. And 29 article ordinance was passed. And I think that is important from the Chinese perspective, because they believe that it is that 29 article ordinance which has given the reincarnation, the approval, ultimate approval of the so-called central government of China, and also giving of the seal and the golden urn, so on and so forth. But importantly, I think in 2007, any individual outside Tibet have been debarred from reincarnation or selecting Dalai Lama. I think that is what the Chinese, they have stated, and ambassador's statement should be read in that context.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us, Professor Deepak, for joining us here on Republic TV as we see China once again trying to exert control over the succession plans of Dalai Lama. We move ahead right now. The RJD has approached the Supreme Court challenging the Election Commission's special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar, a state that will go to polls later this year. RJD MP Manoj Jha sought the top court's immediate intervention in the poll body's exercise. So back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, where we see that the RJD has approached the Supreme Court challenging Election Commission's special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar, a state that will go to polls later this year. So we are seeing there has been an update coming in as the Bihar will be heading for polls. RJD MP Manoj Jha has sought the top court's immediate intervention in, I repeat, in the poll body's exercise. All right, let's move ahead. Let's move ahead right now to some of the stories. Tracking Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has accused the UP government over the lack of facilities for Kawadiyas. Now, the former CM has now alleged that the government had failed to provide proper facilities to Kawadiyas, and that was the reason why it was busy issuing QR codes. Akhilesh also claimed that the CEO and the SDM should give foot massage to the Kawadiyas. So this is a huge update coming in. Remember that there was a huge row over the Kawad Yatra, and post that, Akhilesh Yadav has made a controversial statement stirring a row. I just want to go ahead and play out what Akhilesh Yadav had said.
कहेंगे कि कमिश्नर डीएमएसपी को लगाएं सेवा के लिए, खाना वाना की व्यवस्था के लिए, और सीओ और एसडीएम को लगाएं उनके पैर दबाने के लिए, तो शायद उससे बड़ा आराम मिलेगा उन्हें। क्योंकि अगर सीओ, एसडीएम इस स्तर के अधिकारी उनकी सेवा करें, पैर दबाएं, तो उन्हें भी पुण्य मिलेगा और एक सेवा का भाव जो पैदा होता है वो भी पूरा होगा। यही है हमारी वैदिक परंपरा, यही हमारा आस्था है। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि मुख्यमंत्री जी QR कोड तो बना ही रहे हैं, इसके साथ साथ ये भी एक जियो जारी कर दें कि DM SP खाना स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं देखेंगे और CO और SDM उनके पैर वैर दबा के सेवा करेंगे।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
To ensure safe and efficient tracking of devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, RFID or radio frequency identification cards are now being issued to all pilgrims. A card which allows authorities to register where pilgrims move alongside the pilgrimage paths. In Ramban district, multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Nivas and other sites in Chandrakot, manned by train operators with record pilgrim turnout. Amit Chan saw Bhole Baba Ki Jai. These tech tools are proving vital for managing one of the most intense yatras in recent years. After 16 years, a sacred, we see that the Kumbh Babhishekam of the temple, the Murugan temple, is being held today, July 7th. As one of the Lord Murugan's 6 holy abodes, the temple has seen major renovations. Devotees from across India are witnessing this spiritually significant moment, guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. IMD has issued an orange alert in 4 Uttarakhand districts and heavy rain forecast. Landslides and flooding risk remain high in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. SDRF teams are on standby and residents are urged to remain cautious. Addressing the inaugural session of the ongoing BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro, viewers, Prime Minister Modi has taken a whale dig at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to ring in necessary structural reforms. Hitting the BRICS for showing the global foresight in admitting new members, the PM urged other institutions such as the UN Security Council, World Trade Organization and development banks to follow a similar template. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
After the customary greetings and family protocol, the BRICS leaders sat down for the 17th huddle in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Addressing the inaugural session of the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled swipe at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to ring in urgent structural reforms reflecting the contemporary global realities. Praising the BRICS for showing a big heart and adapting to the changing times by admitting new members, the PM urged the UN Security Council, WTO and development banks to embrace a similar model or template. Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran and the UAE were ushered into the BRICS as full members in 2024, while Indonesia became the 10th full member of the grouping in January this year. In a message to the West, the PM said the Global South has been a victim of double standards in the allocation of resources and security-related issues. Invoking the Pahalgam terror attack of May 22nd, PM Modi called upon the BRICS member states to take a clear and unambiguous stand against terror. Calling for imposing sanctions against terrorists, the PM echoed the refrain of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying the victims and abettors of terror shouldn't be weighed on the same scale. Significantly, the BRICS, in its joint declaration, also welcomed India's candidacy to host COP33 in 2028, while committing to a successful COP30 by meeting the climate goals.
Viewers, the MEA has taken a stand against terrorism at the summit, and all BRICS leaders issued a joint declaration condemning Pahalgam attack and terrorism. Listen it.
I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly or overtly, in both ways it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity, there is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
Viewers, many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall. The Indian Met Department has issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 3 days. A motor brigade on one of these areas, especially in Rudraprayag, was washed out, due to which a dozen villages in areas were completely cut off. Here's more on the story as monsoon fury hits parts of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh.
Uttarakhand has been hit by torrential rainfall. Heavy rainfall is on the forecast for Uttarkashi, Tehri, Bagheshwar, Dehradun and Rudraprayag. The India Meteorological Department has issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 4 days on Sunday. Earlier in the week, the Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points between Silai Band and Ojri, severely affecting local travel and pilgrimage traffic. According to Uttarkashi police, it will take time to restore the route. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has conducted an aerial survey of the disaster-affected area. Travel has also been affected in Rudraprayag due to a motor bridge on the Barsir-Badhani-Tal motor road being washed out. Rainfall is also being experienced in other parts of India, including Delhi. A red alert has been issued in Pune. Fishermen have also been advised not to venture into the sea along and off the coasts of Konkan, Goa, Gujarat and North Karnataka.
Now, 5 policemen were injured in Ujjain district of Madhya Pradesh after barricades fell on them during a Muharram procession on Sunday. The incident occurred after the participants in the Muharram procession tried to force their way through a prohibited route and rammed a horse into the barricades. Here's more.
5 policemen were injured in Ujjain on Sunday after participants in a Muharram procession rammed the ceremonial horse into barricades in a bid to enter a prohibited route. A viral video of the incident showed the mob pushing through the barricades while carrying the symbolic horse and the police attempting to bring the chaos under control. The police used force to disperse the violent mob, prompting many to flee the spot, including those carrying the tazia, leaving behind the symbolic horse. A case was registered against 16 persons, including the organizer of the procession and his 15 unidentified aides, who were found to be responsible for the incident in preliminary probe.
इरफान और लाला इनका जो घोड़ा है वो जुलूस इनके 15-20 साथियों के साथ ये जो निर्धारित मार्ग खजूर वाली मस्जिद से निकास की तरफ था उसके अगेंस्ट में अब्दालपुरा की तरफ इन्होंने उसको मोड़ा, जिसकी वजह से बैरिकेड्स गिरे और उसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोट आई। इसके बाद पुलिस ने, क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत ज़्यादा थी, इसलिए जो उपस्थित भीड़ थी उसको तितर-बितर करने के लिए कमर से नीचे हल्के बल का प्रयोग किया और इनको डिस्पर्स किया। इसमें एक हमारी तरफ से FIR भी दर्ज की गई, जिसमें लोक सेवक का आदेश को न मानना और उसको चोट पहुंचाना और शासकीय कार्य में बाधा उत्पन्न करना, ऐसी 16 लोगों के विरुद्ध अभी हमने FIR की है।
One of the prominent office bearers of the Sirat committee also blamed the organizers of the procession for the incident. While the injured policemen were reported to be stable, Ujjain police said a thorough security review was underway to prevent any recurrence of such incidents.
Our viewers, getting much more amid the growing buzz on the leadership in Karnataka. Deputy CM DK Shivakumar does not rule out the change in leadership and says that party workers have their own desires, cannot call their aspirations wrong. And former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks, and he has announced that he wants to boost American economy, and he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying, it's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again. So that's the idea and that's the objective. So reduction in taxes is a welcome measure, which all, by and large, everyone taxpayer loves. And that's why people are happy, should be happy, taxpayer in US would be happy. And there is all the more reason because of
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking. Tune into our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. Drop in your videos showcasing your passion, your creativity, and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you're a student, artist, activist, or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love, and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. And viewers, let's move ahead. This is a story that's an intriguing one as it is unexpected. Picture this, a cutting-edge British Royal Navy F-35B jet, a supersonic stealth aircraft designed to dominate the skies, now stranded far from home on a tarmac in Kerala. What started as a routine naval exercise in the Arabian Sea was now turned into a global spectacle. Here's a full report on how one of the world's most advanced fighter jets ended up making headlines on Indian soil.
It is pudgy, but cruises at supersonic speeds. It appears roly-poly, but lands like a helicopter with absolute ease. Mind you, behind its thick exterior, this British Royal Navy aircraft hides its missiles inside its belly, one of a kind. Sadly, this short king is now making headlines for not so versatile reasons. Some call it Fat Amy, some Battle Penguin. But here in India, we recognize this Royal Navy aircraft as the unexpected face of Kerala tourism. A lonely one at that.
F-35B fighter jet that was grounded in the Thiruvananthapuram International Civil Airport on June 14th continues to be in the airport. It has been understood that there is a problem with the hydraulic system of this particular flight, because of which it has been grounded. It had made an emergency landing on June 14th, Saturday night at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and in fact all support was given by the Indian government. However, many days there has been a fiasco that the fighter pilot in fact refused to move away from this flight and refused the Indian authorities request to move it to a hangar as well.
Since departing the United Kingdom in late April, the aircraft carrier operated in the Mediterranean, conducting NATO exercises. On the 9th of June, the Indian Navy's INS Tabar commenced a passage exercise with HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Richmond, part of the UK carrier strike group in the Northern Arabian Sea. This exercise concluded on the 10th of June. The riddle of the F-35 began on the evening of 14th of June, when without warning the battle penguin soared off its carrier to a destination unknown. All this after the exercise was over. The mystery deepens because no one knows the final destination. Flying 100 nautical miles off the coast of Kerala, low fuel and worsening weather forced the F-35B to land unexpectedly at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. The story doesn't end here. The fighter pilot insisted that he would sit next to the aircraft and not go to the terminal.
And viewers, much more coming right up. We put a focus on other stories, especially as PM Modi addresses global partners at BRICS Summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世这一传承方式。
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
Prime Minister Modi addresses global partners at BRICS Summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. United States President Donald Trump warns of additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid the growing buzz on the leadership in Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar does not rule out change in leadership, saying party workers have their own desires, can't call their aspirations wrong. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zaradri in an interview says that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar, thereby getting condemnation from Hafiz Saeed's son Tala Saeed. And preparations are in full swing to bring back gangster turned happy Khalistani terrorist Happy Paisya to India from the United States. Thank you friends for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. Now the big story that we're tracking for this hour is from the state of Rajasthan. Remember, it was in the year 2022 when Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor, was brutally murdered. His murder was filmed, and all of this because he supported the then BJP leader Nupur Sharma. Now in regard with the same story, there is a movie that is coming up which is called the Udaipur Files. Now this movie is at a point of huge controversy after the Jamaat has opposed this movie in High Court in Maharashtra and in Delhi as well. We're trying to get you all the updates on that top story because this is turning into a huge controversy. It is snowballing with each passing hour. But first, take a look at what the story is all about.
Upcoming film Udaipur Files has sparked a massive controversy. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, the body of Islamic clerics, moved Delhi, Maharashtra and Gujarat High Courts seeking a ban on the film's release. Arshad Madni, the principal of the Darul Uloom Deoband, has opposed the film. The film is based on the killing of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal in June 2022. The elderly tailor was beheaded in broad daylight. One of the assailants, identified as Riaz, attacked Kanhaiya Lal with a sharp weapon, while the other recorded the crime on his mobile phone. According to the PIL filed by the body of clerics, the film can spread communal hatred. Meanwhile, Kanhaiya Lal's family, along with the film's producer, reached Patna's Sanatan Mahkum, seeking the support of Hindu leader Acharya Dhirendra Shastri against a fatwa issued by the Jamiat.
हम पटना आए हुए हैं धीरेन्द्र शास्त्री जी के कार्यक्रम में, तो क्या मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से इन आतंकवादियों के साथ इनके मौलाना वगैरह सब कुछ खड़े हो जाते हैं, इनका सपोर्ट करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कमलेश तिवारी के केस में भी देवबंद वाले ही इनके वकील है, तो जो देश के जो संत लोग हैं, क्या ये हमारा साथ देंगे और क्या उदयपुर फाइल्स का सपोर्ट करेंगे?
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad, meanwhile, has come out in support of the film, labeling the Jamiat's pushback hypocrisy. As the controversy takes center stage, it's now up to the courts to decide the fate of the film.
Joining us live on the broadcast is VHP's national spokesperson Vinod Bansal. Vinod Bansal ji, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ सुबह जुड़ने के लिए. Udaipur Files is becoming a huge controversy now, but it is nothing but showing the truth on what happened to the innocent tailor back then in Udaipur, Kanhaiya Lal. ये सिर्फ सच्चाई बताता है, लेकिन जमात-ए-हिंद के कुछ लोग इसको अब अपोज कर रहे हैं. उन्होंने हाई कोर्ट के डोर्स को नॉक किया है. आपका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
देखिए, जो जमात-उलेमा-हिंद है उसके बारे में किसको नहीं पता कि आतंकवादियों की पैरोकारी करना, अतिवादियों का साथ देना, उनको लीगल और फाइनेंशियल एड देना, इसकी शुरू से इसकी मानसिकता रही है. ये तो खुले में अपने वेबसाइट पर भी कहते हैं कि हमने इतने सारे मुस्लिम जिहादियों को जो है हमने लीगल एड दी है, हम उनकी सहायता करते हैं. आप देखिए, जब कन्हैया लाल की जब ब्रूटल मर्डर हुआ था आज से 3 साल पहले, उस समय ये सरतन से जुदा की गैंग जो है वो देश भर में हजारों की संख्या में सड़कों पे थी. पैगंबर के नाम पर लोगों का गला काटने की प्रतियोगिता चल रही थी. और अभी जिस तरह से विजुअल्स आपके टीवी चैनल पर चल रहे हैं वो पूरे विश्व ने देखा था कि किस प्रकार से ये जो गौस मोहम्मद और ये दूसरा जिहादी है, वो न सिर्फ कन्हैयालाल का मर्डर किया, बल्कि ये जो हथियार लहराते हुए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को भी चुनौती दी थी। और आप सोचिए कि ऐसे सब होने के बावजूद भी ये एवरीथिंग वाज ऑन रिकॉर्ड एंड लाइव, इवन दो आज इस घटना को 2.5 साल से ज्यादा, 3 साल से ज्यादा का समय हो गया। एनआईए ने 6 महीने के अंदर उसकी चार्जशीट भी दाखिल कर दी, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से अभी तक इनको फांसी की सजा नहीं हो पाई। दूसरी बात, अगर उस खबर की सच्चाई और पूरा एक एक्सपोजर अगर कोई फिल्म इंडस्ट्री लेके आती है, तो उसका स्वागत किए जाने के विरुद्ध ये जिहादी संस्थाएं उन अत्यवादियों और आतंकवादियों को बचाने की कोशिश करती हैं। आप देखिए, जिस व्यक्ति ने ये न सिर्फ कन्हैयालाल की हत्या की थी, बल्कि देश के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा एक वार अगेंस्ट द नेशन किया था। जिस तरह से उसने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को चैलेंज दिया था, उनको मारने की धमकी दी थी, ऑनलाइन दी थी। आप देखिए कि इसके बावजूद भी आज तक ये जो जमीयत उलमा हिंद जो है, वो कभी सड़क पर नहीं आई, उन्होंने कभी घटना की निंदा नहीं करी। लेकिन जब सच्चाई बाहर आ गई तो बिलबिला गए। आप ये चाहते हैं कि जिस तरह से हमने आतंकवादियों को बचाया, जिस तरह से हमने अत्यवादी को बचाया, उसी तरह से भारत में बढ़ रही इस तरह की अत्यवाद और आतंकवाद की घटनाओं के जो पैरोकार हैं, उनको अंजाम देने वाले लोगों को भी हम इस माध्यम से कवर फायर देने का काम करेंगे। ये जो हाईकोर्ट गए हैं, उस हाईकोर्ट के माध्यम से ये न सिर्फ अपनी जो कुकर्म है उनको एक्सपोज होने से डर रहे हैं, बल्कि ये सीधा सीधा उन इस्लामिक जिहादी तत्वों और हिंसक जो भेड़िए हैं उनको कवर फायर देने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। मैं कहूंगा जो जुडिशरी से भी हमारा निवेदन है कि ऐसे सब जिहादियों के पैरोकारों के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करें और इस तरह की याचिका को तुरंत पेनल्टी के साथ में उसको डिस्पोज ऑफ करें।
जी बिल्कुल, विनोद बंसल जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, बातचीत करने के लिए। इनफैक्ट the truth should come out on the Udaipur files on what happened to Kanhaiya Lal back then in 2020, and that's what the movie is all about. Now from national headlines to let's shift what's making headlines internationally. Now this is about Donald Trump waging a war against the BRIC nations, saying that he will impose an additional of 10% tariff to those BRIC nations who are aligning with the idea of anti-American policies of the BRIC. Now, he has given this statement in regard with BRICS condemning the United States strike on Iran. Remember, this was at a time just few weeks back when United States had pounded on Iran, keeping in mind that they support the Israelis. Now, when the BRICS countries came out in condemning Donald Trump, that is exactly when Donald Trump imposed an extra 10% tariff, and this is going to be on all the nations that are there in the BRICS summit, which also includes India. Now remember, India and the EU are trying to negotiate. However, Donald Trump has made it amply clear that there will be no negotiations that will be taking place as far as his additional Trump tariffs are concerned. So that's the statement that Donald Trump had given earlier today, where he said that any country aligning with the anti-American policies of BRICS while charged on additional 10% tariff. And remember, this will be applicable from midnight today itself. And in the same regard, we're getting into breaking news that's coming in, which says that the United States President Donald Trump has announced on social media that the US will be sending in tariff letters or deals to various countries starting today, warning that those aligned with BRICS may face additional duties. Joining us live on the broadcast is Dheeraj Kaul, geopolitical expert, live from Pennsylvania in the United States. Dheeraj Kaul, very good morning to you. This is a tactic of Trump that he uses, keeping in mind the position that he is in, keeping in mind the power that he is in, and essentially he's trying to be a bully. Because if you keep in mind his other actions as well, be it having a showdown with Zelensky in the Oval Office or with the South African president, he's always been a bully. And now when the BRICS nation are going ahead condemning his strike on Iran, he has gone out to blatantly impose an additional 10% tariff on every country that he says are following the anti-American policy. Where do you think this is going to lead us to?
Thank you for having me on the show. I think it's a very pertinent question of the hour.
Right.
And like you rightly pointed out, this has led to a lot of ripples all across the globe. You see a lot of countries which have joined BRICS extension, including Indonesia, which is one of the biggest suppliers to US, as seen as a big replacement for China, is also being tariffed 10% on. And UAE, which is supposed to be one of the biggest, Middle East supporter and allies of America, is also under the umbrella. So this is gonna actually really, it's a tactical move to push countries not to go more towards BRICS, and to be specifically, recently BRICS had given some space to the foreign minister of Iran and they have together condemned the attacks of Israel or Iran. So US is trying to send a very strong message that we do stand with Iran regardless of whatever the consequences, and we can use tariff as a weapon against anybody and use it for deterrence. Unfortunately, there are certain very neutral countries, friendly countries like India, which is being caught, Saudi, UAE, Indonesia, as you know. Rest of the countries like Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa, plus minus, Ethiopia, Iran, obviously they don't care much about. But rest of the four countries which I mentioned are close to US, including Saudi, UAE, and India, which are also coming under this blanket.
Right.
So this will be seen if this will last long or it will be taken back, like some of the decisions which have been lately taken back again. My anticipation is most likely, because India-US ties in AI, which the sector I'm exposed to and I work very closely, is very hard to push extra tariff of 10% to have a competitive edge.
Absolutely. Dheeraj Kaul, thank you very much for joining us today on This Morning and sharing your insights on that. We look forward to having you again. Meanwhile, we move on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this is in regard with the Pakistani espionage case where Jodi Malhotra, the YouTuber from Hisar who had been arrested, remember, we are getting to learn now that she was a guest in Kerala, that she was the Kerala government's guest in the campaign to promote tourism and visited the southern state during its influencer outreach initiative. Now, according to a report, a query under the Right to Information Act has revealed that the Kerala government funded the trip of 41 influencers chosen to promote the southern state as a global tourist destination. So the case is getting murkier here, where this is a clear-cut case of a Pakistani spy who had been spying for Pakistan for years. She, remember, had visited Pahalgam as well, and now a new twist in the story. An RTI reply says that she was a guest of the Kerala tourism, that her stay in Kerala, that her trip in Kerala was funded, in fact, by the Kerala government. Now, the Kerala government has given no statement, no clarification from their end, because the RTI says that the Kerala government had funded 41 influencers, out of which one was this Pakistani spy, Jodi Malhotra. In fact, we are also getting in a reaction from the BJP, who has hit out at the Kerala government. Let's listen in.
It is out of the bag. The Kerala government, the left government of Pinarayi Vijayan, was the one which sponsored, patronized and invited Pakistani spy YouTube content creator Jodi Malhotra. It is now in black and white, and RTI reply has shown this. This means that the Kerala government was busy inviting such anti-India elements, paying for them at the cost of taxpayer money, and this is a department, a ministry headed by no less than the son-in-law of the Chief Minister of Kerala. That means the son-in-law of Chief Minister of Kerala does not mind platforming, giving accommodation, giving state guest relations and state guest services to Pakistani spies. But they have a problem with Bharat Mata. They don't mind eulogizing Hamas. They don't mind crying for Naxals. They don't mind giving namaz-e-janaza to terrorists. And they don't mind rolling out a red carpet for Pakistani spies, but they have problem with Bharat Mata. This shows the priorities of the Kerala government. They are hand in glove with elements that are anti-India. They go and bat for PFI. They go and bat for elements that are anti-India, and they roll out a red carpet for the likes of Jodi Malhotra, a Pakistani spy. The son-in-law of the Chief Minister is directly responsible for this. It shows that there is some kind of nexus or forces that promote, patronize and support such anti-India elements. Should the Kerala government, Mr. Chief Minister, not sack the minister, the tourism minister, or will he just protect him because he's the son-in-law of the Chief Minister?
All right, joining us on the phone line is Tom Vadakan, BJP spokesperson. Tom Vadakan, good morning to you. This is a clear-cut case of how the state had been funding 41 influencers. One of them happened to be Jodi Malhotra, a Pakistani spy. We saw her pictures with the Pakistani High Commissioner. She had visited Pahalgam just days before the attack. So all of this, while you connect the dots, and now when you hear about an RTI reply which says that it was the Kerala government that had funded her trip to Kerala. Do you think there was a quid pro quo between the Kerala government and the Pakistani spy, or is it just a case of the Kerala government funding 41 influencers, out of which one happened to be a Pakistani spy?
Well, this is what we have been saying all the time. This is basically part of their campaign to garner votes of a particular community. In that exercise, the son-in-law leads the show. Now that the Chief Minister is out of station, is in US for treatment, his response will not be available. But it is a clear case of connivance at the highest level, and collaboration of PFI and the other organizations which are very active in the state of Kerala. If immediate action is not taken, this will lead to a crisis where the central government will have to intervene, because law and order is something that the state has control over. But if everything fails, the central government will.
Thank you very much, Tom Vadakan, for joining us on the phone line and speaking to us. So this is a case which is going to draw a huge controversy as far as the Pakistani espionage case is concerned. All right, breaking news now coming in, where we learn that amid the tussle over the change of guard in Karnataka, the Lingayat seers in Karnataka have offered their support to DK Shivakumar, saying that the people of the state know the hard work of the Deputy Chief Minister. DK Shivakumar put in the party as the president to bring Congress to power. Now, whatever was agreed upon in front of the national leader, if it's being followed, all leaders will be respected. So the Lingayat leaders, the top seers of Karnataka, essentially hinting it out that they want the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka to take the leadership, move forward and replace Siddaramaiah as the Karnataka Chief Minister. In fact, this is a clear case of how DK Shivakumar, the Karnataka Chief Minister, has a strong backing of the Lingayat seers in the state of Karnataka as far as the leadership change is concerned. Remember, DK Shivakumar has also clearly not said it out that there will be no change in guard, and we have a reaction on that as well. Let's listen in.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಶ್ರೀಗಳು ಜನ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಬಯಸಲು ನಾವು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋರು, ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಚಪ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಪಕ್ಷ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಗಷ್ಟೇ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಏನ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಂಬಿ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೊಂದಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಭಾವನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನೋ ದೇವ್ರ ಕೃಪೆ, ವರ್ಣದ ಕೃಪೆ, ವರ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ ನಾನೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಉಂಟು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Joining us live from Bengaluru is my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, DK Shivakumar has not yet cleared the air as far as the change of guard is concerned. The confusion is persisting. Mallikarjun Kharge, who calls himself the Congress chief, now says that it's the answer lies in the high command of the Congress party. So if Mallikarjun, being the Congress chief, is not the high command, then who is?
With respect to the DCM DK Shivakumar statement and Rambapuri Sri, who indirectly supported DCM DK Shivakumar to be elevated as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, it is very clear that after Mallikarjun Kharge or the High Command of AICC very clearly mentioned.
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Abhishek, but we'll try getting him back. But it's time for us now to move on to some other breaking news that's coming in. Now, Supreme Court has agreed to hear on July 10 a batch of pleas challenging the Election Commission of India's move to conduct a special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar. So this is a matter of contention that has now come to fore, where we learn that Supreme Court has now agreed to hear on July 10 a batch of petitions. This is regarding the challenging of the Election Commission of India's move to conduct a SIR, that is a special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in the poll-bound Bihar.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tracking the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. To ensure safe and efficient tracking of devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, the radio frequency identification cards are now being used to all pilgrims. The card, which allows the authorities to register while pilgrims move along the pilgrimage paths. In Ramban district, multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Nivas and Langar sites in Chandarkot, manned by trained operators. With record pilgrim turned out amid chants of Bhole Baba Ki Jai, these tech tools are proving vital for managing one of the most intense yatras in recent years. After 16 years, the sacred Kumbhashibam of the Tiruchendur Murugan temple is being held today at July 7 as one of Lord Murugan's 6 holy adobes. The temple has seen major renovations. Devotees from across India are witnessing this spiritually significant moment, guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. The IMD has issued an orange alert in 4 Uttarakhand districts amid heavy rain forecast. Landslides and flooding risk remain in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. SDRF teams are on standby and residents have been asked to remain cautious. Now, as far as the BRICS summit is concerned, the Prime Minister was there attending the BRICS summit, and India has given a very strong message on terrorism, saying that we will not tolerate it, thereby condemning it in front of the whole world on a global stage. Here's all that you need to know about India's stand at the BRICS summit.
After the customary greetings and family protocol, the BRICS leaders sat down for the 17th huddle in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Addressing the inaugural session of the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled swipe at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to bring in urgent structural reforms reflecting the contemporary global realities. Praising the BRICS for showing a big heart and adapting to the changing times by admitting new members, the PM urged the UN Security Council, WTO and development banks to embrace a similar model or template. Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran and the UAE were ushered into the BRICS as full members in 2024, while Indonesia became the 10th full member of the grouping in January this year. In a message to the West, the PM said the Global South has been a victim of double standards in the allocation of resources and security-related issues. Invoking the Pahalgam terror attack of May 22nd, PM Modi called upon the BRICS member states to take a clear and unambiguous stand against terror. Calling for imposing sanctions against terrorists, the PM echoed the refrain of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying the victims and abettors of terror shouldn't be weighed on the same scale. Significantly, the BRICS, in its joint declaration, also welcomed India's candidacy to host COP33 in 2028, while committing to a successful COP30 by meeting the climate goals.
In fact, just a short while back, it was the Ministry of External Affairs that had issued a statement on all that happened at the BRICS summit and India's stance on different topics. Listen into that.
Unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly, or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity, there is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get to the details of how Bilawal Bhutto's extradition offer of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar has put out a revolt against him in his own nation. Also after the break are details of how preparations are in full swing to bring back gangster turned Khalistani terrorist Happy Paisia to India from the United States.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is a drastic.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. It's 12 noon and the big story that we are tracking is Donald Trump's big warning to any nation that is aligning with the anti-American policies of the BRICS nations. That is the big story that we are tracking at this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines.
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
Prime Minister Modi addresses global partners at the BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Donald Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid the growing buzz on the leadership in Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar doesn't rule out the change in leadership, saying party workers have their own desires, cannot call their aspirations as wrong. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Passia to India from the United States. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in during the Muharram procession in Katiyar district. Officer Manish Kumar Meena has ordered action against the miscreants who created ruckus to Nayatola Mahavir Mandir Chowk of the Nagar Thana area. And he has said that strict action will be taken against those whoever is guilty in the case. Remember, yesterday during the Muharram Tazia procession, miscreants were involved in the procession near Nayatola Mahavira Mandir area. They pelted stones on the local people and at the temple. And since then, there is an atmosphere of tension in the entire state. And at present, the district officer and former Deputy Chief Minister Shah Nagar MLA has appealed to the people to maintain peace and order and has assured the strict action against the miscreants. So direct warning coming in for the miscreants who created a ruckus in the Tola Mahavir Mandir Chowk area near Thana. And Manish Kumar Meena, the officer, district officer, has said action will be taken against those whoever is guilty in the case. So the people who are participating in the Muharram procession, they pelted stones at the local people and at the temple as well. Thereafter, there is great tension in the area, and now a crackdown is likely against those who were involved in such an act, and the authorities are promising action against those who indulged in the violence. And in the visuals, we can see that how the procession turned violent. On to some other news now. 5 policemen were injured in Ujjain district of Madhya Pradesh after barricades fell on them during a Muharram procession on Sunday. And this incident occurred near the Khajurwadi Masjid after the participants there in the Muharram procession tried to force their way through a prohibited route and then rammed their horse into the barricades. Here's the full story.
5 policemen were injured in Ujjain on Sunday after participants in a Muharram procession rammed the ceremonial horse into barricades in a bid to enter a prohibited route. A viral video of the incident showed the mob pushing through the barricades while carrying the symbolic horse and the police attempting to bring the chaos under control. The police used force to disperse the violent mob, prompting many to flee the spot, including those carrying the tazia, leaving behind the symbolic horse. A case was registered against 16 persons, including the organizer of the procession and his 15 unidentified aides, who were found to be responsible for the incident in preliminary probe.
इरफान और लाला इनका जो घोड़ा है वो जुलूस इनके 15-20 साथियों के साथ ये जो निर्धारित मार्ग खजूर वाली मस्जिद से निकास की तरफ था उसके अगेंस्ट में अब्दालपुरा की तरफ इन्होंने उसको मोड़ा, जिसकी वजह से बैरिकेड्स गिरे और उसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोट आई। इसके बाद पुलिस ने, क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत ज़्यादा थी, इसलिए जो उपस्थित भीड़ थी उसको तितर-बितर करने के लिए कमर से नीचे हल्के बल का प्रयोग किया और इनको डिस्पर्स किया। इसमें एक हमारी तरफ से FIR भी दर्ज की गई, जिसमें लोकसभा के आदेश को ना मानना और उसको चोट पहुंचाना और शासकीय कार्य में बाधा उत्पन्न करना, ऐसी 16 लोगों के विरुद्ध अभी हमने FIR किया।
One of the prominent office bearers of the Sirat committee also blamed the organizers of the procession for the incident. While the injured policemen were reported to be stable, Ujjain police said a thorough security review was underway to prevent any recurrence of such incidents.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster turned terrorist Happy Passia to India. Khalistani terrorist Harpreet Singh, alias Happy Passia, is being brought back to India. NIA has also placed a reward of 5 lakh rupees on Happy Passia. He is accused of 14 terror attacks in the country. And in the month of April this year, USA authorities, Immigration and Customs Enforcement had detained Happy Passia, and very soon this terrorist Happy Passia will be extradited from the United States to Delhi. So he's carrying a 5 lakh rupees award announced by the NIA, and he had become a major headache for both the Punjab police as well as central intelligence units. But he was earlier arrested in the United States, and he is soon going to be extradited back to India. He's a wanted gangster. He was arrested by the FBI in the United States. He has a bounty of 5 lakh rupees on his head by the NIA. He has got alleged terror links, and he had a number of he had also planned the 2025 Amritsar blast, and he has also issued a lot of threats. And he was earlier arrested in the United States, and after being in the custody of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the FBI, he is going to be brought back to our country. And in more breaking news, US President Donald Trump has announced on social media that United States will begin sending tariff letters or deals to various countries starting today. Now, he's warned that those nations who are aligned with the BRICS may face additional duties. So any country aligning with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be punished. Donald Trump has issued a big tariff warning, and he has also added that there will be no exceptions. He has threatened the BRICS nations with an additional 10% tariffs for aligning with what he termed as anti-American policies. And he announced the delivery of tariff letters that will be sent to various countries. And he had also previously threatened a lot of tariffs, 100% tariffs, in fact, if the BRICS move to replace the US dollar. And now he has warned of an additional 10% tariffs on any country that aligns with the group's anti-American policy. All right. Let's get a perspective on that story. All right, we are right now joined in by Mr. Robinder Sachdev, who's a geopolitical expert. Mr. Sachdev, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how would you look at this threat that has been issued by Donald Trump, considering the fact that, he's been always being very suspicious of the BRICS nations, and especially after the talk of, replacing the dollar, though the authorities, especially in India, they have also, sought to clarify the matter that India is not looking at the de-dollarization. But how do you look at this threat now?
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with you and your viewers. With your permission, I will show a model, and I think it will convey the entire picture of where the world is today. If you can full screen it, it may be helpful, please. Okay. Now, this, what I was showing just now, is a matrix. What is happening in the world today? There is a new world matrix under construction. The world order is still not set. It's settling. Now, when this world matrix is being constructed or reconstructed, or the world is rebooting in a way after COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, etc., all nations are realizing how they need to, strike partnerships, alliances, and all. In this emerging world order, America wants to be at the center of the matrix. America and Trump, he is using his military might, they are using their money might, technology where they can, as much, to prevent a new world matrix wherein America will not be as influential as it was, has been, and wants to be. That is the tussle playing out in the world today. So when Trump is threatening the BRICS nations that if you come up with any anti-American, policy or approach, or as you mentioned, de-dollarization is the top priority, right, for Trump never to happen with the BRICS. The US does not want the world to get off the dollar standard. And like in BRICS, these countries are making their own trade linkages, right? They're figuring out new trade agreements with each other. And knowing that what the US is doing, many of them or all of them are trying to figure out these arrangements in a way to bypass America also, right? Or to at least have some insurance. Even India, all nations, now you realize that the American market may go away from you. So you are trying regional blocks and all. Trump does not want that. America does not want that. Trump wants to be the center sun of the solar system.
@0025.
That is the, in a big picture, that is what we are seeing in the world today. And this will continue for several years.
Right, sir. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for that perspective there, sir. We'd like to thank you for coming here on Republic TV. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin. More news from the United States, where the president is firing back at Elon Musk's surprising new political move, that is the launch of the America Party. Now, Donald Trump calls it ridiculous and warns that it could fracture the Republican Party. Here's a report.
U.S. President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Elon Musk starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous. What's golden key back? Golden key back from Elon. Go ahead. What's your...
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now: can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where amid the tussle over the change of guard in the state, now Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has said, and I quote him now, "Workers, seers and the public have their own desires. I cannot say their aspirations are wrong." He further added that we all built this party together. We are disciplined soldiers of the party. Even party president Mallikarjun Kharge has said that we should go by the party's direction. Now, he was reacting to the pact of changing the chief minister, and he said that the issue is between him and the Congress party, and we work together as a team. So his remarks coming in there as one of the seers praised the efforts of the D.K. Shivakumar to strengthen the party and said that he should be the chief minister. Let's listen in to D.K. Shivakumar.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಶ್ರೀಗಳು ಜನ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಬಯಸಿದ್ರು ನಾವು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷ ಕಟ್ಟಿರೋರು, ಪಕ್ಷದ ಶಿಸ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಚಪ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಪಕ್ಷ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಗಷ್ಟೇ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಏನ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಂಬಿ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೊಂದಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಭಾವನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನೋ ದೇವ್ರ ಕೃಪೆ, ವರ್ಣದ ಕೃಪೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಾನುಂಟು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಉಂಟು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
All right, our colleague Abhishek is now joining us live from Bengaluru for more on that story. Abhishek, the moment we thought, that this contest between the chief minister and the deputy chief minister, who is going to be the chief minister, that has been laid to rest after the meeting some time back, about a week back. Again, these rumors have started, especially after one of the seers mentioned that D.K. Shivakumar should be the chief minister. And the opposition, leaders of the other castes have also joined in this entire fiasco, and they are saying that there should be 3 deputy chief ministers of different castes. How is this entire controversy now playing out?
Well, Aishwarya, it is very clear from the statement made by D.K. Shivakumar, where he has clearly mentioned that he is abiding the rules laid down by the AICC in front of him. He will not talk about the CM or the DCM or the cabinet reshuffle in the public, because it is belonging to the AICC High Command and the party workers. So as of now, KPCC's president D.K. Shivakumar has also mentioned that he will have a conversation only with the AICC with respect to the internal conflicts or the elevation of DCM to become the CM in the next couple of months, and this is an internal matter. However, when the AICC AICC High Command had very clearly mentioned through DK Shivakumar that the party workers, the ministers and the MLAs shouldn't talk in front of the media about DCM being elevated as the CM. The MLAs and the ministers have, however, stopped talking to the media and interacting about the same changes with in front of the cameras. On the other hand, we have seen various leaders or seers from various other castes demanding that DCM DK Shivakumar also be elevated and given an opportunity to become the Chief Minister of Karnataka, because the entire state has seen and various other communities have witnessed the leadership of DK Shivakumar and how much ever work he has done to the state until now. It is only because of the development what he wanted the state to be witnessing in the next couple of years. This is one of the reasons as to why the seers are demanding that DCM be elevated to the position of CM. So we will. It is very sure that the AICC cannot put a full stop on the statements given by the the community leaders or the seers of various other sects and religions. However, we will have to see how the Congress High Command will react to the demand or the request of the Swamijis or the seers belonging to the Lingayata community or the Vakaliga community. We have closely watched the leaders and the Swamijis from various other communities pressing on DCM DK Shivakumar being elevated as the CM. So this might be another move of DCM DK Shivakumar is what the BJP or the JDS leaders claim as of now.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all those updates there. Thank you.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
More news from across the nation. To ensure safe and efficient tracking of devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, RFID or the radio frequency identification cards are now being issued to all the pilgrims. The cards, which allow the authorities to register where pilgrims move along the pilgrimage paths. In Ramban district, multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Niwas and Langar sites in Chandrakot, and that are manned by trained operators. With the record pilgrimage turnout amid chants of Bhole Baba Ki Jai, these tech tools are providing vital information for managing one of the most intense yatras in recent years. After 16 years, the sacred Kumbh Abhishek of the Tiruchendur Murugan temple is being held today. As one of Lord Murugan's 6 holy abodes, this temple has seen major renovations. Devotees from across India are witnessing this spiritually significant moment, guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. India Meteorological Department has issued an orange alert in 4 Uttarakhand districts amid heavy rainfall forecasts. Landslides and flooding risks remain high in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. The SDRF teams are on standby and residents are urged to remain cautious. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi addresses global partners at the BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. Also, US President Donald Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Those big stories and much more lined up after a short break. Stay with us.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when in the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time,
Welcome back after the break. Now, at the inaugural session of the ongoing BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro, Prime Minister Narendra Modi delivered a very pointed message, subtly criticizing the United Nations for its reluctance to embrace much-needed structural reforms. Now, praising BRICS for its forward-looking approach in welcoming the new member nations, the Prime Minister called on the global institutions, including the UN Security Council, the World Trade Organization, and major development banks, to take a cue from BRICS and adapt to the evolving world order. Here is a detailed report.
After the customary greetings and family protocol, the BRICS leaders sat down for the 17th huddle in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Addressing the inaugural session of the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled swipe at the UN over its apparent unwillingness to bring in urgent structural reforms reflecting the contemporary global realities. Praising the BRICS for showing a big heart and adapting to the changing times by admitting new members, the PM urged the UN Security Council, WTO, and development banks to embrace a similar model or template. Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the UAE were ushered into the BRICS as full members in 2024, while Indonesia became the 10th full member of the grouping in January this year. In a message to the West, the PM said the Global South has been a victim of double standards in the allocation of resources and security-related issues. Invoking the Pahalgam terror attack of May 22nd, PM Modi called upon the BRICS member states to take a clear and unambiguous stand against terror. Calling for imposing sanctions against terrorists, the PM echoed the refrain of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying the victims and abettors of terror shouldn't be weighed on the same scale. Significantly, the BRICS, in its joint declaration, also welcomed India's candidacy to host COP33 in 2028, while committing to a successful COP30 by meeting the climate goals.
We are slipping into short break, and coming up ahead, former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of LET Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. Also coming up ahead, preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Passia back to India from the United States. All the details and much more after a short break. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世这一传承方式。达赖喇嘛的转世必须坚持国内巡。
Tune into our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on a hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. Drop in your videos showcasing your passion, creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you're a student, an artist, activist or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. Let's get started.
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
PM Modi addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Donald Trump has warned of additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Amid growing buzz on leadership in Karnataka, Deputy CM DK Shivakumar does not rule out change in leadership, saying party workers have their own desires, cannot call their aspirations wrong. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Taiba Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as coincidence-building measure. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Pasya to India from the US. Ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition with a breaking news that is coming in. France has accused China of running a covert disinformation campaign to sabotage the global sales of its Rafale fighter jets. Now, French intelligence claims that Chinese embassies were involved in spreading false narratives, especially after the 2019 India-Pakistan aerial clash, to push countries like Indonesia away from buying the French jets, all in an effort to promote Beijing's own fighter aircraft. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. France has come out, in fact, the French intelligence has come out and it has accused China of running a covert disinformation campaign to sabotage the global sales of Rafale fighter jets. In fact, the French intelligence has also claimed that Chinese embassies were involved in spreading false narratives, especially after the India-Pakistan aerial clash. Let's cut straight across to Major Samarpal Toor, who is joining us on this edition. Major Samarpal Toor, thank you for speaking to Republic. We are tracking a very big story right now. France has accused China of running a covert disinformation campaign, all in an order to sabotage the global sales of Rafale fighter jets. Your first reaction on this?
You see, Ops Sindoor has called China's technical superiority bluff. What the African nations were with the notion that the J-17 and the J-10s are the future incoming fighter jets which are superior to the Russian technology. And now with the disinformation warfare campaign, due to Ops Sindoor, China is trying its level best to, create, you could say, doing a publicity stunt to prove that, their aircrafts are good. But the problem is that there has been an actual video of one of the J-17s which had crashed during Ops Sindoor, which is out in the public domain. And African countries, including Indonesia and Egypt, have actually cancelled the orders. And Azerbaijan is again looking into it whether they are going to place the orders or not. Because now most of these countries, the African countries, are looking towards the Korean fighter jet called the FA-50. So keeping all this in mind, you see, Operation Sindoor has been a very big setback for the Chinese military complex. Reason being, their missiles, the PL-15s, were a dud, and other missile variants which they provided to Pakistan were not able to cross beyond Sirsa, Haryana. So that is the problem, that it has been a very big setback and an eye-opener for China. Their companies' stocks have...
There seems to be a network error there with Major Samarpal Tur. Moving on, shifting our focus to another story, in fact, that we are tracking now. Supreme Court has agreed to hear on July 10th a batch of pleas that is challenging the Election Commission of India's move to conduct a special intensive revision, or the SIR, of the electoral polls in the poll-bound Bihar. To put things into context here, viewers, petitioners have in fact raised serious concerns over the transparency and the legality of the electoral roll revision. And they are questioning its timing and the potential impact on the free and fair elections. Now, among the prominent voices challenging the ECI's move are TMC MP Bilawal Bhutto and RJD leader Manoj Jha, both of whom have approached the Apex Court seeking to quash the Commission's June 24th order. Now, they have argued that the revision violates constitutional principles and that it undermines electoral integrity. Well, that is another big story that we are tracking here, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court, as I was mentioning before, has agreed to hear a batch of pleas on July 10th challenging the Election Commission of India's move to conduct a special intensive revision. I am being joined by my colleague Prakash on this bulletin. Prakash, what are the key arguments that the petitioners are looking to present, and what potential implications could the SC's decision on the electoral process could be on Bihar?
Well, this petition has been challenged by Manoj Jha, Rajya Sabha MP from the RJD, and Kapil Sibal, a senior advocate, would be arguing the case. And we believe that the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the case on 10th of this month regarding the special intensive revision of the voter list, which pertains to because many people have moved out because of urbanization. There are many young voters who have to be enrolled, and also illegal immigrants who have become a part of the voter list by forging Aadhaar card as well. So it's a part of the election drive, electoral drive in Bihar, and that is what the RJD is contesting, that till last year the elections were held on the same voter list and the same pattern. Why this drive is being carried out at this point in time when the elections are round the corner? One, is it an effort to eliminate certain section of the society to win elections by the BJP? Tejasvi Yadav and RJD is alleging that this drive is being done to weed out specifically the EBC, the OBC and the minority voters. That's they are alleging. Now, whereas the Election Commission has made a statement that people should not go on any rumors, the special intensive drive would continue, and as a matter of fact, it's a part of the voter revision list ahead of the assembly elections in Bihar. So reactions and counter-reactions coming in. The RJD and the Congress has called for a Bihar Bandh on 9th of July this month. Expected, Rahul Gandhi is also expected to come and participate in this Bandh. Back to you.
Well, thank you for getting us those updates, Prakash. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, shifting our focus to the states of North. Now, many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall. The Indian Meteorological Department has in fact issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 3 days. In fact, a motor bridge on the Barsir Badhanatal motor road in Rudraprayag was washed out, due to which many a dozen villages in the Bangar area were completely cut off. Here's more on the story.
Uttarakhand has been hit by torrential rainfall. Heavy rainfall is on the forecast for Uttarkashi, Tehri, Bagheshwar, Dehradun and Rudraprayag. The India Meteorological Department has issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 4 days on Sunday. Earlier in the week, the Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points between Silai Band and Ojri, severely affecting local travel and pilgrimage traffic. According to Uttarkashi police, it will take time to restore the route. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has conducted an aerial survey of the disaster-affected area. Travel has also been affected in Rudraprayag due to a motor bridge on the Barsir-Badhani-Tal motor road being washed out. Rainfall is also being experienced in other parts of India, including Delhi. A red alert has been issued in Pune. Fishermen have also been advised not to venture into the sea along and off the coasts of Konkan, Goa, Gujarat and North Karnataka.
Moving on to another breaking story that we are tracking. YouTuber Jodi Malhotra, who is lodged in Hisar jail on charges of spying for Pakistan, was produced in the Hisar court. In fact, Jodi appeared in the court through video conferencing. Jodi had been sent to jail in judicial custody for 14 days until July 21st. In fact, the espionage accused Jodi Malhotra was arrested by the Hisar police from her house on May 16th. This is another big breaking news that we are tracking. And remember, viewers, this comes right after we broke the news where the Kerala government, turns out that Jodi Malhotra was in fact Kerala government's guest in a campaign to promote tourism and visit the southern state during its influencer outreach initiative. And now, in fact, a query under RTI has revealed that Kerala government funded the trip to 41 influencers, including Jodi Malhotra. I'm being joined by Lalit. Lalit, we are coming to know that Jodi has in fact now been produced in a video conferencing in front of the court, in front of the Hisar court. What more are you picking up on this?
Jodi Malhotra has been arrested on the charges of espionage on May 16 and was arrested from her house in Hisar. Today, she was once again produced in the Hisar district court through video conferencing from where she has been sent to 14 days judicial custody till July 21st. Right now, the police is trying to establish the links as what sort of sensitive information she has leaked to the enemy country, Pakistan, and the thing she has been doing from the past couple of months. So it's a very important update regarding that once again she has been sent to 14 days judicial custody till July 21st. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Lalit, for getting us those updates. Now, moving on to some other stories that we are tracking from across Bharat in 5 minutes. A massive fire broke out at the godown inside a truck parking area of Navi Mumbai of Maharashtra. Firefighting at godown, which is located near the Agricultural Produce Market Committee, is now underway. Several vehicles, mostly trucks and tempos, have been destroyed in the fire. Trucks belonging to Kashmiri transporters were also destroyed. A massive fire has also erupted at a paper factory in Ghaziabad of Uttar Pradesh early this morning. Fire engines have reached the spot and efforts to control the blaze are underway. No casualties or injuries have been reported from the site of incident. Devotees attending the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir have been given radio frequency identification cards. Now, these cards will be used to track the movement of pilgrims during the ongoing Yatra. Ramban District Informatics Center has set up several card distribution counters manned by trained computer operators at Yatri Niwas and Langar sites.
हमारे आईडी ऑलरेडी चंडीगढ़ से बन चुके थे। यहाँ हम लोग RFID अपनी बनवाने के लिए आए हैं और इससे हमें बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट है। बहुत अच्छी तरीके से दे आर हेल्पिंग अस एंड इसके हमारी कहीं भी लोकेशन है हम लोग उस RFID कार्ड के थ्रू लोकेट कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा कदम उठाया है सरकार ने हमारी सेफ्टी के लिए।
A woman and two youngsters were killed in a clash and firing between two groups in Dumrawan village in Bihar. A fighting broke out among the children of two neighboring families which turned violent when both the sides started firing. A 22-year-old Anu Kumari and 24-year-old Himanshu Kumar sustained gunshot wounds to their heads and were rushed to Model Hospital in Bihar Sharif. Now, the doctors have declared them dead on arrival. The victim's family then staged a protest at the hospital gate. DSP Ram Dullar Prasad stated that 5 to 6 people have been arrested. Raids are currently being conducted to nab others. Devotees in large number have gathered to witness the consecration ceremony called Kumbhakesham taking place in Tiruchendur of Tamil Nadu. The consecration ceremony began with a puja which took place on July 1st in the temple. The event today happened between 6:15 a.m. to 6:50 a.m. The previous Kumbhabheshekam was held 16 years ago in 2009. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav will be heading to Punjab's Ludhiana today. He shared that ever since India's government was formed, new employment opportunities, especially for the youth, have been continuously emerging in Madhya Pradesh. He said that efforts are underway to promote industries in state, particularly crop-based industries, so that crops receive fair price. Industries for dairy products are also being established. He stated that he earlier visited Surat and Bengaluru and now will be revisiting Ludhiana for this very purpose. Many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall, due to which the India Meteorological Department has issued an alert on the state in the next 3 days. In fact, heavy rainfall in Rudraprayag and adjacent areas of Uttarakhand have increased the water flow in Alaknanda River. The river is still flowing below the danger mark. A motor bridge on the Barsir-Badhanital motor road in Rudraprayag has been washed out, due to which many a dozen villages in Bangar area have been completely cut off. Earlier this week, the Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points. Uttarkashi police has shared that it will take the time to restore the route. 17 villagers in Chhattisgarh's Dhukupatra village were trapped in the floods. They had gone to the area to do agricultural work. All 17 villagers have now been rescued. A rescue operation was conducted by a joint team throughout the night. Under the direction of Collector Ajit Vasant, the team of Revenue Department, Pali Police Station, District Disaster Management, Nagar Sena and the State Disaster Team conducted a joint rescue operation. Shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in. Searches have been launched by Joint Security Force in Surankot area of Poonch. Searches in Shangla and nearby areas of Surankot since early morning have been going on. In fact, forests of Surankot are being combed thoroughly by the forces ahead of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra, which is starting on the 27th of July. These searches, ladies and gentlemen, were launched a day after there was a huge recovery. A huge consignment of explosives and ammunitions was recovered from the Surankot area. Jammu and Kashmir police, along with Indian Army, is in fact conducting these searches in the area. Let's cut straight across to Gursimran, who joins me live on this edition. Gursimran, we are coming to know that there is a search operation that is being conducted by Joint Security Forces in the Surankot area of Poonch, and this comes right after the forces recovered a huge consignment. Tell us more.
Yes, right ahead of the start of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra that is going to start from 27th of this month. The security has been beefed up all across from Jammu to the Poonch district in the Mandi area where the revered Yatra is to take place. But ahead of that, a massive search operation has been launched in the Surankot area. This is in the Shangland, the nearby areas where the search operations are continuing. We are told that early this morning the operations have been started by the SOG Poonch along with the Poonch police and the Indian army that has been deployed there, including the Rashtra Rifles, the hinterland deployment that is there. It is based on some specific intelligence input with regards to the movement of terrorists, because there has been a terror hideout that was busted in this very area of Surankot. It is day before yesterday, when the forces recovered 3 grenades along with a large cache of ammunition that was dumped there by the terrorists to carry out some terror strike in days to come. But after getting the intelligence input, Jammu and Kashmir police acted, and along with the Indian army, they recovered this consignment of explosive and ammunition from this very area. And as we speak, the large-scale search operations are underway in the area. We are being told that in days to come, these operations will intensify, and the woods of Surankot will be thoroughly searched by the forces to rule out any possibility of terrorists being able to carry out any untoward incident when the Buddha Amarnath Yatra will start on 27th of this month.
Well, thank you, Gursimran, for getting us those updates. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, PM Modi addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. Another story that we are tracking, US President Donald Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are quote-unquote anti-American. We'll get you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks, and he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy, and he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation.
President Donald Trump is firing back at Elon Musk's surprise new political move, the launch of the America Party. Trump calls it ridiculous and wants it that it could fracture the Republican Party. Take a look at this report.
US President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous. What's your key back? Golden key back from Elon. Go ahead. What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now, can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
Shifting our focus to some other stories that we are tracking. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
To ensure safe and efficient tracking of the devotees at the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, RFID or radio frequency identification cards are now being issued to all pilgrims. The card, which allows the authorities to register where pilgrims move along the pilgrimage paths. The Ramban district multiple distribution counters have been set up at Yatri Niwas and Langar sites at Chander Kot, manned by trained operators. With record pilgrim turnout amid chants of Bhole Baba Ki Jai, these tech tools are proving vital for managing one of the most intense yatras in the recent years. After 16 years, the sacred Kumbhabhishekam of the Tiruchendur Murugan temple is being held today on July 7th. As one of Lord Murugan's six holy abodes, the temple has seen major renovations. Devotees from across India are witnessing the spiritually significant moment, guided by traditional rituals and Vedic chants. IMD has issued an orange alert in 4 Uttarakhand districts amid heavy rain forecasts. Landslides and flooding risks remain high in Rudraprayag, Tehri, Bageshwar and Dehradun. SDRF teams are on standby and residents are urged to remain cautious. Time to slip into a short break. On the other side, former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Toiba Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as a coincidence-building measure. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Pasya to India from the US. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. In fact, we will be telling you about BRICS summit and the warning that has been given by Donald Trump and the saga over Dalai Lama as far as Tibet is concerned. But first, as always, the headlines.
All the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation that was very well captured in that.
Prime Minister addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct or indirect support to terrorism. US President Donald Trump has warned of additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are, as he quoted, anti-American. Former Pakistan Foreign Minister has said in an interview that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of LET Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. YouTuber Jodi Malhotra, who was in fact sent to judicial custody by the court in the espionage case. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Pasya to India from the United States. We have a breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. A suspicious boat was spotted around 2 a.m. in the Korla Sea area near Ravanda in Maharashtra's Raigad district is what we are learning. Approximately 3 nautical miles from the coast, and eyewitnesses have reported seeing a light-like object from the vessel. Local police has launched a search operation through the night, later joined by the Coast Guard, but no trace of any boat has or any related activity has been found so far. But what we're learning as far as this case is concerned is that a suspicious boat was spotted around 2 a.m. last night, approximately 3 nautical miles away from the coast. And this area that we're talking about is Maharashtra's Raigad district. Eyewitnesses said that there was a light-like object that was coming out from the vessel that was spotted near that. And after that, the police launched a search operation in that area, which was later joined by the Coast Guard as well. Let me go across to my colleague Satyaprakash, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Satyaprakash, give us more details about this suspicious boat that was seen as far as Maharashtra is concerned. What is the police saying now?
देखिए अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है, लेकिन बीती रात की घटना है जब 2 बजे तकरीबन जो अलीबाग के बीच पे रहने वाले लोकल लोगों ने पुलिस को सूचना दी कि एक संदिग्ध बोट है जो कि लाइट जल रहा है और बीच के करीब आ रही है। उसके बाद पुलिस वहां पहुंची और सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू किया। जैसे ही पुलिस वहां पहुंची उसके बाद वो बोट गायब हो गया। उसके बाद जो अलीबाग पूरा इलाका है उस इलाके में देर रात अलीबाग पुलिस सर्च ऑपरेशन करती रही, सुबह भी सर्च ऑपरेशन करती रही। इसके अलावा सुबह जो है कोस्ट गार्ड की मदद से समुद्र के अंदर भी जाएगा, लेकिन अभी तक बोट का कुछ नहीं पता चल पाया है। पुलिस कहना है कि हम लगातार जांच कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह से जो लोकल लोगों ने सूचना दी उसके आधार पर जो अलीबाग इलाका है वहां भी नाकेबंदी करके जांच किया जा रहा है, तलाश किया जा रहा है कि जो बोट आई थी किसकी बोट थी, इससे सारी जानकारी लिया जा रहा है। लेकिन फिलहाल कुछ पता नहीं चल पाया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से लोकल लोगों का कहना है कि मछुआरे को बोट अंदर जाती नहीं, क्योंकि बारिश का मौसम चल रहा है, मछुआरे अंदर अपनी बोट लेकर जाते नहीं, तो आखिर बोट आई किसकी बोट आई, तो इसकी तलाशी इसका जाँच किया जा रहा है। जो कोस्ट गार्ड है, कोस्ट गार्ड का भी मदद लिया गया है। अलीबाग पुलिस भी इस मामले को लेकर जांच करे, लेकिन अभी तक कोई संदिग्ध बोट नहीं मिला है। जी,
Absolutely suspicious boat. What we're learning was spotted there. सत्यप्रकाश, और आप हमें बता सकते हैं, आपने वहां पे लोकल से बात की होगी, क्योंकि पता चल रहा है कि आई विटनेसेस ने देखा था एक वेसल से लाइट निकल रही है। ऐसा कुछ आपको किसी आई विटनेस ने बताया है?
देखिए लोकल लोगों ने ही पुलिस को सूचना दी थी कि तकरीबन 2 बजे रात को ये सूचना दी कि यहाँ पर जो समुद्र अलीबाग का जो बीच है वहाँ समुद्र के किनारे लगभग 5 किलोमीटर अंदर कहीं न कहीं जो बताया गया लोकल लोगों द्वारा कि उन्होंने कहा कि अंदर जो है एक बोट है और उसमें लाइट जल रही है और ये बोट जो है मछुआरों की नहीं है। इसके बाद पुलिस की टीम पहुँची, लेकिन जब पुलिस की टीम पहुँची तो वहाँ पर जो बोट था मौजूद नहीं था। इसके बाद तुरंत ही कोस्ट गार्ड को भी सूचना दिया गया, कोस्ट गार्ड की भी टीम आई और आज सुबह भी सर्च ऑपरेशन किया गया, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं अभी तक बोट जो संदिग्ध बोट की जो लोकल लोगों ने जानकारी दी थी उसका कुछ पता नहीं चल पा रहा है। फिलहाल जो अलीबाग की जो पुलिस है उनका कहना है कि जो लोकल इलाका है वहाँ पे भी तलाश किया जा रहा है, जो समुद्री इलाका है वहाँ भी तलाशी किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चल पाया है।
Absolutely. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the national capital in a continued crackdown on illegal nationals here. The Delhi police has deported 29 individuals in June 2025 for residing in India without any valid visas whatsoever. Among those deported were 18 Bangladeshis, 4 nationals from Ivory Coast, 3 from Nigeria, 2 from Liberia, and 1 each from Tanzania and Benin is what we're learning. So the crackdown on Bangladeshi nationals continues here in the national capital. In fact, in the last 2 months, we have been seeing Delhi police going door to door, checking the Aadhaar cards and other valid documents. And after finding that they don't have it, all these Bangladeshi nationals were deported to their countries. In fact, my colleague Akhil joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Akhil, you've been tracking this story very closely. Give us more details about the 18 Bangladeshi nationals that we are learning they have been deported. Give us more details about the particulars of those nationals.
Well, absolutely. If you see, Akanksha, in this case, what we have seen that the Dwarka police district team has detained 18 Bangladeshi nationals, and now the process of deportation has already begun through the FRRO. And right now, you just see not only the Dwarka district, apart from that, if you talk about the southwest district, what we have seen that the 14 Bangladeshis have been detained last week itself. And if you talk about the southeast district, which comes under the Lajpat Nagar and Kalindi Kunj area, from that belt of Kalindi Kunj area also, there was 6 to 7 Bangladeshi nationals who have been detained earlier by the Delhi police team. And in a latest operation, what we have seen in the southwest district, where 14 Bangladeshi nationals have been detained, and then through the FRR process, they have been sent back. And what we have been seeing that this has been a constant development by the Delhi police team, because earlier what we have seen that the Union Home Ministry has given a guidelines, and based on that mandate, Delhi police team has been doing such operations local-wise across 15 districts of the Delhi police. Back to you.
On the illegal Bangladeshis continues not just in the national capital but all across the nation. Keep tracking those details, Akhil. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Kerala, we'll tell you about Jodi Malhotra. Remember, she's the travel blogger who was arrested from Haryana Sirsa on the espionage charges. What we're learning is that she was in Kerala's government guest in a campaign to promote the tourism, and she visited the southern state during its influencer outreach initiative. According to a report, a query was filed under the Right to Information, that is RTI Act, that has now revealed that Kerala government funded the trip of 41 influencers chosen to promote the southern state as the global tourist destination. And Jodi Malhotra, that you can see on the screen, was part of the influencers who went to Kerala on that trip that was funded by the Kerala government. Now, BJP has hit out at the Kerala government. Listen in to what are the reactions that have come in.
The cat is out of the bag. The Kerala government, the left government of Pinarayi Vijayan, was the one which sponsored, patronized and invited Pakistani spy YouTube content creator Jodi Malhotra. It is now in black and white, and RTI reply has shown this. This means that the Kerala government was busy inviting such anti-India elements, paying for them at the cost of taxpayer money. And this is a department, a ministry headed by no less than the son-in-law of the Chief Minister of Kerala. That means the son-in-law of Chief Minister of Kerala does not mind platforming, giving accommodation, giving state guest relations and state guest services to Pakistani spies. But they have a problem with Bharat Mata. They don't mind eulogizing Hamas. They don't mind crying for Naxals. They don't mind giving namaz-e-janaza to terrorists. And they don't mind rolling out a red carpet for Pakistani spies. But they have problem with Bharat Mata. This shows the priorities of the Kerala government. They are hand in glove with elements that are anti-India. They go and bat for PFI. They go and bat for elements that are anti-India. And they roll out a red carpet for the likes of Jodi Malhotra, a Pakistani spy. The son-in-law of the Chief Minister is directly responsible for this. It shows that there is some kind of nexus or forces that promote, patronize and support such anti-India elements. Should the Kerala government Mr. Chief Minister, not sack the minister, the tourism minister, or will he just protect him because he's the son-in-law of the Chief Minister?
Now shifting our focus, remember the Dalai Lama had laid out a plan about his successor. It could be a boy or a girl, and in fact the trust would be assigning who would be the next Dalai Lama. But now the Chinese ambassador to India has reiterated China's position on Dalai Lama's reincarnation, saying that it is inherently an internal affair of China. He further went on to dismiss the recent comments by Indian officials and made it quite clear that only the Chinese government has the authority to manage and approve the successor, warning that no external interference will be tolerated. A direct rebuke to Dalai Lama's reaffirmation that his reincarnation will be decided by the trust that was founded by him outside of China is what we are learning. In fact, this is a statement that has come from Chinese ambassador to India. In fact, let me go across to our guest, Sering Tarchin, who's a Tibetan activist. So how do you look at the statement that has coming from China, that this is their internal affair and that nobody has a say as far as selecting the next Dalai Lama is concerned? But Dalai Lama has started out the plan that the decision will only be taken by the trust that was founded by him in 2015. Your first reaction to this?
Good afternoon from Dharamshala. This is kind of very routine and repeated, only the version of Chinese that statement. But first, we have to know that Chinese, that Communist Party itself is atheist. Then India's Minister Kiran Rijiju very clearly stated that the Dalai Lama's succession is a matter of those who follow Tibetan Buddhism. So there is nothing to, what should we say, interfere from Chinese side. If they are believing in the reincarnation and all these things, first, please find your own Mao Zedong's reincarnation and then Deng Xiaoping's reincarnation, and then you may go to find Jiang Zemin's reincarnation. So Chinese government doesn't have any authority to interfere in His Holiness Dalai Lama's succession. His Holiness in the statement very clearly mentioned that his successor will be determined by his trust, the Gandhi Podang, one and only Gandhi Podang. There is nothing to interfere from any government or non-government organizations interference.
Absolutely. And how do you see India's involvement in this? Because time and again, India has also said that it should be the decision of Dalai Lama who could be the next successor. So how do you see that involvement of India in this entire matter?
India has taken the right position because, the religion and the belief is a matter of their personal, their freedom of religion. So this shows how India is respecting to the freedom of religion. So the Chinese government itself doesn't believe the religion. But, if you look carefully, that religion matter is nothing. If you interfere too much from political point of view, it will bring more kind of disaster and a negative result in the future. So Chinese government have to think beyond politics. They are only thinking about, petty politics, So we have to, I urge Chinese government to go beyond that petty politics, about the larger global, humanity and the peace of the world.
So you're calling it a petty politics. In fact, the leaders and Tibetan activists have been saying that China has no say as far as the reincarnation is concerned. Thank you so much for all the details and for speaking to Republic TV. Now let's take you to the United States. President Donald Trump is fighting back at Elon Musk's surprise new America party. He has said that the idea is completely ridiculous. Have a look at this.
US President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Elon Musk starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
What's your feedback? Golden key back from Elon.
Go ahead.
What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now, can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
Now shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, and we have a breaking news coming in for you. Clashes have erupted during the Muharram procession in Lakhimpur Kheri, which is already a very sensitive area in Uttar Pradesh, and not just in Lakhimpur, but different other areas of Uttar Pradesh as well. Listen in.
ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हम पटाखे कभी नहीं देखते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने, हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको।
हाँ,
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर फेंकने लगे।
घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा? योगी जी से कहिएगा।
हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
एफआईआर कराई है? एफआईआर आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने एफआईआर कराई है? क्या एफआईआर में मांग?
एफआईआर में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए, हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
आप बताएं क्या कह रहे हैं? पूर्व नियोजित
ऐसा है, ये सब साजिशन हुआ है, पूर्व नियोजित हुआ है। दरअसल कल की घटना जो थी वो हमारे यहाँ जो प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब है, कभी मुहर्रम के जुलूस में नहीं आते थे, लेकिन इस बार जो है वो अपने दल बल के साथ आए और जैसे वो यहाँ पे पहुँचे।
आप जरा आगे भी बढ़ते रहिए, अपनी बात बताइए, मुझे ये पाउडर समझाइए क्या है ये पाउडर?
वो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि एक सफेद कलर का पाउडर है, उसको कलर कह सकते हैं, जो भी हो। तो वो जैसे यहाँ वो पहुँचे वैसे पाउडर यहाँ फेंका गया घरों के ऊपर। जब पंकज अवस्थी इन्होंने मना किया कि पाउडर मेरे घर पे क्यों फेंक रहे हो, आप अपने जुलूस में फेंको, तो इनको उनके ही मुंशी तालिब ने, प्रधान के मुंशी जो अब्दुल हसीब है, तालिब और जाहिद नाम के 2 व्यक्तियों ने पकड़ के मारना चालू कर दिया। और इसके बाद बाकी अज्ञात लोग हैं और बाकी लोगों ने फिर ईंट पत्थर यहाँ भी फेंका और 2-3 और हिंदू घर हैं, करीब 4 घरों को निशाना बनाया।
सुरक्षा के लिए डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
नहीं, डर तो बाबा जी की सरकार है, नहीं लग रहा है, लेकिन ये जरूर चाहेंगे कि ऐसे लोगों पे कंट्रोल किया जाए जो राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने के लिए हिंदू मुस्लिम कराना चाहते हैं।
किसको कह रहे हैं आप? राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने वाले कौन लोग हैं? किससे जुड़े?
मैं गांव के प्रधान को कह रहा हूं, अब्दुल हसीब को कह रहा हूं, जो उनकी मौजूदगी में हुआ। उनके मुंशी द्वारा पहले हाथापाई की गई हमारे पंकज अवस्थी के साथ।
क्या मंशा है? अच्छा पंकज, आप बताइए, आप ही के संग सब कुछ शुरू हुआ इस गांव में, बच्चे और भी थे, घरों में छिपे हुए थे, क्या स्थिति थी? डर गए थे सब लोग?
सब डर गए थे, जो छोटे बच्चे थे वो सबको हमने अंदर किया। हमने कहा लग जाए किसी के, कुछ भी हो सकता है। और जब हम सभी लोगों ने जितना भी कोशिश किया कि कुछ ना हो, इतने साल से हो रहा है, हम लोगों को कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, लेकिन इन लोगों के द्वारा अराजकता की गई है, जिसकी वजह से यह प्रॉब्लम हम लोगों के आगे आई है। और इसमें प्रशासन की पूरी लापरवाही रही है। अगर जो लापरवाही ना होती, वही 5 मिनट, उसके बाद 5 मिनट बाद ताजिया तुरंत चले गए, कोई देर नहीं लगी।
तो पत्थरबाजी कर रहे थे तो क्या नारे लगा रहे थे? आप लोग को चैलेंज दे रहे थे? कुछ विरोध?
चैलेंज क्या, आप सभी लोग वही कर रहे थे, गालियां दे रहे थे हम लोगों को। गाने बजा रहे थे वही मुस्लिम वाला, डीजे वाला तेज, और बाकी वो लोग गालियां भी हमको दे रहे थे, गाली गंदी। अल्लाह अकबर करके, हमको गालियां भी गंदी गंदी दे रहे थे वो सब लोग।
तो अब छोटे बच्चे मैं देख रहा हूँ घर के बाहर निकले हुए हैं। कल जब घटना घटी थी उसके बाद क्या किया आप लोगों ने? सुरक्षा के लिए पहले कुछ किया कि पुलिस प्रशासन के?
मैंने पुलिस वाले आ गए, सीओ साहब आगे आए उसमें, तो उन्होंने फिर दौड़ाया, तो भागे लोग, तो फिर बाद में ताजिया लेके तुम चले गए, मतलब पत्थरबाजी होने के बाद फिर चले गए।
तो देखिए पत्थरबाजी की कहानी बता रहे हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल घटना घटी है, ईंटें पत्थर गुम में सब बिखरे हुए हैं इस हिस्से में, घर के आंगन में, घर की छतों पर और आसपास के 4-5 घरों पर डरे सहमे तमाम ये लोग, और अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ को लेकर तो कॉन्फिडेंट हैं। हम तस्वीरें फिर एक बार आपको दिखा रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही जाइए टूटा हुआ टीन भी आपको दिखाते हैं, कैसे जब हमला किया गया तमाम लोग एक जगह अपनी सुरक्षा के एहतियातन इकट्ठे होकर बैठे हैं, और गुम्मेबाजी जब लगातार की गई, पत्थरबाजी की गई, तो किस तरीके से देखिए टीन, छत की टीन टूटी हुई दिखाई दे रही है। छत की टीन पर हमला हुआ, बड़े बड़े पत्थर जब यहां पर गिरे तो ये टीनें भी टूट गई, और इसके साथ ही जो हमलावर थे वो नारेबाजी कर कर अपनी तरफ से प्रवोक करने की कोशिश करते रहे। आप लोग क्या, जब ये सब हो रहा था, क्या आप लोग क्या प्लान करके बैठे थे? लग रहा था ये होगा?
हम लोग ये सोचे ही नहीं था, अगर जो ये सोचे होते तो बात अलग होती। हम लोगों ने कोई लड़ाई की मंशा हम लोगों की थी ही नहीं। हम तो मना करने गए थे कि हमारे घर पे मत फेंको, हम लोग आराम से बैठे हैं, आपका ना ही ये रूट है, आपका रूट वो है, तो यहाँ फेंकने क्या मतलब?
पुरानी साजिश बोले संयम बरता, अगर संयम न बरता होता तो वास्तव में बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो जाती, लेकिन हम लोग संयमित रहे, अपने घरों में रहे, और प्रशासन से बात करी, फिर एसडीएम और सीओ साहब मौके पे आए, और फिर मामला उन्होंने शांत कराया पूरी तरीके से।
हाँ। अब आप क्या चाहते हैं उनके संग क्या हो?
नहीं, मैं ये चाहता हूं कि जिन्होंने ऐसा कृत्य किया है उनके साथ सख्त से सख्त कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
उनकी हिम्मत ना हो,
दोबारा कोई ऐसा जो है यहाँ पे ना हो, क्योंकि हम लोग काफी कम संख्या में हैं और उनकी आबादी ज्यादा है। ये दिन ऐसा विवाद होता है, तो हम लोग ये चाहते हैं प्रशासन से भी और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी कि आगे चल के ऐसी कोई घटना ना हो।
पटाखे भी दगाए गए,
पटाखा मसाला भर के नहीं दगाते हैं, वो मसाला भर के कई बार दगाए गए, जबकि ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता,
कभी नहीं होता था।
ये लोग लेके आए थे पत्थर वगैरह भी, लोग अपनी गाड़ियों में भर के लेके आए होंगे, तभी तो इतने पत्थर आए, नहीं तो कहाँ से आए इतने पत्थर?
मुख्यमंत्री से
हम तो यही अपील कर रहे हैं, जितने लोग हैं सबको कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो, सबके ऊपर सभी
जेल भेजा जाए, सबको जेल भेजा जाए, हाँ, और तत्काल गिरफ्तारी।
नुकसान हुआ है उसकी भी हमें भरपाई चाहिए। जी, हम जो नुकसान हुआ है, हमारा पैनल टूटा है, टीन टूटी, हमारे घर के पीछे जो 2-3 लोग रहते हैं उनके
हाथापाई में चोट भी लगी है, इनको लगी है, हमको लगी है, और
हमारा ओपनली जैसे टूट फूट
आपको मारा भी है, वही बात बताइए जरा, क्या आप गए तो कैसे मारा, क्या बात?
4-5 लोगों ने, हमने जब इस विरोध किया तो बाजा इतनी तेज बज रहा था, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, तो हम पास जाके जैसे बोलने चले तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से पकड़ लिया।
प्लान करके तो नहीं रखा था?
अब इन लोगों का प्लानिंग ही लग रही है, क्योंकि ऐसा करने का मतलब, हम अगर जो हम लड़ाई करने के मूड से गए होते तो ईंटा पत्थर लेके गए होते, डंडा लेके गए होते, हम खाली हाथ ही गए थे।
खाली हाथ गए थे। देखिए छोटे बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पे, परिजन घरों में इन बच्चों के संग मौजूद थे, और जब हमला होता है बड़े डरे सहमे से ये परिजन, ईंटे पत्थर देखिए किस तरीके से चलाए गए। तो ये जो छोटी सी हिंदू आबादी इस गांव में है, डरी सहमी ये हिंदू आबादी अपने अपने घरों में बच्चों को लेकर सहम गई। पुलिस प्रशासन जब पहुंचा, और तो वहां पर पुलिस प्रशासन की मौजूदगी में मामला तब तो शांत करा लिया गया, लेकिन अभी भी अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर ये डरे सहमे एक जगह पर इकट्ठा होकर मौजूद है। मांग है कि उस व्यक्ति की गिरफ्तारी हो जिसके चलते ये सारा मामला हुआ। रूट पहले से डिसाइडेड था, वो रूट छोड़कर दूसरे रूट से गए, और पत्थरबाजी लगातार की। पत्थरबाजी के चलते घर का सामान टूटा है। घर में जो परिजन मौजूद थे वो भी अंदर जो मौजूद थे वो डरे सहमे थे। किसके, आपके घर पे भी चले क्या?
हमारे घर पे सब पत्थर उत्थर खूब चले।
इनके घर के, हमारे घर के एक और घर है।
हाँ सर, तो हम लोग अपने बचत के लिए घर में घुस गए, और सब छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, तमाम ईंटा उंटा पड़ा है, तो हम लोग फिर भाग गए।
चाहते क्या थे ये लोग, क्या मंशा इनकी थी?
साहब वो चाहते थे, हम लोगों से मतलब इतना नाराज हैं कि हमको ताजिया वहाँ रखने नहीं दिया ब्रह्म बाबा के पास। इस यही इनको मतलब वो है कि जो है सब कहीं हिंदुओं को हम परेशान करेंगे। सब 25
क्या गुस्सा, किस बात का गुस्सा है
इन लोगों को? गुस्सा पता नहीं किस चीज का है कि ये लोग चाहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ धार्मिक स्थल
है, वहाँ पे लोग जबरदस्ती पहले कुछ सालों में ताजिया रख दिए थे, फिर बाद में हम लोगों ने जो है प्रशासन से अपील की यहाँ पे हमारा धार्मिक स्थान यहाँ पे ना रखे जाए, तो वैसा विवाद खत्म हुआ। तो अब ये लोग जहाँ पाते हैं वहाँ पे जो है विवाद बनाते हैं।
यहाँ पे कभी आज से पहले 4-5 साल से इधर निकालते थे, आते थे निकल जाते थे। इस बार 1 से 1.5 घंटे रखे रहे, ना प्रशासन ने कहीं भी कुछ कहा, ना प्रधान जी ने उसको आगे बढ़वाया, किसी ने भी आगे नहीं बढ़वाया।
सरकार में 2013 में ब्रह्म बाबा का स्थान ये है जो अब बैरिकेड हो रहा 2016 से, वहाँ पे ताजिए रखवाए गए थे, उसका हम लोगों ने विरोध किया। फिर 2014 में जो है इसका एक सुलह समझौता हुआ, और तब जाके मामला शांत हुआ। फिर 15 बवाल इन्होंने किया, तब 16 से बैरिकेटिंग होती है उस स्थान पे और फोर्स लगाया जाता है। फोर्स लगाया जाता। अगर कल प्रधान न होते, हम लोगों को मानना है, तो शायद ये बवाल न होता।
चलो हो गया, कट लो।
In fact, that's my colleague reporting from Lakhimpur in Uttar Pradesh, where, as you can see in the visuals as well, the violent clashes took place. In fact, as the eyewitnesses and the locals of the area have mentioned, that this is the first time that such a situation has unfolded in Lakhimpur Kheri during the Muharram procession. Very concerning visuals coming in from UP. In fact, from UP, let's shift our focus to the state of Madhya Pradesh, where clashes were witnessed during the Muharram procession in Shahjahanpur. The incident happened when the procession, in fact, reached Azad Chowk. There was a dispute that took place, which turned into a fight between the two communities. The police had to intervene. The police that was there at the spot, they tried to control the situation. And as you can see on the visuals as well, they rushed people away from the spot and brought the entire situation under control. And these are the visuals, in fact, on your screens that are coming from Shahjahanpur in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And not just in Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, during the Muharram procession, the clashes was also seen in the state of Bihar as well. Very concerning visuals coming in from the three states. But there you can see in Shahjahanpur in MP, violent clashes reported during the Muharram procession. When the procession reached the Azad Chowk, there was a dispute, an argument that led to, in fact, a full-blown fight between the people that were present there at the spot. But thankfully, police was there and they tried to control the situation there. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Satya Vijay, tell us more about what happened there on the spot. Very concerning visuals coming in from MP. We've been telling our viewers about what happened in UP and Bihar as well, but very concerning that this also happened in MP.
या बिल्कुल, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के उज्जैन में मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान बवाल हुआ, पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा। मैं इस समय जो खजूर वाली मस्जिद चौराहा है यहीं पर मौजूद हूं और मैं आपको वो स्पॉट दिखाता हूं। देखिए जो जुलूस है वो इस रूट से आ रहा था, पुलिस ने यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग की हुई थी और जो तय रूट है वो बताया जा रहा है कि इस साइड जाने का था, लेकिन यहाँ बैरिकेडिंग के बाद भी जुलूस में शामिल लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं, जिसके बाद पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ता है। स्थानीय लोगों से भी हमने बात की थी, यहाँ पर सज्जन है, हम उनसे, आप हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़े हुए हैं। ये पुलिस ने लाठीचार्ज क्यों किया? पुलिस का कहना है जो रूट तय था, बैरिकेडिंग थी, इसके बाद भी यहाँ पर भीड़ घुसी।
सर ऐसा एक्चुअली के यहाँ पर सदियों से ही, जब से हम हुए हैं और हमसे पहले भी छोटे तमाम ही शहर के घोड़े हैं वो सभी अंदर इंटर होते हैं। अब वो अपन ने माना पुलिस ने बैरिकेड जो की है वो अंदर नहीं जाना था, ठीक है, वो अंदर भी चले गए। पुलिस ने जो लाठीचार्ज करा इस कदर करा कि उसमें तमाम मासूम छोटे बच्चे भी थे, उनको भी कई के क्रैक हुए हैं, कई को लगी है, हालांकि पुलिस को भी लगी है, मगर वो उसके बाद जो हमारे बड़े साहब है जिनको हम मानते हैं पूछते हैं उनको गिरा दिया गया। उसके बाद फिर हमारे भावनाओं को भी ठेस वगैरह सब कुछ पहुंचा। अब हम किसी से बोल भी नहीं सकते।
आपको ये कम्युनिकेट कर दिया गया था जो आपके बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं कि मीटिंग में तय हुआ है कि रूट ये नहीं रहेगा, ये आप तक जानकारी थी क्या?
ये चीजें जो थी ना, ये बड़े लोगों में बात हुई थी, मीटिंग हुई थी। अब जो छोटे लोग हैं, अब इसमें तमाम सिर्फ एक कमेटी का या कोई एक ऐसा एक मेंबर नहीं होता, इसमें तमाम लोग होते हैं। अब वो कुछ जानते कुछ नहीं जानते हैं, जो जानते थे वो आगे चले गए, जो नहीं जानते थे वो अंदर जाने के लिए, ऐसा भीड़ होती है तो कुछ उसमें मालूम होता नहीं है। ये मैटर था।
स्थानीय लोग हैं, इनका कहना है कि अधिकांश लोगों को नहीं पता था कि इस रूट पर नहीं जाना है। यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग थी और यहाँ इमाम बाड़ा है, और इनका ये भी कहना है कि बरसों से जो इमाम बाड़ा है वहाँ पर जो जुलूस में शामिल घोड़े होते हैं वो वहाँ पर जाते हैं, लेकिन इस बार अगर ये रूट तय हुआ था तो जुलूस में शामिल सभी लोगों को ये मैसेज नहीं था, जिस वजह से लोग इस ओर बढ़े और पुलिस ने रोकने की कोशिश की और उसी दौरान लाठीचार्ज हुआ और उस लाठीचार्ज में कई लोग जख्मी हुए। हालांकि इस पूरे प्रकरण में पुलिस ने 16 लोगों के खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की है, शांति भंग करने का मामला दर्ज किया है। तो ये वो स्पॉट है, ये वो खजूर वाली मस्जिद है और ये वो चौराहा है जहां पर की भगदड़ हुई थी। मैंने पूरा आपको रूट दिखाया कि यहाँ से रूट जो जुलूस है इस दिशा में जाना था, यहाँ पर पुलिस ने बैरिकेडिंग की हुई थी, अभी भी एक बैरिकेड यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है, लेकिन जो लोग जुलूस में शामिल थे उन्हें नहीं पता था कि इस साइड उन्हें नहीं जाना है, इस वजह से ये पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ और यहाँ पर कहना चाहिए कि काफी बवाल हुआ।
As far as this case is concerned, keep tracking those details and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, US President Donald Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRIC policy, which are, as he said, are anti-American. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of LAT Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's
all the members have supported India. They expressed solidarity and strong condemnation in that was very well captured in that.
PM Modi addresses global partners at BRICS summit, talks tough on sanctions against those nations who provide direct and indirect support to terrorism. US President Trump has warned of an additional tariff for countries aligning themselves with any BRICS policies which are anti-American. Former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in an interview said that Islamabad would not oppose the extradition of Lashkar-e-Taiba Chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar as a confidence-building measure. YouTuber Jodi Malhotra accused of espionage sent to 14-day judicial custody by court in Hisar. And US to extradite Khalistani terrorists. Preparations are in full swing to bring gangster-turned-Khalistani terrorist Happy Pasia to India from the United States. Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We're getting some big breaking update coming in for you. Ranga Reddy, District Consumer Commission served notice to Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu, serving as a brand ambassador for a real estate company, Sai Surya Developers. In the complaint filed with the commission, Sai Surya Developers was named as the first respondent. The owner, Satish Chandragupta, as the second respondent, and actor Mahesh Babu, the brand promoter, as a third respondent. The complaint alleged that she had purchased a plot worth 34.8 lakh, but the venture did not have required approvals and they were misled by an advertisement featuring Mahesh Babu. The Consumer Commission has adjourned the case to the 7th of next month. Actor Mahesh Babu has been served a notice. This is by the Consumer Commission in regarding a real estate company. Now, Mahesh Babu is the brand ambassador of this real estate company, Sai Surya Developers, and the complainants are saying that they had purchased a plot worth 34.8 lakhs. But the venture did not have any required approvals and they were misled by an advertisement because the brand ambassador of that real estate company was Mahesh Babu. That is right. The Consumer Commission has issued a notice to the actor. The Consumer Commission has adjourned the case to the 7th of next month now. Back to backup is coming in here on Republic Viewers, where we are learning that Mahesh Babu has been served a notice, legal notice for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh and misleading buyers. We have with us Aneri. Joining us live right now. Let's go to Aneri. Aneri, Consumer Commission issues notice to the actor. They are saying, the complainants say that Mahesh Babu has misled the buyers. Aneri.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. What we are seeing is that the Rangareddy District Court Consumers Commission has served notice to the Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu, and this comes in the backdrop of a complaint that was filed by a doctor where she has alleged that she had purchased a plot, but then that plot did not have any proper documentation and it was a fraud that was done to her. And remember, Mahesh Babu was the promoter, brand ambassador for that very real estate company. And looking at that advertisement of Mahesh Babu, this complainant had purchased a plot worth 34 lakhs and she had given this amount, but then she has been alleging that it is a fraud that happened to her, and that is the reason why Mahesh Babu is said to be the third respondent, because first is the company and then
we see that the owner of the company, and third is Mahesh Babu, who has been served notice by the Consumers Commission of Rangareddy District, where we see that he has also been served notice, and now the matter has been adjourned to the 7th of next month. So we'll have to see what comes out of that. But then yes, what we see is that the Consumers Commission of Rangareddy District has given a notice, have served a notice to Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu, who is a brand ambassador for this very real estate company where he has promoted, and now a complainant has come forward stating that it is a fraud company and they do not have proper documentation, and it is a fraud that happened to her, and that is that she has filed a complaint as well, and now Mahesh Babu has been served a legal notice.
Right, thank you, Neil, if you can those details. Actor Mahesh Babu has been sent a notice. The Consumer Commission issues a notice to the actor. I really have to move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across Uttar Pradesh. Stone pelting has been reported during Muharram in UP's Lakhimpur. Locals allege that a group has specifically targeted some houses and started hurling the stones. So that's what we are seeing right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in right now. Let's put those pictures out for you. On your screens, you will see there's violence in Lakhimpur. Stone pelting has been seen between two groups, and this is coming in during Muharram. That is right. Now, we'll try to connect our reporters in a short while from now. In fact, we have with us Ajay Dubey, who is right there in Lakhimpur. Ajay, I'm just coming across to you right now, and what we understand is that there is some stone pelting, there is some violence being reported, that too during Muharram. If you could just take our viewers through what is happening on the ground as we speak. Yes.
Definitely, right now I am in the Bada Gaon of Lakhimpur, and I will be showing you visuals how they have done this thing. And yesterday there was a tazia happening in this village, and while they were moving from one side of the village to the other side, and they have done stone pelting at a Hindu's house. Right now I will be showing you the visuals. Here we can see various kind of the things they have thrown on the house. It's a Hindu individual's house, and they have done stone pelting, bigger stones, small stones, various kind of stones you can see on the land, on the bed, on the thea of the house, and the owner of the house is with us. चाचा ये बताइए क्या हुआ था कल, क्यों ये लोग ईटा पत्थर चला दिए?
साहब वो ताजिया लेके साहब आ रहे थे, हम लोगों को कोई इतराज नहीं, सब लोग मानते हैं, सब लोग करते हैं, लेकिन साहब उनको पता नहीं क्या किस चीज़ की नाराजगी है, सब हम लोगों को परेशान करने के लिए मतलब बवाल करना चाहते हैं।
क्या और कह रहे थे वो लोग ईटा पत्थर चला रहे थे? तो
हाँ, बस यही कह रहे थे हम जीने नहीं देंगे तुम लोगों को, थोड़े लोग हो इतने लोग हो, और हम सरकार जब तक रहेगी तब तक तो तुम लोग जिंदा हो, फिर इसके बाद में जिंदा नहीं रहने देंगे, यही साहब नारा लगा रहे थे और सब डरा रहे थे।
नहीं, ये हुआ क्यों
ये ऐसा है, साजिशन हुआ है। और इसके अलावा आप इतनी समझ लीजिए कि कितनी दबंगई और कितना वो है कि मतलब इन लोगों ने स्टोरी लगा रखी है, जो पथराव किया उसकी स्टोरी चल रही लोगों के बोर्ड के ऊपर।
This is a very surprising incident. Those who were doing the stone pelting, they have posted their videos on Instagram and sharing that they have done this thing. So it is very surprising. That's what this individual of the village is telling. And ये है कौन अभी गांव में है? गिरफ्तारी हुआ कि
नहीं? गिरफ्तारी अभी किसी की नहीं हुई है। प्रशासन ये कह रहा है कि ताजिया दफन करने के बाद गिरफ्तारी करेंगे, लेकिन हम लोगों की यही डिमांड है कि इनको गिरफ्तार करके जेल भेजा जाए और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जाए, जिससे दोबारा इसी कोई पुनरावृत्ति यहाँ पे ना हो।
अच्छा, सालों साल से ताजिया उठती है, इस बार ऐसा क्या हो गया कि बवाल हुआ? और ईटे के संग संग पाउडर क्या फेंका?
बता रहा हूँ, साजिशन है यहाँ पे। इस बार पहली बार प्रधान जी मौके पे आए अपने दल बल के साथ, और जैसे वो पहुंचे हैं वहाँ पे तभी ये पाउडर फेंका गया।
पाउडर क्या था? क्या पाउडर?
पाउडर सफेद टाइप का पाउडर था, कलर कह सकते हैं, सफेद व्हाइट कलर का, वही फेंक रहे थे। और जब फेंका गया तब जो है पंकज अवस्थी ने मना किया कि हमारे घरों में मत फेंकिए। उसी समय उनको उन्हीं के मुंशी प्रधान अब्दुल हसीब के मुंशी तालिब ने पकड़ लिया, और एक जाहिद लड़का था, दो लोगों ने पकड़ के उसे मारपीट करी और फिर पथराव चालू किया, जो कि 3-4 हिंदू घरों के ऊपर पथराव किया गया है।
This is what he is informing, that yesterday while this tazia was going from one side of the village to the other side, they have started throwing powders first on the Hindu houses, and later on the individual from the Hindu houses went to them and said don't do this, and they started doing stone pelting and started hitting families also. The small children of the family, females, were scared, and they have taken them into the house, and continuous for a longer time period the stone pelting was happening. Later on police reached and they have stopped him, but the villagers, I will be showing you the visuals of villagers, they are scared, they are united together, and they are asking for the justice. They want them all to be arrested. But the surprising part is that the individual who have done this stone pelting, they have posted their Instagram videos, and where they are mentioning that they have done this thing. So this is showing their approach to this incident, and as individuals are telling from the village that police has said that they will do arrest after the process the completion of process. So this is what is happening right now in the village, and people from this village are scared after this incident.
That is right. Okay, we get it. We understand that the police will go ahead and investigate the matter, like you're saying. But I just want a report from you, especially about what is happening right now. Is the situation under control fully right now, Ajay? Is everything peaceful now?
Let me show you the other parts of the visual of this village, and I will tell you the aspect what is happening right now. Is it safe in the village or not? Here I will be showing you more than dozens of individuals are collected in a house, and I will be coming out and I will be showing you what is happening right now in the village. It is totally peaceful. What happened yesterday was got controlled by the police in an hour, and let me show you the route from where it was coming and where it was going. The tazia was coming from that part of the village, and it needed to be moved to this side, but they stopped it there and started throwing powders on Hindus' house. They opposed it, and later on the Muslims, they have started doing stone pelting to the various houses. Started from that part, and they started throwing the stones. You can see stones in this gallery also. There are various stones thrown in this gallery and to the other house also. So right now things are under control, peaceful, and the Hindus are scared for their safety, but things are under control right now in the Bada village of Lakhimpur Kheri.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Ajay, these are exclusive visuals for you from Lakhimpur as violence was reported. The police is investigating the matter, like Ajay is telling us. I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Meeting of the Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Lok Sabha will be held on 8th of July, in which officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry and the DGCA will be present. Now, this is regarding the Air India 171 crash. Will likely be the focal point of this discussion. Meeting of the Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Lok Sabha will be held on 8th of July, viewers, in which officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry and the DGCA will be present. Remember that once this terrible incident had occurred, which kept the nation in shock, the Air India crash, 171 crash, we see that multiple committees have been formed, especially the probe is on right now to investigate the matter. All right, let's move ahead right now because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. 3 miscreants riding a bike through petrol bomb. That is right, at a house here, a town of Jalandhar, and they tried to damage the house. Footage now accessed shows how 3 unknown youths come on a bike and they flee after throwing these bottles filled with petrol. That is right. So we have those pictures. You can see how these people are hurling bottles filled with petrol, and the police has launched an investigation into the matter, getting in a reaction from the BJP on the prevailing law and order situation evolving in Punjab.
पंजाब में कानून व्यवस्था जब से आम आदमी पार्टी आई है ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। एक के बाद एक ग्रेनेड हमले के बाद, लगभग 1 डजन से ज्यादा ग्रेनेड हमले के बाद, अब एक और ऐसा हमला पेट्रोल बम के द्वारा जालंधर में हुआ।
All right, getting some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. We're coming to know some big update. Tabu Rana, during the interrogation by Mumbai Crime Branch, said that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Rana admits that he was in Mumbai during 26/11 in 2008. Rana accepts that he visited the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. Rana says that 26/11 was carried out in collaboration with the ISI. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. This is huge. I repeat, this is huge coming in right now, viewers. Where we see that there has been some confessions which have been made by Tabu Rana during interrogation by the Mumbai Crime Branch, where he has openly admitted, I repeat, openly admitted that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan Army and he was in Mumbai during 26/11 in 2008. I really want to go across to my colleague Akhil, who Tabu Rana was extradited to India and now the interrogation has begun. He has accepted, Akhil, that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan Army. Has made some big confessions. If you could just take our viewers through what we're learning of, Akhil.
Well, absolutely. If you see in this investigation, the NIA has earlier interrogated Tabu Rana, who was basically in collaboration with several other terrorists. The mastermind, David Coleman Headley, he was a close associate of David Coleman Headley. And at this point in time, during the interrogation by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team, he has accepted that he was a trusted agent for Pakistani Army and he had worked in collaboration with the Pakistani agency, that is ISI. So this is a very big revelation made by Tabu Rana in connection with this case that regarding 26/11/2008 incident, in which what we have seen that over 250 people have lost their lives. In this case, Tabu Rana has accepted that he was in touch with several senior Pakistani establishment officials, and apart from that, he was also in touch with the ISI officials.
Akhil, this is. I want to go back to the second point, where many confessions he has made, explosive confessions. Rana said he inspected places like Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus and also very clearly said, believed that the 26/11 attacks were carried out in collaboration with Pakistan's inter-services intelligence. This is huge coming in. He is confessing.
Well, absolutely. If you see, at that point in time when that incident took place, Tahavu Rana not only visited Mumbai, he also recceived several other places in India. Apart from that, the information that we have received at that point in time, that if you see, just go by the NIA charge sheet, in that it was clearly mentioned that Tahavu Rana recceived not only several places across Mumbai. Apart from that, he has visited several places, including Agra as well and Kozhikode as well. These are the two prominent names which has come out in the charge sheet. So right now, the revelation which was made by Tahavu Rana has been confirmed by the NIA sources in connection with the case. And if you see, he also has basically accepted in front of the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team that he was the one who basically went to Rekhi Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminal at that point in time during the month of July and August.
That is right. Back to where is coming in right now, Republic viewers. I just want to give a little background. Because we see that Tahavu Rana was extradited to India early this year. Then he was extradited following the April 4th dismissal of his review petition by the US Supreme Court. So remember, viewers, that the extradition happened after many years of India trying. And we are being joined by a guest right now. I believe we have a Major Samarpal Tur who's joining us right now on Republic TV, and this is huge coming in, Major, because what we see right now is that he's a key accused in the Mumbai 26/11 attacks. He was trying to evade. He was trying to evade being extradited to India because he knew he would be confessing whatever he has confessed right now.
You see, there has been a between Tahavu Rana and David Headley. And in fact, they both studied from the same school in Pakistan. And when he was apprehended, he had admitted to having links with David Headley. And now that it is totally confirmed regarding Tahavu Rana and David Headley having links. So I think with time, ISI will also be named. Probably it has already been named. And I think the repercussions will be borne by the Pakistan government. They will be in a very tight situation as to how to do the firefighting when these confessions come out in public. And as we know, they've started coming out in public. There will be officers, there will be Pakistan government officials' names coming up. And let's see how the world takes the evidence and the statements in which manner, and how Pakistan is penalized on an international stage.
Major, you know, India has been saying this for so many years now, that Rana has links to Pakistan's ISI. India has been saying publicly that they will expose Pakistan's involvement in terror activities, the planning and execution of 26/11. And what Tahavu Rana has confessed right now, that yes, he has links. He has links with Pakistan's army. This is a huge update coming in, Major.
See, as far as it is basically, his actual name is Captain Tahavu Rana. He was from the medical branch of the Pakistan. And he developed some medical health problems when he was posted in Siachen. And after he came to Islamabad for his treatment, after that he deserted the Pakistan military. He deserted the Pakistan military, he went, he settled in Canada, and then the ISI him. And instead of getting after him, they utilized him as a ISI intelligence asset to carry out operations against India on foreign soil. And you see, with time, earlier Pakistan had a very critical role in terms of geopolitics. But after Osama bin Laden was killed on Pakistani soil, and just 5 kilometers away from PMA in Abbottabad, the world is called the bluff of Pakistan, and probably the trust index of Pakistan is plummeted severely. And that is one of the major reasons why most of the G7 countries are now against Pakistan and are taking punitive action against ISI and its wrongdoings on foreign soil as well.
Right. Right. Okay, thank you, Major, for joining us. We also have with us Major General K.K. Sinha joining us right now. Thank you for joining us, Major General. Now, I just want to, we are covering every part of this breaking update. Now, I also want to tell our viewers that Rana has said that he trained with LAT along with David Headley. That is right. He trained with the LAT along with David Headley. And this is very, very important given the fact that India has been talking about this again and again and has said very, very clearly that even if accused like Rana is anywhere, even the other side of the world, they will get him back and they will make him confess. And that is exactly what is happening. Explosive revelations coming in. Major General.
Yeah. Jai Hind and good afternoon. See, Tavur Rana has been extradited from United States of America when the Prime Minister has gone to America long back, and when he has, he has come, now he has revealed. And these revelations are something which is, what India has been saying all around, around the time and throughout, to the world, that Pakistan is a terrorist state and they, train this type of terrorists, especially when 26/11, the mastermind, including the people who actually perpetuated this thing in Indian soil. See, 26/11 has held long back, and there was a major strike by Pakistan, and this exposure and admission that he is the stooge who has been trained by LAT and David Headley's name is coming. David Headley is still there in the United States of America. He has not been extradited. Probably we will get him also, which will further put the nail on the the last nail on the coffin of Pakistan, who has been so badly exposed, especially after the Operation Sindoor, and this revolution has just followed that. See, what is we have to understand that India carried out the strike in Markaz Toiba, which is at which is inside the Pakistan. In that area, this is the training center where this Abu Rana was trained along with the David Headley. So when you join all the things and the dots, you will find how exactly the Pakistan has been doing. And in the complete global clear, India, when they carried out the way in this Markaz, the way the things were, Burrell was giving, where Pakistan Army's people were standing, the generals were standing, and these terrorists, the people who are there, the mastermind, were taking the lead. Burrell was taking place. Put the dots there, and dots now. If you put everything there, I think it's a great day and great revolution and great achievement by India, and hopefully we'll get also David Headley and in due course of time when we further establish the fact for the complete global consumption.
Yes, thank you so much, Major General K.K. Sinha, for joining us here. Thank you, Akhil, for joining us. Tavur Rana admits his role in the Mumbai attacks and says very clearly that yes, he is Pakistan's trusted agent. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We will be right back. Much more coming right up. We'll put a focus on the stories. Clashes reported during religious procession in many states. In Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. And China issues message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世。
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with a tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost American economy. And he has given
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The focus is on the BRICS summit, where the Prime Minister once again spoke tough on terror. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has waged a war on BRICS, saying that all those who align with non-American, anti-American nations will be slapped with 10% tariffs. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Big revelations by Tahawur Rana as he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states. In Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu homes. Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign, reveals RTI. China issues a message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over relationship dispute. Actor Darshan case referenced. Actor Mahesh Babu gets legal notice for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading buyers. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. This as far as Tahir Rana's interrogation is concerned by the Mumbai crime branch, and it seems like Tahir Rana has cracked under pressure and he has said that he was indeed a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Rana has admitted that he was in Mumbai during 26/11 in 2008. Rana also accepted that he visited Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus at the time of the terror attacks in Mumbai. Rana also said that 26/11 was carried out in collaboration with ISI. So this essentially means that Pakistan's public denial of its role in the Mumbai terror attacks has fallen flat. It has time and again denied, but Tahir Rana here has finally cracked. It's a sensational confession to the Mumbai crime branch. Rana has admitted he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan Army. He was right there in Mumbai when the blood-soaked carnage unfolded, and he visited Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, one of the primary attack sites. And more shockingly, he's now exposed that 26/11 attacks were not just a Lashkar plot, they were a direct collaboration with Pakistan's ISI. So the cover is finally blown. The dots connect and Pakistan's hand is out in the open. But how deep does this nexus go is the big question. And will Pakistan continue to deny despite Rana's explosive, sensational admissions? Will Pakistan continue to deny? Akhil is joining us live. Akhil, a very good afternoon to you, Akhil. Tahir Rana has cracked under pressure. He has admitted to the role of ISI in Mumbai terror attacks. Tell us more about what you're tracking.
Well, Deepak, in case if you see right now, he has confessed this during the interrogation by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team. Earlier, what we have seen that the NIA has also interrogated Tahir Rana in connection with the case. And during this very interrogation, he has accepted that he was a very trusted agent for Pakistani establishment and the deep state of Pakistan, including the ISI as well. So at this point in time, during his confession, Tahir Rana has accepted that he was a trusted agent of Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani deep state in connection with the case. Because if you see at that point in time, when that incident took place back then in 2008, 26/11, at that point in time, he was there in the month of July and August. And he recceived several places. And prior to visiting to Mumbai, he also visited Agra and Trivandrum. So that's a very big concern initially when the NIA team was investigating the case, and in that case it was not very clear that what all those places were visited by Tahir Rana, because if you see, it just go by the charge sheet filed by the NIA in connection with the case. What we have seen that Tahir Rana is the prime accused number 2. In this case, David Coleman Headley was the prime accused number 1. So right now the NIA team has established, because the NIA has got the established links. Apart from that, they have also got the email, the confession emails in which the communication was transpired, what actually was communicated between Tahir Rana and David Coleman Headley at that point in time. So those details were with the NIA team, and right now what we are seeing that during the interrogation by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team, Tahir Rana has accepted that he was a trusted agent for the ISI. Active.
Right, Akhil, and it's also important to tell our viewers why this matters, because India's accusation against Pakistan is now backed by Rana's own words. So Pakistan can now not deny their role in the 26/11 attacks, Akhil.
Well, absolutely. If you see, Pakistan has been constantly saying that he has the Pakistani got nothing to do with Tahir Rana. But what we have seen in 9/11 case, if you just see the dreaded terrorist was Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan as well. If you see in this very case, Tahir Rana has got Pakistani links and he has got his origin from Pakistan. And then he basically got the Canadian citizenship. If you talk about David Coleman Headley, he is also of Pakistani origin, and then he got American citizenship. So right now what is happening that the NIA team and the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team is investigating the entire matter, and they have got the details from the horse's mouth, because these were the two key players in this entire case because they were the key players who were part of this entire nefarious plot in which what we have seen that over 165 people lost their lives in the deadly terror attack on 26/11.
Also, Akhil, now Rana's confession could definitely and it will trigger a global diplomatic heat against it like never before, because all these days Pakistan had been publicly denying any role in the 26/11 attacks, but Rana's statement, Rana's admission has now exposed Pakistan's hidden hands.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. If you see initially what we have seen that the NIA team has interrogated on the line of that what was the role Tahavur Rana played during the time of 26/11 incident, and after that what we have seen that the NIA also questioned his link with another terror group which was part of this entire case, which includes the Lashkar-e-Taiba as well. What was his links with Hafiz Saeed in connection with the case, and was he in touch with Hafiz Saeed and other terror elements, other terror agents back in Pakistan? So these links will be established, because right now if you see NIA has been constantly questioning Tahavur Rana regarding those elements as well, and the crucial part, the third part which we are saying regarding the links with the Pakistani deepest state. So right now it has been confirmed by Tahavur Rana to the Mumbai Police Crime Branch team regarding this very incident that he was a very close associate and a trusted agent of the Pakistani deepest state, including the ISI.
Right, Akhil, stay on with me, because we also have our executive editor Shravan Sen also joining us live from the newsroom. Shravan, this clearly goes on to show that Pakistan was involved from day one, and now Pakistan could be named as the main mastermind of the 26/11 attacks.
Well, Pakistan's role in 26/11 was always known. What is essentially happening right now are two important points. One, evidence that is being gathered by the National Investigation Agency following the questioning that was also done by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch. The first thing that has been revealed by Tahavur Rana is his presence in Mumbai during the 26/11 carnage that took place. He has admitted that he was in Mumbai. Now, that raises some very uncomfortable questions about whether at all the investigative agencies were aware that he was there and thereafter he fled from India, and how was that all possible? Now, that remains the unanswered aspect. The second is with regards to the role of the Pakistani military. It turns out that he has admitted before the Mumbai Police Crime Branch that he acted as a military agent of the Pakistani army. In fact, he had opened up an immigration service in Mumbai, and using that, it acted as a cover for David Coleman Headley, who also happens to be the other mastermind of the 26/11 attacks. Remember, it was David Coleman Headley who had carried out the reconnaissance at various locations, not just in Mumbai, but cities like Pune, and information about vital installations that were collected by David Coleman Headley was thereafter given to Tahavur Rana, who subsequently had given all the information to Lashkar-e-Taiba as well as the Pakistani military. The design of 26/11 was actually something that was crafted by none other than the Pakistani army. Today, Tahavur Rana, who was extradited to India on 4th of April, has basically admitted to all of what we are witnessing right now. In the next few days, we are given to understand, perhaps in a few weeks from now, the first charge sheet against Tahavur Rana would also be filed by the National Investigation Agency. There is also a very high possibility that the Mumbai Police Crime Branch could also take custody of Tahavur Rana. That's also expected in the next couple of days. In fact, the reason why Mumbai Police Crime Branch would be taking Tahavur Rana into their custody is because, remember, the first case was registered by them, and the first set of evidence was actually gathered by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch.
Also, Shravan, now will the US hand over more classified files on Rana to India, because more handlers, more sleeper cells and more confessions are on its way?
Well, as far as Tahavur Rana files are concerned, remember what the focus is right now is to whether at all there are some unknown aspects. The unknown aspects are pertaining to the presence of Pakistani military. The second is the presence of other spies in India at that point in time, because remember, this was well designed, well conspired by the Pakistani army itself. The fact of the matter is that this is not just the handiwork of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, but it is the handiwork of the Pakistani army. And these are unknown aspects of 26/11 carnage, and that is the reason why the focus right now on the investigation is with regards to whether at all, apart from Tahawur Rana and David Colbert Headley, was there anyone else who was present in Mumbai when the 26/11 attack took place.
Right, Shawan, thank you for joining us with those details. Now let's move on, viewers, because former Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has asserted that his country had no objection to extraditing terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India as a confidence-building measure. However, Bilawal Bhutto's remark did not go down well with Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed, who claimed that his comments brought disgrace to Pakistan globally. Well, it is a very, very big statement coming in from Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, and this has put Hafiz Saeed and his son Talha Saeed in a very, very uncomfortable position. In fact, let me read out what Bilawal Bhutto exactly said. He said that it's part of a comprehensive dialogue with Pakistan, and terrorism is one of the issues that we discussed. This is what Bilawal Bhutto has said. And along with that, he has also added that as confidence-building measure, he won't oppose the extradition of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar. These are global dreaded terrorists who are seeking shelter in Pakistan, who are operating from Pakistan soil. And now we have Bilawal Bhutto, who has said that Pakistan is ready to extradite Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar as a confidence-building exercise. But it hasn't gone down really well with Talha Saeed, the son of Hafiz Saeed. Let's listen in.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मजम्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफ़िज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है।
Well, that was Talha Saeed, who has expressed his displeasure over Bilawal Bhutto's remarks, and this is an unapologetic stand because Pakistan's former foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has now said that Pakistan is ready to extradite and it won't oppose the extradition of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar, two of the most wanted terrorists. We also have Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Major General. How do you look at Bilawal Bhutto's statement? It has certainly irked Talha Saeed, and Bilawal Bhutto has clearly said that Pakistan will not oppose the extradition. But what took them so long?
What took them so long was they have now been caught with their hands in the till. You know, the simple fact is that Tahawur Rana was a major in the Pakistan Army Medical Corps. He was a part of the military establishment. He has confessed to his guilt that he was here in Mumbai while these attacks were organized, planned, executed. You know, it is the writ of imprimatur of the Pakistani state written all over. Bilawal Bhutto's statement is very, very interesting. But the simple fact is that will this be the stand of the Pakistan government? We've already seen Hafiz Saeed's son throw it back in a very, very rude and insulting manner. So I am not sure who Bilawal Bhutto is speaking for. We'd have to have some official confirmation. If they will go by this, then it is a step forward. It is a major step forward that they are willing to extradite Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar. That will be the way to go.
That's right. Also, Major General, this statement has definitely, irked Talha's side, but many thanks, Major General, for your insights on that. Now let's move on to more breaking news that's coming in. A youth was brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over a relationship dispute. An actor Darshan case is now being reminisced because in a shocking incident in Bengaluru, a youth named Kushal was brutally assaulted by a group of 8 to 10 individuals who stripped him naked, crushed his private parts and recorded the entire assault video. Something very, very similar to what happened in actor Darshan's case, where Renuka was also treated, assaulted and brutalized in a similar manner. And this incident reportedly stemmed from a relationship dispute. Kushal was previously in a 2-year relationship with a girl during his college days, which ended a few months ago. And the girl later became close to another boy, which Kushal allegedly could not accept. He could not fathom this particular fact, and he is said to have sent obscene messages to her, following which the girl, along with her new-found boyfriend and friends, plotted a revenge assault, and the group lured Kushal under the pretext of resolving the issue. And then what happened was nothing less than a filmy-style kidnapping incident, because they kidnapped him, they took him to a very secluded area near a lake and carried out the assault that you can see on your screens. They stripped him and then they assaulted him, and during the attack, one of the accused can also be heard in a video referencing the Renuka Swamy murder case involving actor Darshan, saying that this will end up like that case. The accused also threatened to make the video viral on social media. A case has been registered at the Sola Devanahalli police station. 4 accused, Hemant, Yashwant, Shivshankar and Shashank Gowda, have been arrested. Further investigations are underway. Moving on, viewers, a massive controversy has erupted over Udaipur Files, a film based on the brutal murder of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal in June 2022. And the tailor was beheaded in broad daylight for sharing a social media post in support of the then BJP leader Nupur Sharma. And Jamiat Ulema Hind has moved the Delhi, Maharashtra and Gujarat High Courts demanding a ban on the film. Here's a detailed report.
Upcoming film Udaipur Files has sparked a massive controversy. Jamiat Ulema Hind, the body of Islamic clerics, moved Delhi, Maharashtra and Gujarat High Courts seeking a ban on the film's release. Arshad Madni, the principal of the Darul Uloom Deoband, has opposed the film. The film is based on the killing of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal in June 2022. The elderly tailor was beheaded in broad daylight. One of the assailants, identified as Riaz, attacked Kanhaiya Lal with a sharp weapon, while the other recorded the crime on his mobile phone. According to the PIL filed by the body of clerics, the film can spread communal hatred. Meanwhile, Kanhaiya Lal's family, along with the film's producer, reached Patna Sanatan Mahakumbh, seeking the support of Hindu leader Acharya Dhirendra Shastri against a fatwa issued by the Jamiat.
हम पटना आए हुए हैं धीरेन्द्र शास्त्री जी के कार्यक्रम में, तो क्या मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से इन आतंकवादियों के साथ इनके मौलाना वगैरह सब कुछ खड़े हो जाते हैं, इनका सपोर्ट करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कमलेश तिवारी के केस में भी देवबंद वाले ही इनके वकील हैं, तो जो देश के जो संत लोग हैं, क्या ये हमारा साथ देंगे और क्या उदयपुर फाइल्स का सपोर्ट करेंगे?
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad, meanwhile, has come out in support of the film, labeling the Jamiat's pushback hypocrisy. As the controversy takes center stage, it's now up to the courts to decide the fate of the film.
Viewers, moving on to what's happening between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. US President is firing back at Elon Musk's latest political stunt of floating America party. Donald Trump has called it ridiculous. Here's more.
US President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
third party?
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
What's golden key back? Golden key back from Elon.
Go ahead.
What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now: can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
Moving on, viewers, the terror attack in Pahalgam has found a mention on the global stage. At the BRICS summit in Brazil, Prime Minister Modi has sent out a very, very strong message on Pakistan and its sponsorship of terrorism. Additionally, India is also set to sign a counter-terrorism agreement with Brazil. Here's more. Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly, or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity. There is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign, and this has been revealed in an RTI. Along with that, we'll also tell you about China's message for India.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently.
Getting you the latest coming in. A short while back, Donald Trump made a statement, 10% tariff warning, saying that he will go ahead and slap those tariffs on anyone, especially the BRICS, who is making out and coming out with policies which are anti-American. That is right, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines, big revelation by Tabu Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states. Yesterday in Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu homes. Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign, reveals an RTI. China shows message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case referenced. And Mahesh Babu gets legal notices for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading the buyers. All right, getting you some big breaking is coming in. Tension gripped the Nayatola Mahavir Mandir Chowk area under the Nagar Thana of Katihar, Bihar, after miscreants involved in a Muharram procession have allegedly pelted stones at local residents and the temple, triggering unrest, viewers. In response, District Officer Manish Kumar Meena has ordered strict action against those responsible and assured that no one guilty will be spared. A former Deputy CM and Shah Nagar MLA Tarkeshwar Prasad also appealed to the public to maintain the peace and order, promising firm action against the miscreants to restore normalcy in the area. The pictures coming in, viewers, this is coming in from Bihar, ruckus during a Muharram procession. You can see those pictures as a stone pelting has been reported as local residents are pelting stones, and this is triggering a lot of unrest. We come to know that there is an order there for strict action against those who are responsible for this ruckus. And we have to move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting violent clashes being reported in multiple places, in multiple states, including Uttar Pradesh. So next, we will tell you about this next story where during a Muharram in MP, Shajapur, this time, the incident happened when a procession reached Azad Chowk. So more clashes were reported there. There was allegedly a dispute that took place, which eventually turned into a fight. Now, the police deployed on the spot, took immediate action and brought the situation under control. So this is Shajapur, and these are violent clashes being reported in Muharram in Shajapur and MP. Those pictures coming in, incident is reported once again during a procession. And this procession reached Azad Chowk. Then you can see those pictures coming in. There was allegedly a dispute that took place, which eventually turned into a fight. Okay, the police have been deployed. Satyavijay is joining us. Satyavijay, police deployed on the spot, took immediate action and brought the situation under control. If you could take our viewers what exactly happened and who started it, what the situation is right now, and what do the police suspect, what led to this clash?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश में दो जगह पर विवाद की स्थिति बनी, शाजापुर और उज्जैन। शाजापुर की अगर बात करें तो वहाँ पर मुहर्रम का जो जुलूस निकल रहा था, उसमें उसी समाज के, एक ही समुदाय के, मुस्लिम समुदाय के ही दो पक्षों में विवाद हुआ, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने हालात पर काबू किया। ये जो विवाद है शाजापुर का, वो आपसी कहासुनी से शुरू हुआ और रूट को लेकर हुआ, और उसके बाद मुस्लिम समाज के ही जो दो गुट हैं वो आपस में भिड़ गए। इसके अलावा बात करें उज्जैन की, तो उज्जैन में भी मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा। दरअसल हालात ये हुए कि जो तय रूट था मुहर्रम के जुलूस का, उस तय रूट से हटके जहां पर बैरिकेडिंग की गई थी, उस रूट पर मुहर्रम के जुलूस के लोगों ने जाने की कोशिश करी। हालांकि उन्हें समझाइश दी, समझाइश पर वो जब नहीं माने तो पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा, और इस लाठीचार्ज में वहां पर भगदड़ जैसे हालात बन गए। खजूर वाली मस्जिद इलाका है जहां पर कि ये घटनाक्रम हुआ उज्जैन में, जहां पर कि मुहर्रम के जुलूस से पहले ही मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोगों के साथ बैठक की गई थी। उन्होंने ये माना था कि वो गीतानगर इलाके में नहीं जाएंगे, वहां पर बैरिकेडिंग की गई। इसके बाद भी लोग वहां पर जबरन घुसने की कोशिश करने लगे। हालांकि उनका ये कहना है, मुस्लिम समाज के लोगों का ये कहना है कि वहां पर इमाम बाड़ा है और वहां पर जाना जरूरी होता है, लेकिन जब पहले से ही तय हो चुका था कि उस रूट पर नहीं जाना है, इसीलिए पुलिस ने वहां पर बैरिकेडिंग की थी।
That is right. Thank you for joining us, Satyavijay. Satyavijay joining us live as we keep getting our viewers more updates. We really have to move ahead. Thanks, Satyavijay. I have to tell our viewers about the next story we're getting, and this is stone pelting once again reported during Muharram in UP this time in Lakhimpur. The locals allege that the group specifically targeted some houses and started hurling the stones. Now, the police is investigating this case very, very closely. We are getting those pictures coming across to you as well. As you can clearly see, this is Lakhimpur, stones pelted during Muharram. You can see that this happened during a religious procession. My colleague Ajay Dubey is on the ground and is getting us the ground reality post the clashes which were reported. Let's take a look.
सर, कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में, और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया, ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने लगे।
बाहर चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं, और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटे पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्मे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है। आप यहाँ पर आप बताएं अंकल, क्या किस तरफ से जा रहे थे?
ये इधर इससे जा रहे थे, पीछे से इधर से और ये इधर से पत्थर यहीं से फेंके गए, इधर से वहाँ से।
ये सारा पाउडर भी आपके घर के ऊपर बिखरा हुआ?
ये सर वहाँ तक सब पाउडर फेंका, वो वहाँ से सब पड़ा है सब। और ये पैनल टूट गया, देखो इस पे ईंटा।
क्या नारेबाजी क्या कर रहे थे और उनकी मंशा क्या थी? ये पत्थरबाजी कर क्यों रहे थे?
ये केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम भड़काना चाहते थे।
आप लोग को डराने की कोशिश थी?
ये और यहाँ हमारे घर से ये हिंदुओं का घर केवट का, इनके घर पे पत्थरबाजी, इनकी टीन टूट गई है। और वो वहाँ एक हिंदू का घर, वहाँ भी पत्थरबाजी, वहाँ भी उनके।
हम आपको जरा तस्वीरें एक बार फिर से दिखाते हैं और अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरीके से डराने की कोशिश की गई। कल के दिन इस गांव के हिस्से में ईंटें पत्थर छत पर भी बिखरे हुए हैं। और जरा ऊपर से ही नीचे आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, एक फ्रेम। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं दरवाजे पर इकट्ठा हैं, डरे सहमे ये लोग हैं अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर। और इन ईंटें पत्थरों को देखिए, ये ईंटें पत्थर घर पर जब फेंके गए इस मंशा से फेंके गए कि लोगों को डराया जाए। ये बताइए, सुरक्षा को लेकर डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
बिल्कुल सर, डर तो लगी रहा। जब इस पुलिस की मौजूदगी में ये हुआ है सर, तो डर तो लगी रहा। वो देखो वहाँ दीवार की वो ऊपर
देखिए टीन घर के सामने की दिखा रहे हैं, बाहर की तरफ अंदर की टीनें टूट चुकी हैं। जो पाउडर फेंका गया था, ये पाउडर क्या था और किस मंशा से?
पता नहीं सर क्या था ये पाउडर में, इसमें वहाँ से फेंक रहे। तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में हमारे मत फेंको, अपने उसमें फेंको।
नीचे उतरते हैं, जरा वहां भी चलकर देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि क्या मंशा थी। ये हिंदू आबादी जिस तरफ गांव की रहती है, बेहद डरी हुई ये आबादी है। सीढ़ियों पर भी आप देखेंगे गुम्मे के टुकड़े फैले हुए हैं। और जिस अंदाज में फेंके गए, लड़कों ने खुद अपने वीडियो बनाए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला है। अपना जो हलक दिखाने की कोशिश है, डराने की कोशिश है। घर के बाहर चलते हैं। आप बताइए, घर में मौजूद थी आप जब हमला हुआ?
जी, यहाँ पे थे, बच्चों को लेके। ये बहू ने यहाँ पे खेल रहे थे, जब पत्थर आने लगे तो बहू इधर लेके कमरे में बच्चों को बंद कर दिया।
डर पूरा परिवार डर गया होगा
डर के लिए। और सब सारे लोग बाहर थे, ये हम दोनों लोग।
क्या नारेबाजी कर रहे थे ये लोग?
वो सब वही खेल रहे थे, पाउडर खेल रहे थे। और उधर से
पटाखे दगाने वाली बात आई। आपने कहा कि पटाखे दगा रहे थे, ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हाँ, पटाखे कभी नहीं दगते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे। और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे। ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने। हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको?
हाँ।
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर फेंकने लगे।
घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा? योगी जी से कहिएगा।
हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
FIR कराई है? FIR आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने FIR कराई है? क्या FIR में मांग किया?
FIR में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए। हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
Huge update coming in. It's a big success, viewers. Major success for security forces when a top Maoist commander was gunned down in an encounter in National Park area of Bijapur district. He carried a reward of 8 lakh rupees as bounty. Rifles, explosives and Maoist-related materials were all recovered from the spot. Okay, picture coming in right now, viewers. Top Maoist commander killed. Left-hand side, right-hand side, arms and ammunition which has been recovered. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Bharat is joining us live from Bijapur. Bharat, I'm just coming across to you right now. Top Maoist has now been eliminated, and this is coming in, of course, as Amit Shah had made it very clear, Union Home Minister, that India will be a Maoist-free nation by the year 2026. Yes.
देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस तरीके से बीजापुर जिले के अंतर्गत इंद्रावती एरिया जो इलाका पड़ता है, जो उस इलाके पे माओवादियों की सूचना के तर्ज पे पुलिस के जवानों के द्वारा उस इलाके पे एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन पे निकले थे। लगातार जो ऑपरेशन है वो चल रही थी। इस ऑपरेशन में जो माओवादी हैं जिस इलाके पे तैनात थे, वो पूरा इलाका एक तरीके से नक्सलियों का आरामदायक इलाका भी कहा जाता है। जिस तरीके से देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने जो डेडलाइन तय किया है 31 मार्च यानी 2026 तक माओवाद को समाप्त कर देंगे। चाहे आंधी आए, चाहे तूफान आए, चाहे बारिश हो, या आंधी नाले उफान पर भी होने से भी जो जवान है उनकी जो बुझावा की ताकत है वो उस इलाके पे भी जाएंगे जिस इलाके पे पहुंचना पॉसिबल नहीं होता है। ऐसे में जिसके तर्ज पे ही लगातार बारिश हो रही है, इन बारिश के बावजूद सुरक्षा बल के जो जवान है, STF, DRG और संयुक्त जो बीजापुर की जो बल है वो उस इलाके पे निकले थे जिस इलाके पे माओवादियों की मौजूदगी थी, यानी उनकी आमद थी। जिस तरीके से उस इलाके पे निकले, लगातार जो माओवादी हैं पुलिस को देखते ही फायरिंग करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। बताया ये जा रहा था कि छोटे मोटे नक्सली नहीं, बड़े कैडर के नक्सली, यानी PLG बटालियन नंबर 1 की जो कंपनी होती है उसकी बटालियन के जो माओवादिस्ट हैं उनकी मौजूदगी उस इलाके पे है, जिसकी सूचना पे पुलिस वहां पे निकलती है। पुलिस को देखने के बाद माओवादी जो है वो फायरिंग करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लोकेशन ले लेते हैं, लगातार जो फायरिंग है वो देखने को मिलती है। गोलियों की जो आवाज है, तड़तड़ाहट की जो आवाज है वो इर्द गिर्द के जो गांव है वहां तक आने लगती है। लगातार जिस तरीके से वहां पे हालात देखने को मिल रही थी, बारिश हो रही थी, बारिश होने के बावजूद बस्तर आईजीपी सुंदरराज की अगर बात की जाए वो लगातार पूरे
thank you for getting those details. Yes, absolutely. Top Maoist commander has now been eliminated. He has been killed. We have to move ahead. Thank you so much for joining us there. Thank you so much for joining us. We really have to move ahead. We're getting some breaking news coming in. 3 miscreants riding a bike through petrol bomb at a house. And this is coming in town of Jalandhar and tried to damage the house. Footage is on your screen. What do you see on your screen? Now you can see how these unknown youths are coming on a motorcycle and they are throwing these bottles filled with petrol and then going ahead and running away. Police have launched an investigation into the matter, getting in a reaction also from the BJP on the prevailing law and order situation in Punjab.
पंजाब में कानून व्यवस्था जब से आम आदमी पार्टी आई है ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। एक के बाद एक ग्रेनेड हमले के बाद, लगभग 1 डजन से ज्यादा ग्रेनेड हमले के बाद अब एक और ऐसा हमला पेट्रोल बम के द्वारा जालंधर में हुआ है। लोग आते हैं बाइक पर, बम फेंक कर चले जाते हैं। कानून पुलिस का कोई डर नहीं, क्योंकि कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त है। आम आदमी पार्टी अपनी सत्ता की लालच में मस्त है। केजरीवाल जी की सिक्योरिटी में पुलिस को व्यस्त करके रखा है, इसीलिए जनता की कोई चिंता नहीं। मोहाली में पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर पर आरपीजी हमला होता है, कट्टरपंथियों को खुली छूट दी जाती है, सिद्धू मूसेवाला की दिन दहाड़े हत्या होती है, किडनैपिंग, मर्डर हो रहे हैं, इंटरनेशनल कबड्डी प्लेयर मारा जा रहा है, नशा कारोबारी जो है वो धड़ल्ले से नशा बेच रहे हैं। और कानून व्यवस्था कहाँ पे व्यस्त है? राजनीतिक शत्रुओं के पीछे। और इसीलिए आज पंजाब में जो स्थितियाँ बनी हुई हैं, ये आम आदमी पार्टी की निकम्मेपन की और उनके पुलिस के दुरुपयोग का एक प्रकार से प्रमाण है। भगवंत मान जी नाम के मुख्यमंत्री तो है, परंतु काम दिल्ली से हो रहा है। दिल्ली के आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता सरकार और पुलिस को चला रहे हैं और आज स्थिति बद से बदतर होती जा रही कानून की।
Getting you some more updates coming in next segment. Bharat in 5 minutes. As it started, massive fire broke out at a godown inside a truck parking area in Navi Mumbai of Maharashtra. Firefighting at the godown, which is located near the agricultural produce market, is underway, and several vehicles, trucks, tempos have been destroyed in the fire. Trucks belonging to Kashmiri transporters were also destroyed. Massive fire also erupted at a paper factory in Ghaziabad of Uttar Pradesh early this morning. Fire engines have reached the spot and efforts to control the blaze are underway. No casualties or injuries have been reported from the incident so far. Devotees attending in the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir have been given radio frequency identification cards. These cards will be used to track the movement of pilgrims during the ongoing Yatra. Ramban District Informatics Center has set up many card distribution counters manned by trained computer operators at Yatri Niwas and Langar sites.
हमारे आईडी ऑलरेडी चंडीगढ़ से बन चुके थे। यहाँ हम लोग RFID अपनी बनवाने के लिए आए हैं और इससे हमें बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट है। बहुत अच्छी तरीके से दे आर हेल्पिंग अस एंड इसके हमारी कहीं भी लोकेशन है हम लोग उस RFID कार्ड के थ्रू लोकेट कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा कदम उठाया है सरकार ने हमारी सेफ्टी के लिए।
A woman and 2 youngsters were killed in a clash and firing between the two groups in Bihar in a village. In the Dum Ravan village, a fight broke out among the children of 2 neighboring families which turned violent when both sides started firing. 22-year-old Anu Kumari and 24-year-old Himanshu Kumar sustained gunshot wounds to their heads and were rushed to the Model Hospital in Bihar. And then the doctors declared them dead on arrival. Victims' families then staged a protest at the hospital gate. DSP Ramdullah Prasad stated that 5 to 6 people have been arrested. Raids are currently being conducted to nab the others. Devotees in large numbers have gathered to witness the consecration ceremony taking place in Tamil Nadu, where we see that the consecration ceremony began with the puja, which took place on July 1st in the temple. The event today has happened between 6:15 to 6:50 a.m. The previous ceremony was held 16 years ago in 2009. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav will be heading to Punjab's Ludhiana. He shared that ever since India's government was formed, new employment opportunities, especially for the youth, have been continuously emerging in Madhya Pradesh. He said the efforts are underway to promote industries in the state, particularly crop-based industries, so that crops receive fair prices. Industries for dairy products are also being established. He says that earlier he visited Surat and Bengaluru, and now he will be visiting Ludhiana for this purpose. Many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall, due to which the Indian Met Department has issued an alert in state for the next 3 days. Heavy rainfall in Rudraprayag district and other areas of Uttarakhand have increased the water flow in the river. The river is still flowing below the danger mark. A motor bridge has also been washed out in Rudraprayag, due to which many dozen of villages have been completely cut off. Earlier in the week, Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points. Uttarkashi police have shared it will take time to restore the route. 17 villagers from Chhattisgarh's village were trapped in the floods. They had gone to the area to do agricultural work. All 17 villagers have now been rescued. A rescue operation was conducted by a joint team throughout the night under the direction of Collector Ajit Vasant. The team of the Revenue Department, Pali Police Station, Disaster Management, Nagar Sena and the State Disaster Team conducted a joint rescue operation. Viewers, let's move ahead right now. The top court has agreed to urgently list petitions challenging the Election Commission's decision to carry out a special intensive revision of electoral rules in Bihar. Supreme Court will hear batch of pleas on July 10th. Here's more to the story.
The Supreme Court of India has agreed to hear a batch of petitions against the Election Commission's decision to carry out a special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar, a move that comes just ahead of the assembly elections. The plea was mentioned for urgent hearing before a bench of Justices Sudhanshu Dhulia and Joy Malia Bagchi. The petitions have been filed by political parties like the TMC and the RJD. Both of these parties have raised concerns over the Election Commission's June order, requiring all voters not listed in the 2003 rolls to submit fresh documentation proving their eligibility, marking the beginning of a likely nationwide exercise. Opposition is claiming that the move violates key constitutional rights, including the right to equality, freedom of expression, and the right to vote, as well as election laws like Representation of People's Act. The petitioners fear that the revision drive could arbitrarily remove lakhs of legitimate voters from the rolls without proper notices or process, threatening the fairness of the upcoming election cycle.
Let's move ahead right now. Massive controversy has erupted over Udaipur files. This is a film based on the brutal murder of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal. Okay, let's move ahead right now. We also have other stories we're tracking at this point of time. We'll talk about the BRICS right now. That is right. The Prime Minister Modi has made a very important statement at the BRICS. A terror attack in Pahalgam has found mention on the world stage. At the BRICS summit in Brazil, Prime Minister Modi sent out a strong message to Pakistan on terrorism and said India is all set to sign a counter-terrorism agreement with Brazil. Here's more. Take a look.
Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly or overtly, in both ways it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity, there is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened.
And viewers, President Donald Trump is firing back at Elon Musk's surprise new political move, the launch of the America Party. Trump calls it ridiculous and warns it could fracture the Republican Party. Here's a report.
US President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Elon Musk starting a third party.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
What's golden key back? Golden key back from Elon.
Go ahead.
What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now, can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
And viewers, sports were coming right up. Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by the Kerala government for tourism campaign, reveals an RTI. And viewers, China issues message for India, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School, Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with a tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法。
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines. Big revelation by Tabu Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday in Lakhimpur. Stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. A Pakistani spy, Jodi Malhotra, was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign, reveals RTI. China issues message for India, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case referenced. Mahesh Babu gets legal notice for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading buyers. And we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. China rejects US tariff threat. That is right. China rejects US tariff threat over BRICS alignment. The Chinese government criticized the use of tariffs as a tool of coercion and pressure after US President Trump warned that he could impose an additional 10% tariff on countries that align themselves with the BRICS bloc. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said that BRICS cooperation is open and inclusive and not directed against any nation, and reiterated that China opposes trade wars and arbitrary tariff measures. Comments come after Trump posted on social media sanctions for countries that align themselves with BRICS, which held its 17th Leaders Summit on Sunday in Rio de Janeiro without the physical presence of the presidents of China and Russia. That is right, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in right now. China rejects US tariff threat over BRICS alignment. And remember that this is coming just after Donald Trump, I repeat, Donald Trump had said that anyone who aligns themselves with anti-American statements and policies will be slapped with 10% tariff on nations which side with BRICS. He's warned that the countries which side with the policies of the BRICS alliance that go against US interests will be hit with an extra 10% tariff. Trump has criticized BRICS again and again. Remember, BRICS consists of members like Russia, India, China, which was designed to boost countries' international standing and challenge the US and Western Europe. But what we see right now is that Donald Trump had written on Truth Social, any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. There will be no exception to this policy. Post that, we're coming to know that China has rejected US tariff threat over the BRICS alignment. The Chinese government criticized the use of tariffs as a tool of coercion and pressure after US President Trump warned that he could impose an additional 10% tariff on countries that align themselves with the BRICS bloc. That is right. Back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV. And this is coming in, viewers. This is coming in, viewers, as we see that already a deadline for countries to agree a tariff deal with the US has been set for 9 July, but US officials now say they will begin on 1st of August. Back-to-back is coming in right now, viewers, where we see that Trump says very, very clearly that he will slap 10% tariff on nations that side with the BRICS. I'm being joined by a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, on this. Abhishek, what do you really make out of this statement coming in from Trump and China's reaction? China has rejected the statement of Trump. Okay, we'll go to Abhishek in a short while from now. We'll try to go to Abhishek, but we see that now the other countries are reacting to Donald Trump's latest tariff threat, where China has rejected US tariff threat over the BRICS alignment. Chinese government criticized the use of tariffs as a tool of coercion and pressure after US President Donald Trump warned that he could impose an additional 10% tariffs on countries that align themselves with the BRICS bloc. Kruthat is joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Good afternoon to you, Kruthat. You know, we have seen Donald Trump make one statement after the other when it comes to tariff and tariff war. But this time he has gone ahead and made a statement on slapping 10% tariff on nations which side with the BRICS bloc. But China is rejecting it.
Indeed, and Shivangi, this is a big development that is coming in because President Trump just earlier this morning had tweeted that if any nation supporting the BRICS or any of the BRICS member nations act on a policy that is anti-American, then they will have to face a 10% tariff. Now, this is substantially lower than his original threat of about 100% tariff, but nonetheless, the tariff threat is looming now on BRICS countries. This particular threat is being looked in the context of a possible conversation around a BRICS currency or an introduction to an alternative global trade currency that would rival the US dollar, something that India as a nation, as a founding member of the BRICS, has always rejected as a matter of policy. However, However, the Trump's recent threat has now initially got a reaction from the Chinese, because the Chinese and the Russians are very keen on de-dollarization, and subsequently now the Chinese Communist Party is reacting to President Trump's threat, saying that through coercion and bullying he will not get his way. But remember, China was also one of the key countries that in fact came to an understanding with the United States all the way back in June on critical minerals, a deal that Trump had even announced before the CCP could even acknowledge it, and later on subsequently before Operation Rising Lion, Trump even accused the China of violating the deal that they had cracked in Geneva. So the back and forth between the US and China is continuing. Obviously there is no complete trade deal that has been coming into picture. It's only 2 days now, 48 hours remain on the July 9 deadline that was self-imposed by President Donald Trump, and yet no significant deals apart from the United Kingdom and Vietnam in hand. There is also pressure on whether the United States is also going to send letters to over 170 nations of the world, giving them a blanket tariff rate that they are going to unilaterally decide and start imposing after the 90-period hiatus or the relaxation period that Trump had self-granted after pressure from his own economy subsequently. So there is a huge political development happening, a fight emerging between the BRICS nations and China retaliating against the United States threat of imposing 10% tariff. But the day 2 of the BRICS summit will continue in Rio de Janeiro today, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is, of course, in attendance. India's reaction to this still awaited.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Kruta, with all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on the story as we see that tariff war get a little bit more intense when Donald Trump's made a statement. But we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next breaking update coming in. Big breaking news in the 26/11 terror plot. A Musk is off. A terror link is exposed. Tavur Rana, the man who was once walking Mumbai streets as blood was being spilled, has now confessed to the Mumbai crime branch. He admits he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan army, trained by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and was present in Mumbai during the 26/11 carnage. He visited Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, exact site where the bullets rained. But here's the biggest bombshell. Rana says the 26/11 attacks were not just a Lashkar operation. They were carried out in full collaboration with Pakistan's ISI. Pakistani establishment is now caught red-handed. I want to go across to my colleague Akhil. Akhil, the ISI, Pakistan Army and Lashkar were working hand in hand, hand in glove to unleash the terror on Indian soil. And these confessions from Rana are quite shocking. But India is not surprised. India has been suspecting this all along. Okay, we're having some trouble getting to Akhil. We will just go across to Akhil. We'll go to Akhil in a short while from now. And we have a guest. We have a guest joining us right now on Republic TV. With us, we have Major General J.D. Bakshi, defense expert, joining us, and Major General K.K. Sinha also joining us. I just want to go across to Major General J.D. Bakshi. Major General, very, very clearly, Rana admits role, and he's saying I was Pakistan's trusted man. Now, you know, this is something we have been telling, India has been telling the entire world this. And once Rana was extradited, he has finally confessed. Major General.
You know, we all expected that Rana would sing like a canary when in Indian custody. And he has. He has spilled all the beans. The simple fact is this man was a major in the Pakistan Army Medical Corps. Then he resigned and left, opened his travel agency in, immigration agency in the United States. And there he teamed up with David Coleman Headley. He has spilled the beans as to how Headley was trained by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, that how he was an agent for Pakistan and how he was in Mumbai during 26/11, how he helped plan it in detail and get it executed. He is one of the masterminds of this terror plot, and he has been brought to justice. And like I said, he is implicating the higher-ups in Pakistan, left, right, and center. How can the Pakistani state deny its connections with Tavur Rana, a former major in their army, right? They have been lying through their teeth all along, and now they are caught. And we have the famous now quote from Bilawal Bhutto, who says that they have no objections to extraditing, Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar. Now, I don't know on whose behalf he has made that statement, because it has been hotly contested by the son of Hafiz Saeed. And last time also we had seen how after 26/11, we had given them kilotons of evidence in the form of dossiers. They had thrown them in the trash can. The courts, Pakistani courts, had refused to take them on record and said they are fiction. So what cooperation can you expect from a state which is a known sponsor of terrorism, whose central tenet of the policy is to use terrorism as a tool of statecraft? They have been doing it all along. Their terrorist minions are expendable. They couldn't give a tuppence for them. The real terrorists are the Pakistan Army, the Pakistan ISI. And I think we should now graduate to hitting them directly.
Right, Major General Jodi Bakshi. We also have Major General K.K. Sinha. So as General Bakshi said, that it's something that we all knew all along. Even in 26/11 probe, we saw that it was proven very well that that Kasab was from Pakistan, and despite that, we see there was we've not seen this unequivocal support for India. We've not seen this the world coming together against Pakistan. This time, do you feel, now that this man called Tahabur Rana has said that it was not just a Lashkar operation, but there was ISI also involved, the Pak army was involved, so what implication could it have now in today's time?
Good afternoon and Jai Hind General Bakshi here, our veteran. Look, Swami, what much has been brought out that is spilling the wind, that Tahabur Rana, who's a Pak-born Canadian nationalist, he has crossed over to United States of America, and there also he opened that. That is there, and he has been extradited to India on 10th April 2025. And see, 22nd April, when Pahalgam happens, because it's got linkages. And in Pahalgam, and then we have got, Operation Sindoor, which we have launched on 7th of May. Now, coming to, Tahabur Rana and Devon Hadley, Colin Hadley, their connections and the connection with the ISI. They are the childhood friend, and including the Field Marshal, now the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they are the, same school and the college. They belong, even this guy who's the Field Marshal now. And he is the former, Pak military doctor from Pak military, the medical corps. See, what has been revealed? What are the charges when we have put? Conspiring with the LET, linked with ISI operative Major Iqbal. That is very important. Linked with ISI, and he has, spilled the bin, this particular part, which has come, that he had the linkages with ISI. He has been trained at Markaz Toiba, at Muridke, which was destroyed on 7th of May during Operation Sindoor. This is the center of LET, and there he, along with David Colin Hadley, they were trained over there. So it is in our dossier. It is now what we are saying, and now he is confessing that. He has confessed not under the duress. He has confessed it in front of the legal system in India. He has been trained along with David Colin Hadley, that he is accepted. And the involvement of Major Iqbal, who was the operative during 26/11, from Pakistan, that has come. And terrorism and murder, the charges are that, the third charge which he has got. So when you connect the dots, and what General Bakshi was saying, that we know, the world knows about it. Right, you are asking what will happen now. You have used you have given the example of Kasab, where is the Pakistan. See, after that, three more things have happened. In the SCO meeting, our Raksha Mantri has gone over there. He has refused to sign the joint statement because they have not included the name of Pakistan. Then, Quad meeting in the United States of America, our foreign minister was there. The joint statement has not included the name of Pakistan. They have not refused. They have condemned what happened in Pahalgam, but they have not used.
Right, sir.
Same, BRICS, we have able to get it. So the things, what I am trying to bring it out, even in globally, and especially the major player is dilly-dallying. They are not naming Pakistan. But now we have put the evidence in front of the whole globe.
Absolutely.
And worldwide, this is going. So it is a great achievement that we have done, and it is legally done.
Right, General Sinha. Yes, Pakistan has all the reasons to tremble, sir.
Absolutely.
Right, yes, General Sinha, absolutely. Well, Pakistan has all the reasons to tremble, and even more now, and everything is on record. We will, of course, continue to keep a close eye on developments on the same. General K.K. Sinha, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts on this. Viewers, in fact, we will just shift our focus to more news. How Pakistan, in fact, has again been caught in this infighting battle. Viewers, former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Sardari has stunned his own country, openly saying that Pakistan has no objection to extraditing global terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India. This isn't just a political statement, it's a direct hit at Pakistan's terror factories. Now what follows? A meltdown from Hafiz Saeed's camp. His son, Talha Saeed, now publicly accuses Bilawal of disgracing Pakistan on the world stage. Pakistan's terror sympathizers are rattled, their safe havens are being questioned now.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मज़म्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफ़िज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है।
All right, Major General Jodi Bakshi continues to be with us. General Bakshi, well, we have heard Bilawal Bhutto making that sort of conditional, offer, and then you have the backlash from Hafiz Saeed's camps. But first, I want to understand from you, what is really behind Bilawal Bhutto's sudden offer?
Because Pakistan also realizes that it has been caught by the juggler. The simple fact is the Indus Water Treaty will be held in abeyance till Pakistan behaves. And Pakistan has no option but to come around. And maybe this is the first sign of them coming around and trying to mend fences with India. Because they know that hostility with India will lead to the destruction of the Pakistani state. Right? The only point to be considered is who is Bilawal Bhutto speaking on behalf of. He is not a minister. He used to be the foreign minister earlier, but now he holds no official position in the Pakistan government. So is he speaking on behalf of the present Pakistan government, or is it a personal view? And if it is just a personal view, I don't know what it is worth, because it has been hotly contested. Extradition of these two terror functionaries, top functionaries, Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar, will be contested in the courts, and it could take years and years and years. So I don't know what this offer is worth, but it is a welcome change at least to hear some sober noises coming out of Pakistan.
Right, sir. General Bakshi, thanks so much for joining us with your thoughts, your insights on that story. We will now shift our focus to some more news from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. A massive fire broke out at the godown side, a truck parking area in Navi Mumbai of Maharashtra. Firefighting at the godown, which is located near the Agricultural Produce Market Committee market, is underway. Several vehicles, mostly trucks and tempos, have been destroyed. Trucks belonging to Kashmiri transporters also destroyed. A massive fire also erupted at a paper factory in Ghaziabad of Uttar Pradesh early this morning. Fire engines have reached the spot. Efforts to control the blaze underway. No casualties and injuries have been reported from the incident so far. A massive. Devotees attending the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir have been given radio frequency identification cards. These cards will be used to track the movement of pilgrims during the ongoing Yatra. Raman District Informatics Center has set up several card distribution counters manned by trained computer operators at Yatri Nivas and Langar sites.
हमारे आईडी ऑलरेडी चंडीगढ़ से बन चुके थे। यहाँ हम लोग RFID अपनी बनवाने के लिए आए हैं और इसका हमें बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट है। बहुत अच्छी तरीके से दे आर हेल्पिंग अस एंड इसके हमारी कहीं भी लोकेशन है हम लोग उस RFID कार्ड के थ्रू लोकेट कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा कदम उठाया है सरकार ने हमारी सेफ्टी के लिए।
A woman and two youngsters were killed in a clash and firing between two groups in Dumrawan village in Bihar. A fire broke out among the children of two neighbouring families, which turned violent when both sides started firing. 22-year-old Anu Kumari and 24-year-old Himanshu Kumar sustained gunshot wounds to their heads and were rushed to Model Hospital in Bihar Sharif. The doctors declared them dead on arrival. Victims' families then staged a protest at the hospital gate. DSP Ramdullah Prasad says that 5 to 6 people have been arrested. Raids are being currently conducted to nab others. Devotees in large numbers have gathered to witness the consecration ceremony called the Kumbhabhishekam, taking place in Tiruchendur of Tamil Nadu. The consecration ceremony began with a puja which took place on the 1st of July in the temple. The event took place at 6:15 a.m. and 6:50 a.m. The previous Kumbhabhishekam was held 16 years ago in 2009. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Amarnath Yatra will be heading to Punjab's Ludhiana today. He shared that ever since India's government was formed, India Alliance's government was formed, new employment opportunities, especially for the youth, have been continuously emerging in Madhya Pradesh. The government of BJP, he says, that is. He said that efforts are underway to promote industries in the state, particularly crop-based industries, so that crops receive fair prices. Many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall due to which Indian Met Department has issued an alert in the state for the next 3 days. Heavy rainfall in Rudraprayag and adjacent areas of Uttarakhand has increased the water flow in the Alaknanda river. The river is still flowing below the danger mark. Motor bridge on the Barsir-Bandhanital motor road in Rudraprayag has been washed out, due to which many a dozen villages in Bangar area have been completely cut off. Earlier in the week, the Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points. Uttarkashi police shared that it will take time to restore the route. 17 villagers from Chhattisgarh's Thukupatra village were trapped in floods. They had gone to the area to do agriculture work. All 17 villagers have now been rescued. A rescue operation was conducted by a joint team throughout the night. Under the direction of Collector Ajit Vasant, the team of the Revenue Department, Pali Police Station, District Disaster Management and the State Disaster Team conducted a joint rescue operation. Time for a short... Alright, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. Crackdown on illegal immigrants in Delhi continues. And 18 illegal Bangladeshis and Raiders have been deported. 29 in fact. 29 illegal immigrants, that includes 18 Bangladeshis, have been deported. So the crackdown against the illegal immigrants in the national capital continues. Dwarka District Police have apprehended and deported 29 foreign nationals. That includes 18 Bangladeshis residing illegally in India. And this is, of course, in the latest round of the arrests as far as these immigrants, the illegal immigrants are concerned. 4 Nigerians, also included 2 nationals from the Ivory Coast, have also been arrested. Now they are going to be deported. All right, we will shift our focus to other stories that we're tracking. Many areas of Uttarakhand are experiencing torrential rainfall. The Indian Met Department has issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 3 days. A motor bridge on the Barsir-Bandhanital motor road in Rudraprayag was washed out, due to which many a dozen villages in Bangar area were completely cut off. Here's more.
Uttarakhand has been hit by torrential rainfall. Heavy rainfall is on the forecast for Uttarkashi, Tehri, Bagheshwar, Dehradun and Rudraprayag. The India Meteorological Department has issued an alert of heavy rainfall in Uttarakhand for the next 4 days on Sunday. Earlier in the week, the Yamunotri National Highway was blocked at 2 points between Silai Band and Ojri, severely affecting local travel and pilgrimage traffic. According to Uttarkashi police, it will take time to restore the route. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has conducted an aerial survey of the disaster-affected area. Travel has also been affected in Rudraprayag due to a motor bridge on the Barsir-Badhani-Tal motor road being washed out. Rainfall is also being experienced in other parts of India, including Delhi. A red alert has been issued in Pune. Fishermen have also been advised not to venture into the sea along and off the coasts of Konkan, Goa, Gujarat and North Karnataka.
A short break, viewers, but we get you the latest on Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra. Now, what we know is that she was invited by the Kerala government for tourism campaigns revealed by an RTI. Also, China issues message for India, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is that
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. In the next half an hour, we'll tell you about this big admission by 2611 mastermind Tahavur Rana. But first, as always, the headlines. Big revelation by Tahavur Rana. Sources say that he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday in Lakhimpur. In Uttar Pradesh, stones were pelted on the Hindu houses. China responds to Trump's tariff threat, calls it a measure of coercion. Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by the Kerala government for tourism campaign, and this is what has come to the fore through RTI. China has issued a message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Mahesh Babu gets legal notice for endorsing a real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading the buyers. In fact, we have breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has slammed MNS after a video of a leader, son hurling abuse at Marathi-speaking women has gone viral on social media. He says that the real face of those who claim to protect Marathi pride is now exposed. So in the visuals, you can see that this is a video that has gone viral on social media of a MNS leader's son hurling abuses at a Marathi-speaking women. And this video has garnered a sharp criticism from the Shiv Sena leader. Sanjay Nirupam has said that this in fact shows the real face of those who claim to protect the Marathi pride. In fact, on cam, you can see that is the MNS leader's son, which was in fact at night was seen harassing a woman and hurling abuses at her. And this video has gone viral on social media. Sharp criticism coming to the fore from the leaders there in Maharashtra, saying that now this is the real face of MNS that has been exposed by this viral video that you can see on the screen. This man that you can see on the screen is the son of MNS leader who was seen harassing a woman there in Maharashtra, hurling abuses at her. And what we are learning is that this was a Marathi-speaking woman who was abused by the MNS leader's son in this video. In fact, Shiv Sena has hit out at MNS, saying that this is now their real face that has been exposed. Shiv Sena has said that people who claim to protect the Marathi pride have now been exposed, as what we're learning is that this lady in the visuals that you can see was a Marathi-speaking woman that was abused by the MNS son's leader, and this is very concerning, in fact, a video that has come to the fore. Now shifting our focus in a major success for the security forces, Jodi Malhotra, top Maoist commander, was gunned down in an encounter in the National Park area of the Udaipur district. What we're learning is that he carried a reward of 8 lakh rupees on his head. 0.3 rifle, explosives and Maoist-related materials were recovered from the spot. And this is definitely a big win for the security forces. Name of the person who has been killed and his photo you can see on the screen. That is the top Maoist commander that has been killed. His name is Jodi Malhotra. He has been gunned down in an encounter in the National Park area of the Bijapur district. He was carrying a reward of 8 lakh rupees on his head, and in fact several explosives have been recovered from him. Let me go across to my colleague Bharat, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Bharat, हमने देखा है फोटो हम दिखा रहे हैं इस टॉप माओइस्ट लीडर की, जिसको मार दिया गया है. एक्सप्लोजिव्स मिले हैं इनके पास से. काफी बड़ा विन है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का. हमें बताइए, नेशनल पार्क बीजापुर में जहां ये सब हुआ, क्या कुछ हुआ वहां पे?
देखिए, ये नेशनल एरिया पार्क के अंतर्गत आता है. नेशनल एरिया पार्क यानी नक्सलियों का आरामदायक इलाका भी कहा जाता है. इसलिए अधिकतर जो लोग हैं, जो माओवादी हैं, बड़े कदर के माओवादी थे, उनकी मौजूदगी उस इलाके पे थी, जिसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है. जब पुलिस को मिलती है, बरसात का समय है, बारिश हो रही है, मूसलाधार बारिश हो रही है, उसके बावजूद जो जवान हैं वो थकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं, थमने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं. इसलिए उन्होंने एक एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन निकाला था. जिस इलाके पे माओवादी मौजूद थे, उनकी सूचना पे पुलिस उस इलाके पे निकलती है. पुलिस और माओवादियों के बीच में फायरिंग शुरू हो जाती है. PLG बटालियन नंबर 1 यानी काफी मजबूत बटालियन नंबर 1 माना जाता है. कंपनी 2 के जो कमांडर हैं जोडी माल्होत्रा, ये काफी मजबूत कैडर के नक्सली है. 8 लाख के इनामी नक्सली हैं. इनकी टोली की अगर बात की जाए तो वो ऐसे कैडर हैं जो बड़े बड़े घटनाओं को तब्दील में परिवर्तन किए हैं. ऐसे नक्सली ये कहा जाता है. ऐसे में इस नक्सलियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया है. बड़ी तादाद में जो इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो बरामद किया गया है. 303 की अगर बात की जाए, SLR की बात की जाए, या फिर जो इक्विपमेंट्स माओवादी इस्तेमाल करते हैं आमतौर पे जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए, तो स्वाभाविक सी बात है इन तमाम चीजों को डिस्प्यूट करके जवान अपने कब्जे में ले लिए हैं। बड़ी सफलता पुलिस के जवानों को देखने को मिल रहा है। 2 दिन से ऑपरेशन चल रही थी, लगातार ये कहा जा रहा था कि बड़ी संख्या में माओवादियों की मौजूदगी उस पूरे इलाके पे तैनात है, जिसके तर्ज पे ऑपरेशन चलाया गया था। बस्तर आईजीपी सुंदरराज ने इस पूरे घटनाक्रम की अगर बात की जाए, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को पूरी निगरानी कर रहे थे पुलिस के कुछ अधिकारियों के द्वारा कि किस तरीके के हालात बन रही है, किस तरीके की परिस्थितियां उस इलाके पे बन रही है, क्योंकि वो इलाका इंद्रावती का कोर इलाका कहा जाता है, नेशनल पार्क इलाका कहा जाता है। उस इलाके पे बड़ी विषम परिस्थितियों में जो जवान है अपनी लोकेशन के साथ डटे हुए थे, माओवादियों के खिलाफ जो मोर्चा है वो संभाल रहे थे। जी,
Absolutely a big win for the security forces there who were on a hunt for this Maoist commander that has now been nabbed. Thank you so much, Bharat, for tracking those details for us. Now shifting our focus to the state of Madhya Pradesh, violent clashes were reported during Muharram procession in Shahjahanpur is what we're learning, and the incident happened when a procession reached the Azad Chowk. There was a dispute that took place between the members of the same community that turned into a fight. The police deployed on the spot took immediate action and brought the situation under control. Now those are the visuals that you can see on the screen. Those are the visuals from Shahjahanpur in Madhya Pradesh, where there was a clash between people of the same community. There was a dispute that which then turned into a huge fight that you can see on the screen. They started fighting amongst each other. Police had to control the situation. In fact, what we're learning is that several people have been booked as far as this specific case is concerned. But remember, viewers, we've been getting you visuals not just from Madhya Pradesh but also from UP, Bihar and Jharkhand about the clashes that took place during the procession of Muharram. And you can see right here, these are the visuals coming in from MP Shahjahanpur. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who's been tracking this story very closely. Satya Vijay, tell us what happened there on the ground, क्योंकि हमें पता चल रहा है कि एक ही कम्युनिटी के काफी लोगों के बीच में डिस्प्यूट हुआ, जिसके बाद एक काफी बड़ी फाइट हुई, पुलिस को इंटरवीन करना पड़ा। पर हम देख रहे हैं कि काफी स्टेट्स में मुहर्रम के प्रोसेशन के टाइम इसी तरह के क्लैशेस हो रहे हैं। इस पर्टिकुलर केस में क्या हुआ, हमें बताइए।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए उज्जैन हो या शाजापुर हो या रतलाम हो, तमाम ऐसे जगह हैं मध्य प्रदेश है जहां पर कि मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान विवाद की तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है। फिलहाल शाजापुर की बात करें तो वहां पर जुलूस में ही शामिल एक ही समुदाय के 2 गुटों में विवाद हुआ, और ये विवाद की वजह बताई जा रही है कि जो इस जुलूस में, मुहर्रम के जुलूस में जो अखाड़ा होता है उसे घुमाने को लेकर जुलूस जो है विवाद शुरू हुआ। पहले बातचीत, फिर विवाद और फिर हाथापाई तक नौबत पहुंची, जिसके बाद पुलिस को मोर्चा संभालना पड़ा। पुलिस ने वहां पर बल प्रयोग किया, भीड़ को काबू किया, नहीं तो हालात और ज्यादा बेकाबू हो जाते, क्योंकि ये 2 जो गुट हैं वो उसी समाज से हैं, सेम कम्युनिटी के थे, जुलूस में शामिल होने आए थे। लेकिन जो अखाड़े और जो इस जुलूस का जो घोड़ा होता है उसको घुमाने को लेकर एक पक्ष कह रहा था इस दिशा से जाना है, दूसरा पक्ष दूसरी दिशा की बात कर रहा था। इसी बात पर पहले कहासुनी हुई और फिर हाथापाई की नौबत आ गई, जिसके बाद पुलिस, चूंकि मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद थी और ये 12 बजे से रात 5 बजे तक जुलूस निकलना था, लेकिन जब वहां पर विवाद हुआ, झगड़ा हुआ और मारपीट की नौबत आ गई, मारपीट होने भी लगी। इसके बाद पुलिस ने 2 बजे ही वहां का जुलूस खत्म कराया और शांति व्यवस्था कायम की। अब पुलिस का यह कहना है कि इसमें चूंकि सेम कम्युनिटी से दोनों पक्ष आते हैं, उन्होंने अभी तक किसी भी पक्ष ने FIR नहीं की, इसलिए आरोपियों को डिटेन नहीं किया गया। अगर पुलिस के पास FIR आती है या कोई पक्ष ये आरोप लगाता है मारपीट के, तो पुलिस आगे की वैधानिक कार्रवाई करेगी।
Absolutely. In Madhya Pradesh, violent clashes were not witnessed just in Shahjahanpur, as my colleague was pointed out, but also in Ujjain. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, as we've been telling you, not just in MP, but in UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, there have been clashes as far as the Muharram processions are concerned. Now, in Lakhimpur, what we're learning is that the clashes turned violent, and the locals and the eyewitnesses are saying that specific homes were targeted and stones were pelted on them. Well, there in the screen now you can see that is Lakhimpur in Uttar Pradesh, a very sensitive area where the mob targeted homes with in fact stones, and locals have in fact stated that this is the first time that such an incident has happened there.
सर कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख के दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में। और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने लगे।
बाहर चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं। और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटे पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्बे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है। आप यहाँ पर आप बताएं अंकल, क्या किस तरफ से जा रहे थे?
ये इधर इससे जा रहे थे, पीछे से इधर से थे, और ये इधर से पत्थर यहीं से फेंके गए, इधर से वहाँ से।
ये सारा पाउडर भी आपके घर के ऊपर बिखरा हुआ?
ये सर वहाँ तक सब पाउडर फेंका, वो वहाँ से सब पड़ा है सब। और ये पैनल टूट गया, देखो इस पे ईंटा।
क्या नारेबाजी क्या कर रहे थे और उनकी मंशा क्या थी? ये पत्थरबाजी कर क्यों रहे थे?
ये केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम भड़काना चाहते थे।
आप लोग को डराने की कोशिश थी?
और यहाँ हमारे घर से ये हिंदुओं का घर केवट का, इनके घर पे पत्थरबाजी, इनकी टीन टूट गई है। और वो वहाँ एक हिंदू का घर, वहाँ भी पत्थरबाजी, वहाँ भी उनके।
हम आपको जरा तस्वीरें एक बार फिर से दिखाते हैं और अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरीके से डराने की कोशिश की गई। कल के दिन इस गांव के हिस्से में ईंटे पत्थर छत पर भी बिखरे हुए हैं। और जरा ऊपर से ही नीचे आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, एक फ्रेम। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं दरवाजे पर इकट्ठा हैं, डरे सहमे ये लोग हैं अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर। और इन ईंटे पत्थरों को देखिए, ये ईंटे पत्थर घर पर जब फेंके गए इस मंशा से फेंके गए कि लोगों को डराया जाए। ये बताइए, सुरक्षा को लेकर डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
बिल्कुल सर, डर तो लगी रहा है। जब इस पुलिस की मौजूदगी में ये हुआ है सर, तो डर तो लगी रहा। वो देखो वहाँ दीवार की वो ऊपर
देखिए टीन घर के सामने की दिखा रहे हैं, बाहर की तरफ अंदर की टीनें टूट चुकी हैं। जो पाउडर फेंका गया था, ये पाउडर क्या था और किस मंशा से?
पता नहीं सर क्या था ये पाउडर में, इसमें वहाँ से फेंक रहे। तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में हमारे मत फेंको, अपने उसमें फेंको।
नीचे उतरते हैं, जरा वहां भी चलकर देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि क्या मंशा थी। ये हिंदू आबादी जिस तरफ गांव की रहती है, बेहद डरी हुई ये आबादी है। सीढ़ियों पर भी आप देखेंगे गुम्मे के टुकड़े फैले हुए हैं। और जिस अंदाज में फेंके गए, लड़कों ने खुद अपने वीडियो बनाए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला है, अपना जो हलक दिखाने की कोशिश है, डराने की कोशिश है। घर के बाहर चलते हैं, आप बताइए घर में मौजूद थी आप जब हमला हुआ?
जी यहाँ पे थे, बच्चों को लेके। ये बहू ने यहाँ पे खेल रहे थे, जब पत्थर आने लगे तो बहू इधर लेके कमरे में बच्चों को बंद कर दिया।
डर पूरा परिवार डर गया होगा?
डर के लिए। और सब सारे लोग बाहर थे, ये हम दोनों लोग।
क्या नारेबाजी कर रहे थे ये लोग?
वो सब वही खेल रहे थे, पाउडर खेल रहे थे। और उधर से
पटाखे दगाने वाली बात आई, आपने कहा कि पटाखे दगा रहे थे, ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हाँ, पटाखे कभी नहीं दगते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे। और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे। ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने, हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको?
हाँ।
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर फेंकने लगे। घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा? योगी जी से कहिएगा। हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
FIR कराई है? FIR आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने FIR कराई है? क्या FIR में मांग किया?
FIR में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए, हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
Now let's have a look at the top national stories in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIMIM Chief Owaisi has questioned Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Owaisi has questioned the timing of Election Commission and said that time must be given before conducting this revision. Meanwhile, TMC MP Mahua Moitra, RJD MP Manoj Jha have moved the top court to challenge the Election Commission's move. The top court is all set to hear this plea on July 10th.
आप इतने कम टाइम में एक्सरसाइज कैसे कर पाएंगे? बहुत टाइम कम है। SIR में भाई जो लोग अच्छा जो अपना एड्रेस चेंज कर लिए उनको क्यों आप पूछ रहे हैं बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट? बीजेपी RSS बार बार ये भरम ये झूठ फैलाती है कि यहाँ पर बांग्लादेश के लोग आ गए हैं। कहाँ है बताओ हमको।
And in Punjab, 3 miscreants riding a bike through petrol pump at a house in Adampur town of Jalandhar and damaged the house as well. Footage now access shows that how 3 unknown youth came on a motorcycle and fled after throwing bottles filled with petrol. Police has now launched an investigation into this matter, getting a reaction from the Bharatiya Janata Party on the prevailing law and order situation in Punjab. In fact, the terror attack in Pahalgam in April 2025 has found the mention on the world stage at the BRICS summit, the 17th edition in Brazil. Prime Minister Modi sent out a strong message to Pakistan on terrorism. And additionally, India is all set to sign a counter-terrorism agreement with Brazil. Here's more.
Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity. There is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened.
And as Pakistan intensifies its strike in Waziristan, tribal protesters have stormed the streets. The people of Shewa in North Waziristan have united to raise their voice against Pakistan's military operation in the area. Slogans were raised rejecting this operation by Pakistan, and there in the visuals you can see massive protests there against the Pakistan army. These are the tribal protesters which have now stormed the streets. You can see thousands of people there on the streets raising slogans against the Pakistan military operation in the area, and this comes at a time when Pakistan has intensified the strikes in Waziristan. The tribal protesters there on the streets raising slogans against the Pakistani army, and these are the visuals coming in from Shewa area of North Waziristan, and all these people have united. They have come on the streets to raise their voice against Pakistan military operation in this area. Several slogans against the Pakistani military and the army was raised. Well, there on the screens, you can see these are the visuals coming in from the Shewa area of North Waziristan, where, as you can see, thousands of protesters, and those are the tribal protesters there. They have stormed the streets to raise slogans against the Pakistani army operation in the area. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in from you from the national capital. What we're learning is that Delhi High Court has dismissed the Turkish firm Celebi's petition. And what we're learning is that as far as this is concerned, the petition was filed by the Turkish ground handling and cargo operator, the Celebi Airport Services India, over cancellation of its security clearance by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Remember, it was cancelled on May 15, 2025, right after the Pahalgam terror attack and also Operation Sindoor. And it was cancelled, giving the ground of national security. And now it is a big blow to this Turkish firm, as now Delhi High Court has dismissed the petition filed by it, challenging the revocation of the security clearance by the union government. Remember, as I told you, May 15th, earlier this year, in fact, security clearance was cancelled by the Ministry of Civil Aviation on the grounds of national security. After that, the firm approached the Delhi High Court seeking revocation of the security clearance by the union government. Let me go across to Rhythm Bhardwaj, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Do tell us about this case, because this is a big blow to this Turkish firm.
It's not the first time in several courts, even in the Bombay High Court. Turkish-based company Celebi Airport Services had filed a plea challenging the revocation of the security clearance by the government of India. The big blow coming in for the Turkish-based company Celebi. The Delhi High Court has dismissed this plea challenging the revocation of the security clearance. We saw in the court had earlier also stated that they are going to be seeing what happens. They moved the Madras High Court, they had moved the Bombay High Court, and now in Delhi, after this big move where they challenged everything before them, the court has said in 10-15 minutes, Justice Datta says, I shall be uploading the judgment also. Now, this is a big blow to them. We remember senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi appeared for them before the court in Delhi and had given out long arguments as to how this had happened and the security clearances had been taken from them by them earlier. But this news came after the Pahalgam attack in April 22. Very, very clear directions had been given to them and to the government when the Delhi High Court was to deliver this verdict. I also want to tell our viewers, Justice Sachin Datta on 23rd of May had reserved this verdict. Celebi is a company that used to oversee the ground handling and cargo terminal functions at various airports. But I want to tell our viewers, appearing for the central government, the Solicitor General, Mr. Tushar Mehta, had said that unprecedented threat was there in aviation security. Senior counsel Mukul Rohatgi, who appeared for Celebi, had said the centre's move was against principles of natural justice and against airport security rules. He said the DGCA security have ought to given the petitioners a hearing. However, remember, on the 19th of May, the centre had said the decision to revoke the clearance was taken in national security in light of the inputs that continuing the security and the services of the Celebi company would be hazardous in the current scenario. Celebi operated in the Indian aviation sector for 15 years. However, the security clearance to the company was given in 2022, but after the Operation Sindoor, it had been taken away and back. This judgment was very critical. The Delhi High Court had been set to deliver this verdict. They have delivered a big blow to Celebi, and I'm also sure this will be acting as a ripple effect because Celebi has also filed petitions in the Bombay High Court and the Madras High Court, challenging the security clearance that has been cancelled by the union government on the 7th of July. The Turkish-based ground handling and cargo operations company had challenged the central government's move, but the Delhi High Court bench has now dismissed it. And I also remember in the hearing, Celebi argued that the company's security clearance was decision to scrap this was after Pahalgam, the central government had said, and it also had given out great details before the court, but Solicitor General had said that the centre has plenary powers, absolute powers when it comes to protecting the country's national security. We all remember Turkey had sided with Pakistan And that being the basis, the court had been told the decision came among the growing demand for boycotting the firm headquartered in Istanbul in Turkey, the country that sided with Pakistan during the escalated tensions with India during Operation Sindoor. After that, Firoz Celebi had refuted claims of a link to the Turkish president, but they have now got this big blow from the Delhi High Court, which has said that whatever challenge is before them, they will have to now stop all practices.
Absolutely. Big blow to the Turkish firm. Their security clearance will remain suspended as of now. Thank you so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And with this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right back with much more details on the stories that we are tracking very closely for you. Coming up next on the other side, we'll tell you about how Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign. And this is what has come to the fore through RTI. We'll tell you about the message that China has issued for India, saying reincarnation of the Dalai Lama is inherently an internal affair. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世这一传承方式。
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and Rana's explosive admissions have now exposed Pakistan's hidden hands in the 26/11 attacks. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Big revelation by Tahawur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Delhi High Court dismisses petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states. Lakhimpur, stones were pelted on Hindu homes. Pakistani spy Jodi Malhotra was invited by Kerala government for tourism campaign, reveals RTI. China issues a message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over a relationship dispute. Actor Darshan's case referenced. Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu gets legal notice for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading the buyers. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Viewers, this one from Ratlam. After videos of burning of the banner of Hindu Rashtra during Muharram procession in Sailana town went viral. In protest, Hindu organizations shut down Sailana town and demanded strict action against all those perpetrators. The incident happened during Muharram procession. Banners were burnt while making fire stand in Muharram arena. And this is the protest in response to a banner of Hindu Rashtra being burnt openly during a religious procession. The video has gone viral, sparking massive outrage. Hindu organizations have shut down the town, streets flooded with protesters, and Sailana is now on the edge with heavy police deployment on ground as the situation turns volatile. We also have Satya Vijay joining us live on this broadcast. Satya Vijay, tell us what's happening on ground zero. The Hindu organizations have erupted in protest after the banner was burnt. Tell us more. Well, we'll get Satya Vijay back with us, but these are the pictures of the Hindu group staging a protest after a banner of Hindu Rashtra was burnt openly during a religious procession. And the video, this particular video, has gone viral and has also sparked massive outrage, with Hindu organizations now shutting down the town, protesting on the streets, and Sailana is witnessing heavy police deployment on ground as the situation is now spiraling into complete chaos. This is the Sailana town that we are talking about, where a video of a few individuals burning the Hindu Rashtra banner during a religious procession went viral. And this video that went viral on social media sparked massive outrage, with Hindu groups now protesting on the streets, demanding action against those perpetrators. Satya Vijay is joining us live. Satya Vijay, what's happening on ground zero? Hindu groups have started protesting against that viral video. Tell us what is happening on ground zero as far as the protest is concerned.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश में मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान अलग अलग तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं, विवादित तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं। उज्जैन में हमने दिखाया कि किस तरह निर्धारित रूट से अलग हटकर घुसने की कोशिश की मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान। उसके बाद शाजापुर और अब रतलाम के सैलाना से जो तस्वीर आई है वो काफ़ी गंभीर मामला है। वीडियो वायरल हुआ है साफ तौर पर मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान। वहाँ पर जो कि एक हिंदू राष्ट्र का बैनर लगा हुआ था और इसी जुलूस में शामिल लोग जो कि अखाड़े करते हैं, जो कि स्टंट दिखाते हैं, उन्होंने जानबूझकर जो आग का गोला है वो छोड़ा, जिसकी वजह से हिंदू राष्ट्र का जो बैनर था वो जल गया, वो झुलस गया। और इसी के बाद आज रतलाम के सैलाना में लोगों का विरोध देखने को मिला। लोग एकजुट हुए, लोगों ने सड़कों पर जाम किया, हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हुए विरोध प्रदर्शन किया। और इन लोगों की साफ तौर पर मांग ये है कि जिसने भी इस हिंदू राष्ट्र के बैनर को जलाने की कोशिश की है, मुहर्रम के जुलूस में शामिल जो भी लोग थे जिन्होंने ये करतूत की है, हिंदू राष्ट्र का जो बैनर है उसे आग के हवाले करने की कोशिश की है, उनके खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन हो। इसीलिए तमाम लोग वहाँ पर जुटे, चक्का जाम किया और हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हुए अपना विरोध दर्ज कराया। और उनकी मांग है पुलिस प्रशासन से कि जल्द से जल्द जो आरोपी हैं जिन्होंने इस करतूत को अंजाम दिया है उनके खिलाफ कठोर कार्रवाई की जाए, वरना और बड़ा विरोध प्रदर्शन देखने को वहां मिलेगा।
Right, Satya Vijay, as far as the crackdown is concerned, have any individuals been arrested? Right, it seems like we lost the connection, but these are the pictures coming in from MP, where ruckus was witnessed during a religious procession. Now, shifting our focus to Maharashtra, viewers, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has slammed MNS after a video of a leader's son hurling abuses at a Marathi-speaking woman went viral on social media. A Maharashtra Navnirman Sena leader's son, drunk, half-naked, hurling filthy abuses at a Marathi-speaking woman, brazenly flaunting his father's political power, as claimed by Sanjay Nirupam in his explosive tweet. He has said that the very party that claims to defend Marathi pride is now caught shaming it. These are the pictures. This is the video. There you can see the man who's seated inside his car is an MNS leader's son who is hurling abuses, insulting a woman publicly, a Marathi-speaking woman, and the Shiv Sena has now caught on to this. It is slamming MNS. We have Satya Prakash joining us live. Satya Prakash, tell us more about this video that has gone viral. An MNS leader's son is caught hurling abuses at a Marathi-speaking woman, and that too in an intoxicated state.
देखिए दीपक, ये जो वीडियो है जावेद शेख है जो कि मनसे के नेता हैं, उनके बेटे राहिल शेख का है वीडियो। और ये वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से जो राजश्री मोरे हैं जो कि मराठी हैं और यहीं रहती हैं, और जो विवाद हुआ कि कहीं न कहीं जो राहिल शेख है वो कार को टक्कर मारते हैं। इसके बाद जो राजश्री है, कहीं राजश्री के साथ काफ़ी देर तक वाद विवाद होता है और सारा वीडियो जो है राजश्री ने रिकॉर्ड कर लिया है। और वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से जावेद शेख जो कि उनका बेटा राहिल शेख किस तरह से धौंस दिखा रहा है, अपने बाप के ऊपर कह रहा है कि जाके पुलिस स्टेशन कंप्लेन कर दो, जो भी करना कर लो। कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से मनसे के नेता जावेद शेख का बेटे का ये जिस तरह से कारनामा सामने आया है, जिस तरह वीडियो सामने आया है, कहीं लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि जो मराठी और हिंदी भाषी का लोग बात चला, तो कहीं कि मराठी जो मुलगी है उसके साथ ही मराठी के लोग इस तरह से कर रहे हैं। कहीं कहीं नेता होने का ताकत दिखाया जा रहा है और बार बार इस वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से राहिल धमका रहा है। फिलहाल पुलिस ने मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और मामले की जांच चल रही है। वहीं राजश्री ने वीडियो को ट्वीट किया है और सवाल खड़ा किया है कि मराठी जो मुलगी है, मराठी बेटी के साथ इस तरह से मराठी लोग कर रहे हैं और मराठी नेता जो मराठी होने का दावा करते हैं, बड़े नेता माने जाते हैं, उनके नेता इस तरह से कर रहे हैं मराठी लोगों के साथ। जी
Satya Prakash, also tell us whether any action has been taken against this leader's son, because this is really shocking. He's flaunting his father's credentials, saying that I'm an MNS leader's son. Do whatever you want. He's hurling abuses in a half-naked state. Tell us more, Satya Vijay, as far as any crackdown, any detention, what has happened?
देखिए दीपक, फिलहाल पुलिस जांच कर रही है क्योंकि वीडियो सामने आया। इसके बाद कहीं कहीं जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां हैं कहीं लगातार सवाल खड़े कर रही कि आखिर कैसे ही जावेद शेख जो कि मनसे के नेता हैं और उनका बेटा राहिल शेख जिस तरह से कहीं ये बदतमीजी किया है महिला के साथ, उसके बाद कहीं के लोग मनसे पार्टी पर सवाल खड़ा कर रहे हैं कि मराठी को लेकर जिस तरह से विवाद है महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी और मराठी को लेकर, और मराठी मुलगी मतलब मराठी बेटी के साथ इस तरह से बिहेव किया जा रहा है, तो कहीं के लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं। फिलहाल पुलिस कहना है कि इस मामले को लेकर जांच कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह से वीडियो आ रहा है, वीडियो को पूरी तरह से जांच किया जा रहा है। और जिस तरह से गाली दे रहा है राहिल, तो कहीं न कहीं जो दूसरी पॉलिटिकल, चाहे बीजेपी हो चाहे शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हो, सभी लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि एक मराठी नेता का बेटा इस तरह से मराठी लड़की के साथ बदतमीजी करते हुए वीडियो जो सामने आया, कहीं न कहीं कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। दीपक।
Right, Satya Prakash, thank you for joining us with those insights. In fact, this is the video of an MNS leader's son harassing a Marathi-speaking woman, and Sanjay Nirupam has asked a very, very tough question. Is MNS soft on Muslim appeasement while targeting Hindus? And this is a massive political storm that's brewing. And this is the very party that claims to defend Marathi pride is now caught shaming it, viewers, and that too in public glare. Look at the MNS leader's son, half naked, abusing a Marathi-speaking woman and also flaunting his father's credentials. This is a Mumbai VVIP brat caught on cam, shaming the very language that his party, his father's party, claims to protect. And the video has gone viral. The investigation is currently underway, but so far, no statement has come in from the MNS. Well, this is MNS leader's son who was seen harassing a woman late last night, and the video has gone viral on social media. There you can see this is MNS leader's son there, shirtless, half naked, abusive, drunk, intoxicated, and his video has gone viral with netizens now expressing outrage against MNS. And this is the VVIP brat whose video is now on your screens, viewers. And in this video, you can see how he is seen abusing the woman. And this is a verbal altercation that has gone viral. We also have Sanjay Nirupam, who's joining us on the phone line. Sanjay Nirupam, a very good afternoon to you, sir. How do you look at this video, sir, of an MNS leader's son? You know, MNS, which often claims that it is protecting Marathi pride, now shaming it. The video is out. Your response, sir?
बेहद ऑब्जेक्शनेबल वीडियो है और जिस तरीके से उस वीडियो में दिखाया जाता है कि मनसे के कोई तो एक उपाध्यक्ष हैं, उनका बेटा दारू पी के नशे में धुत अधनंगा पड़ा हुआ है और वो एक मराठी लड़की की गाड़ी से पहले टक्कर मारता है और उसके बाद उसको गालियां देता है और बाद में अपने बाप के नाम को फ्लॉन्ट करता है। तो इस तरह की जो हरकतें मनसे के लोग करते हैं उससे एक ही बात साबित होती है, जो मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि मनसे के लोगों का मराठी भाषा के मान सम्मान से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। मराठी भाषा के नाम पर ये महज गुंडागर्दी करते हैं। तो चंद गुंडों का एक संगठन है, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट जो होते हैं ना, जो हफ्ताखोरी वाले लोग होते हैं, ऐसे लोगों का संगठन है। उस महिला ने उस वीडियो में ये भी बताया है कि उसने थोड़े कुछ नॉन महाराष्ट्रियन लोगों को सपोर्ट कर दिया था, इसकी वजह से मनसे के लोग 200 लोग उसके ऑफिस को लेकर घेर गए थे और उसके ऑफिस पे आ गए थे। तो उसने उस मराठी लड़की ने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से समझाया कि तुम जबरदस्ती लोगों को जो मराठी भाषा सिखलाने के लिए गुंडागर्दी कर रहे हो उसको बंद करो, ये नहीं चलेगा। और उसके बाद सच्चाई ये निकल के आती है कि ये ऐसी दारू पी के आवारागर्दी करते चलते हैं और मराठी महिलाओं को भी नहीं छोड़ते हैं। तो ये जब मराठी महिलाओं को नहीं छोड़ते हैं तो अब इनसे क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है? कौन से ये नॉन महाराष्ट्र लोगों को क्या सिखलाने जा रहे हैं? कौन से मराठी सिखलाने की जिद कर रहे हैं? तो ऐसे लोगों को नहीं बख्शा जाएगा। मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र की सड़कों पे जो गुंडागर्दी चल रही है, इस गुंडागर्दी को बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने साफ साफ घोषणा कर दी है और एक संदेश है पुलिस वालों के लिए कि भाषा के नाम पर गुंडागर्दी कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं होगी और ये गुंडागर्दी जो करेगा उसके खिलाफ कानूनन सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी और की जा रही है। मेरा रोड में भी उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की गई और इनके ये जो सज्जन है इनके खिलाफ भी बहुत बढ़िया से कार्रवाई होगी अभी।
Well, Mr. Nirupam, your party's alliance is in power in Maharashtra. Any action is being initiated against this VVIP brat?
Against whom?
Against this MNS leader's son.
Yes,
is there any action?
Action has to be taken. Action will be taken against that gentleman. The FIR has been already lodged, and after that FIR, under this new system of BNS, whatever section is required, that section will be imposed, and accordingly he will be either arrested or he will be asked to give bond, and then the charge sheet will be filed in the court, and the court will take the cognizance of the charge sheet and take action and give the final punishment to that boy.
Sir, in your tweet, if I could just mention an excerpt where you've said that, are these the same MNS people attacking Hindus under the pressure of Muslims? If you could elaborate on this for our viewers.
हाँ, मेरा इलेबोरेशन ये है कि हमने बार बार यही पूछा था मेरा रुख की घटना के बाद कि आपको इतना ज्यादा मराठी भाषा लोगों से बुलवाने की अगर इतनी ज्यादा आपको जिद है तो जरा मुस्लिम इलाकों में जाइए, डोंगरी में जाइए, भेटी बाजार में जाइए, भाईखला में जाइए, नल बाजार में जाइए और वहाँ के मुस्लिम लोगों को बोलिए ना कि तुम उर्दू में बात मत करो, मराठी बात करो। देखो कितने लोग बात करते हैं। अगर किसी को थप्पड़ मार के दिखाओ तो अब समझ में आ रहा है कि इनके जो ऑफिस बेयरर्स हैं वो भी इसी तरह के मुस्लिम हैं और शायद इन मुसलमानों के दबाव में राज ठाकरे के लोग हिंदुओं पर हमला कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि प्राइमरीली ये हिंदुओं पे हमला करते हैं, चाहे वो बैंक में चले जाएं या फिर डीमार्ट के शोरूम में चले जाएं या फिर किसी वॉचमैन को पकड़ लें या फिर जोधपुर स्वीट के मालिक को पकड़ लें. तो the way they have been attacking Hindus, somehow I have a apprehension that whether it's all being done under the pressure of their own Muslim leadership.
Right, Mr. Nirupam, thank you for joining us with those insights. Well, that was Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam, who had posted that tweet with this video, calling out the MNS and calling out the VVIP entitlement of this Mumbai brat who was seen half-naked, intoxicated, abusive, and his video has gone viral, and he has said, Sanjay Nirupam has said that action will be taken because an FIR has already been launched. Moving on, viewers, the hidden hands have been exposed. The terror link is now out. Tahawur Rana has made some sensational revelations before the Mumbai Police's crime branch. And during the interrogation, Tahawur Rana has said that he was indeed in Mumbai when the attacks took place. He was also trained by LET, and he is also a very, very crucial asset of the Pakistan ISI, and this has been revealed by him in his own statement. He has told the Mumbai Police Crime Branch about his ties with ISI, with Pakistan, and also about how he was also present in 2008 in Mumbai when the attacks took place. We have Major Samarpal Tur also joining us live. A very good afternoon to you, Major. How do you look at Tahawur Rana's sensational admissions? He has finally admitted, and he has also exposed Pakistan's hidden hands, which had been time and again claiming publicly that it has nothing to do with Tahawur Rana or the 26/11 attacks. Now the cat is out.
Niranjan, firstly, let me make it very clear to the audience that he is Captain Tahawur Rana from the Pakistan Army. He was deployed in Siachen, where he faced some severe health issues, and then he was later shifted to Islamabad, where he learned that his future is very grim in the Pakistan Army because of his medical condition, and he deserted the Pakistan Army and shifted to Canada. He was born in 1961, and the common factor between Tahawur Rana and David Coleman Headley is that they both belong to Hassan Abdul Cadet School. And this was a school which started in 1952 in Pakistan. And so both are the alumni of this common institution. Now, this institution is mainly monitored by Lashkar-e-Taiba and the ISI to sift through all the probable candidates to be agents for ISI. And so you see, over the years, the investigation teams have also questioned Rahul Bhatt. He is the son of the famous director Mahesh Bhatt, and Mr. Vilas, who is also a gym trainer, which basically the gym was owned by Mahesh Bhatt's son, Rahul Bhatt, and David Coleman Headley used to go to this gym, and simultaneously he was coordinating with Tahawur Rana regarding the different locations, which also included the Bhabha Atomic Center, and few scientists in South India. So you see the vulnerability of these places and how they were wrecked by Tahawur Rana himself and later on by David Coleman Headley, who is also known as Dawood Salim Gilani. So you see, these people have a very shady past. They've been working together. They've been brainwashed by Lashkar-e-Taiba. There were two officers mainly from the ISI named Major Iqbal and Major Ghani, who both went to Canada not to prosecute Tahawur Rana, but to brainwash him to work for the ISI. And he was already in touch with Sajid Mir, who belongs to Lashkar-e-Taiba. He also met Ilyas Kashmiri, who is a very known figure of Al-Qaeda. So you see, they had deep roots and they were working for the deep state with the ISI, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and to some extent for the FBI and CIA at one point of time. And the red flag was when David Coleman Attlee and Tavur Rana, basically Tavur Rana was caught doing a recce of a newspaper called Jylland Posten in Denmark to carry out an attack onto the establishment. So that is one of the reasons why he was caught, and probably in coming days there will be names of ISI officials along with Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives who will be disclosed eventually to the Indian authorities and is going to help benefit FBI and the CIA to nab these terrorists who are already operating in Canada and in USA.
That's right, Major, and this is a transnational syndicate from US, Pakistan, Dubai, and also how Tavur Rana was operating in Mumbai when the attacks took place. But stay on with us, Major, because we also have more breaking news coming in, because former Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto, has stunned his own nation. He has said that Pakistan has no objection in extraditing global terrorists like Hafiz Syed and Masood Azhar to India. And this isn't just a political statement, it's a direct hit at Pakistan's terror factories. And what follows is a meltdown from Hafiz Syed's camp. His son, Talha Syed, now has publicly accused Bilawal of disgracing Pakistan on the world stage. Pakistan's terror sympathizers are rattled. Their safe havens are being questioned. Let's first listen in to Talha Syed and then we'll go back to Major Samarpal Toor.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मज़म्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफ़िज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है।
Well, coming back to Major Samarpal Toor, how do you look at Bilawal Bhutto's statement? He's the former foreign minister, but he is openly saying that, Pakistan is ready to extradite global terrorists like Hafiz Syed and Masood Azhar. And we have an immediate reaction also coming in from Talha Syed.
You see, Niranjan, basically the world is called off Pakistan's bluff that it had been ranting over the years that it is fighting against terrorism. It is totally the opposite. They've been helping the terrorists. They've been providing them safe havens. One of the big disclosures happened when Osama bin Laden was killed, the most dreaded terrorist in the whole world. That is where the UK and the Americans realized that the blood of their soldiers is on the hands of Pakistan government and the ISI as well. They have been deceived and betrayed. And you see, it is high time that the recent BRICS summit, many of the countries condemn the Pahalgam attack as well. And there have been many countries who've been calling out indirectly to Pakistan. And in fact, you see the telltale signs of Microsoft pulling out of Pakistan after 25 years are basically a sign that the Western companies or whoever is contributing to Pakistan is now withdrawing from the failed state because it is a dead investment. China has already put in a lot of pressure on the Pakistanis to purchase their military arsenal. So it is basically Pakistan is now at a juncture where it is directionless. There are speculations that there might be a military coup in the coming weeks. So a lot of things are brewing in Pakistan, and at an international stage, they are not being looked up upon. They've been looked down, and I think it is because of this pressure that Bilawal Bhutto has ultimately succumbed to the pressure and has given this statement. And this is only going to get a lot of internal chaos on the boil, and there is going to be a lot of trouble and security issues for Bilawal Bhutto himself after he's given this statement.
That's right. Niranjan. And Major, it wasn't too long ago, in 2007 as well, Benazir Bhutto was also a terror victim, and it took him quite some time to come out and make such a statement.
I mean, Niranjan, to safeguard his political image, he should have done it straight away. But I think due to the pressure of Operation Sindoor, and he wanted some political mileage, as he was not seen as a very powerful candidate. So during Op Sindoor, the speeches that he delivered and whatever he was ranting against India was in favor of what the people of Pakistan wanted at that moment of time. So I think it was just a matter of haste and being an opportunist that he gave those statements. But probably now, better late than never that he has given this statement. And I'm sure that this is going to create a lot of discord amongst the intelligence agencies and a lot of apprehension amongst the Lashkar-e-Taiba top brass. And there will be security issues of a clear and present danger for Bilawal Bhutto after he's given this statement. And I think in the coming 2 weeks, a lot of developments in terms of geopolitics regarding Pakistan are going to pan out. A lot of speculations are being there in terms of Pakistan also giving its air bases to be used against Iran. So the relationship between Pakistan
Major,
and Iran
now every statement, every step and every move of Bilawal Bhutto will be monitored very, very closely by LET. And this is a big statement coming in from the former foreign minister. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the top stories from Delhi High Court as it has dismissed the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the clashes that were reported during religious processions across several states. Yesterday in Lakhimpur, stones were also pelted on Hindu homes. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Donald Trump in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big revelations by Tahavvur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. VVIP shocker caught on camera. MNS leader's son harasses a woman. Clashes were reported during a religious procession in several states yesterday in Lakhimpur. Stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. China issues a message for India, says a reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case referenced. Mahesh Babu gets legal notices for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth rupees 34 lakh and misleading buyers. We'll start this edition with this news coming in from Maharashtra, where Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has slammed MNS after a video of a leader's son hurling abuses at Marathi-speaking women has gone viral. He says the real face of those who claim to protect Marathi pride is exposed. As you can see on this video on your screens, viewers, Sanjay Nirupam had shared this video on his X profile, where he has made this comment that those who call themselves protector of the Marathi pride stands exposed, as this is a son of an MNS leader, and his vulgarity has been exposed by Sanjay Nirupam, who tweeted this particular post on his X handle. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, this particular video that we are showing to our viewers, this exposes the entire narrative that has been propelled by the MNS. Sanjay Nirupam took to his X account and says that all those who are protecting the Marathi pride, they all stand exposed. Satya Prakash.
देखिए मधुरमा, जिस तरह से वीडियो सामने आया है, राजश्री मोरे खुद वीडियो भी ट्वीट किया है और सोशल मीडिया पर डाला है। उन्होंने कहा कि जिस तरह से मराठी भाषा के नाम से थोपने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है और जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषाई लोगों को मारा जा रहा है, कहीं के उसको विवाद काफ़ी दिन पहले हुआ था, तो इसको कहीं के उन्होंने ट्वीट भी किया था। इसके बाद कहीं के मन से और राजश्री में विवाद बढ़ता गया और कल रात को राजश्री मोरे जा रही थी अंधेरी में, उसी समय जो मनसे के नेता जावेद शेख के बेटा राहिल शेख जा रहे थे और कार से टक्कर मार देते हैं, जिसके बाद दोनों के बीच में काफी देर बहस होती है। और वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिखाई दे रहा है किस तरह से राहिल शेख, जो कि मनसे नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा है, और धौंस जमाते हुए कह रहे हैं कि जाओ पुलिस स्टेशन में जाओ, गालियां दे रहे हैं, लगातार कहीं बदतमीजी से बात कर रहे हैं, जो कि राजश्री एक खुद मराठी है और उन्होंने वही सवाल खड़ा किया है कि जो मनसे के नेता जो मराठी की बात करते हैं और एक मराठी लड़की के साथ इस तरह बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं, कहीं न कहीं पावर का धौंस दिखा रहे हैं और बार बार कह रहे हैं पुलिस स्टेशन में जाओ, पुलिस स्टेशन में कंप्लेन कर दो, जो होगा देखा जाएगा। इन सारी चीज़ों को बातें जो है राजश्री खुद रिकॉर्ड किया है वीडियो, और राजश्री ने FIR दर्ज कराया है। फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले की जांच किया जा रहा है, जो वीडियो आया उसको देखा जा रहा है और पूरा विवाद को मुंबई पुलिस जांच कर रही है। मधुरमा।
So, Satya Prakash, if we speak about the incident that has happened, has the MNS issued any statement in this regard? Have they come forward and given any clarification?
देखिए मधुरमा, अभी तक मनसे की तरफ से, राज ठाकरे की पार्टी की तरफ से कोई भी स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया। लगातार जो है जावेद, जो कि मनसे के नेता हैं, उनसे लगातार हम संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल वो अभी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। मनसे की तरफ से कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं सवाल जरूर खड़ा होता है जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी भाषा का विवाद बढ़ता जा रहा है और इसी बीच में जिस तरह से मनसे के नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा राहिल शेख एक मराठी लड़की के साथ इस तरह से बदतमीजी कर रहा है।
Satya Prakash, just stay with us. We also have Shaina NC joining us live on this broadcast. She's on the phone line. Shaina, you've seen this video that has been tweeted by Sanjay Nirupam, and he goes on and says that those who call themselves protectors of the Marathi pride are exposed. And in this video, you can also see this MNS leader's son. He is half naked. He's not wearing a shirt or anything. He's hurling abuses. What do you really make of it?
Firstly, I don't think this is only about a Rajshri More or any social media influencer. This is about the reality that you have a spoiled brat called Rahil Javed Sheikh, who claims to be the son of Javed Sheikh and who is half naked and drunk totally on the streets of Mumbai. I'm glad that our Mumbai police is extremely proactive, as is our government. Our Home Minister, who is our Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, has ensured that this FIR is registered at Amboli police station, and the incidents that involve not just misbehavior but also a car collision is all evident on video. So if the Rahil Javed Sheikhs and their varieties think they can continue to be half naked and drunk and that the police will not act, they're wrong. This is the state of Maharashtra, and we pride ourselves as Mumbaikars for standing up for our asmita, which has always been that of Sanskriti and Sabhyata.
Absolutely. I would also like to ask you as to, I would say that irony has run its course. MNS, who's very vocal, every leader is eager to speak, everybody is tight-lipped now.
Yeah, but this is not just about, this particular case. Anybody who takes law into their hands, and in this case, it's a case of drunken driving. It's a case of, ramming into somebody else's car, hurling abuses. This is not what Mumbai will ever accept. And we have pride that our Mumbai police take, register complaints with the correct sections at the earliest. And look at the audacity of this man to shout away and say that my father is the leader, Javed Sheikh of MNS. I mean, is that your aggression and abusive language? Is that what your party and you are taught? I think this needs to be dealt with severely, and that's what will happen. And in the days to come, whether it's a Rajshri More or a common citizen running through a bus or a train and is hurled at like this, the police and the law will take its course.
Absolutely. One last question to you, that the video is on your screen and you have elaborated it very amicably as to how he's hurling abuses. There is a case of drunken driving. This is not the Marathi pride that MNS is really propelling. Shouldn't they come forward and take responsibility for it?
I'm sure they will at their prerogative if they choose to or not. But Mumbai is watching, Maharashtra is watching. And whether it's misbehavior or drunken driving or being half naked in public space and abusing, women in public life or public space for that matter, these are all serious charges. And if they believe this is Marathi Asmita and Marathi pride, then I think it's a very sad situation, because we have pride in our Mumbai police and in our Chief Minister, who is only going to take the corrective measures to ensure perpetrators of crime are booked.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Naina NC, for joining us live. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who continues to stay with us. Satya Prakash, we're learning that the MLA's son, MNS's leader's son, has been detained by the Maharashtra police. What more can you share on this? Satya Prakash.
देखिए मधुरमा, पुलिस का कहना है कि हम इस मामले मुंबई पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले को लेकर जांच कर रहे हैं और जो भी दोषी होगा उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। जो एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ उसके देख वीडियो देखा जा रहा है, जिस तरह से मनसे के नेता का बेटा जो राहिल शेख है, जावेद शेख का बेटा है, जिस तरह से बदतमीजी कर रहा है और सड़क पर कर रहा है। और ये जो घटना है कल बीती रात की है, और जिस तरह से राजश्री मोरे के ऊपर कहीं न कहीं टिप्पणी कर रहा है, उसके बाद कहीं न कहीं विवाद बढ़ता गया है। और फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस का कहना है कि जो भी दोषी होगा उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। जी
Absolutely, Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, also talk to us about, give us a quick recap as to when this entire incident took place, what is really happening in this video, how this person who's half naked from the top, he's not wearing any shirt, what is happening, what really transpired that he came out of the car, he starts abusing this Marathi woman, and then this video goes viral. What really happened, if you could explain the series of the event?
देखिए मधुरमा, बीती रात की घटना है जब राजश्री अंधेरी इलाके में जा रही थी। उस समय जो है जावेद शेख का बेटा, जो कि मनसे के नेता है, उनका बेटा जा रहा था और जो राष्ट्रीय की कार को टक्कर मारता, इसके बाद दोनों के बीच में बहस होती है। लेकिन वीडियो में साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से राहिल शेख बिहेवियर कर रहा है राष्ट्रीय के साथ, जिस तरह से गालियाँ दे रहा है और सीधे सीधे धौस दिखा रहा है कि हमारे पिता जो है मनसे के नेता है। तो कहीं न कहीं वो अपनी ताकत दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा है और बार बार कहीं वो ड्रिंक किया हुआ है। साफ तौर से वीडियो में दिख रहा है किस तरह से शराब के नशे में हो और जिस तरह से बार बार धमकाने की कोशिश कर रहा है और सीधे कह रहा है कि पुलिस स्टेशन में जाओ, जो करना है कर लो। कहीं न कहीं ये वीडियो सारा ही जो है राष्ट्रीय मोर्चे ने खुद रिकॉर्ड किया है। राष्ट्रीय मोर्चे का 2 दिन पहले एक विवाद हुआ था मनसे के नेताओं के बीच में, क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय मोर्चे ने एक वीडियो ट्वीट किया था कि जो जिस तरह से मराठी के नाम से हिंदी भाषियों को मारा जा रहा है, अगर हिंदी भाषी छोड़ देंगे तो मुंबई में कोई नहीं बचेगा। तो इसके बाद कहीं के जो विवाद बढ़ा था, इसके बाद विवाद वो खत्म हो गया था। लेकिन जिस तरह से देर शाम को जिस तरह से राहिल ने टक्कर मारी कार को, राष्ट्रीय की कार को, उसके बाद कहीं विवाद बढ़ा और ये विवाद काफ़ी लंबा देर तक चला। इसके बाद पुलिस स्टेशन मामला गया है और FIR दर्ज हो गया है। पुलिस कह रही है कि हम जल्द कार्रवाई करेंगे, पूरे मामले की जांच कर रहे हैं।
जी। Thank you, Satya Prakash, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as this story is going to snowball into yet another political controversy in the state of Maharashtra. Thank you, Satya Prakash. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the violent clashes that were reported during Muharram in Shahjahanpur in Madhya Pradesh. The incident happened when a procession reached Azad Chowk. There was allegedly a dispute that took place, which eventually turned into a fight. The police deployed on the spot, took immediate action and brought the situation under control. So viewers, those are the visuals on your screen where you can see that brawl taking place during a Muharram procession. And this is not the first of a kind. These are the visuals that we bring you from Madhya Pradesh, but multiple incidents have been reported from multiple states, including Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh and Jalandhar as well, where at various places, various locations, there were multiple scuffles that had broken out, including one of those incidents where there was heavy stone pelting on the house of Hindus in Lakhimpur. But let's keep our focus to Madhya Pradesh. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Satya Vijay. Satya Vijay, we see these visuals coming in. Please tell us what really happened that this scuffle was caused. How did the police take control of the situation and what is it like on the ground right now?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान मध्य प्रदेश में भी 3 अलग अलग तस्वीरें सामने आई। शाजापुर की बात करें तो शाजापुर में इसी कम्युनिटी के, मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के ही 2 गुट आपस में भिड़ गए। दरअसल मामला ये था कि जो इनके अखाड़े होते हैं, मुहर्रम जुलूस के दौरान जो अखाड़ा होता है उसके मूवमेंट को लेकर 2 गुटों में पहले विवाद हुआ, बातचीत बहस में बदली और फिर इनमें हाथापाई शुरू हो गई, मारपीट शुरू हो गई। अच्छी बात यह कि मौके पर पुलिस तैनात थी। चूंकि रात के 12 बजे से सुबह 5 बजे तक का ये मुहर्रम का जुलूस था, इस दौरान भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल वहाँ पर मौजूद था और पुलिस की सतर्कता से ही वहाँ पर स्थिति कंट्रोल में आई, क्योंकि सेम कम्युनिटी के ये लोग थे, मुस्लिम समुदाय से ही आते हैं और आपस में इनमें विवाद शुरू हुआ। अखाड़े को लेकर ये विवाद इतना बड़ा कि ये लोग मारपीट पर उतारू हो गए। कहने को मुहर्रम का ये जुलूस होता है, मातमी जुलूस होता है, लेकिन यहाँ मातम की जगह पर यहाँ पर विवाद, तमाशा, मारपीट, हंगामा देखने को मिला। और इसी तरह की तो कुछ तस्वीरें मध्य प्रदेश के उज्जैन से और रतलाम से भी सामने आई है, जहाँ पर भी कह सकते हैं मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान हंगामा हुआ, बवाल हुआ, पुलिस को बल प्रयोग करना पड़ा। तो सबसे कहना चाहिए कि वेरियस पूरे देश भर में तो मुहर्रम जुलूस के दौरान तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं विवाद की, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में 3 जिले हैं। शाजापुर सबसे जहाँ पर की विवाद हुआ, उज्जैन जहाँ से कि मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव खुद आते हैं, यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग तोड़कर जो दिशा निर्धारित नहीं थी उस दिशा में लोग घुसे और जिसके बाद पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा। तीसरी तस्वीर रतलाम की है, जहाँ पर कि हिंदू राष्ट्र के बैनर को जलाने की कोशिश की मुहर्रम के जुलूस में शामिल लोगों ने। लेकिन शाजापुर की तस्वीर हमने दिखा रहे हैं, जिसमें कि आपने देखा होगा कि किस तरह से ये सेम कम्युनिटी के लोग आपस में ही लड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं और पुलिस ने हालात को पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में किया।
Thank you, Satya Prakash, for those details. Viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, where stone pelting was reported during Muharram in Uttar Pradesh. Lakhimpur locals allege that a group specifically targeted some of the houses and started hurling stones. Here's a report.
सर कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख के दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में। और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया, ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने लगे।
बाहर चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं। और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटें पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्बे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है। आप यहाँ पर आप बताएं अंकल, क्या किस तरफ से जा रहे थे?
ये इधर इससे जा रहे थे, पीछे से इधर से और ये इधर से पत्थर यहीं से फेंके गए, इधर से वहाँ से।
ये सारा पाउडर भी आपके घर के ऊपर बिखरा हुआ?
ये सर वहाँ तक सब पाउडर फेंका, वो वहाँ से सब पड़ा है सब। और ये पैनल टूट गया, देखो इस पे ईंटा
क्या नारेबाजी क्या कर रहे थे और उनकी मंशा क्या थी? ये पत्थरबाजी कर क्यों रहे थे?
ये केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम भड़काना चाहते थे।
आप लोग को डराने की कोशिश थी?
और यहाँ हमारे घर से ये हिंदुओं का घर केवट का, इनके घर पे पत्थरबाजी, इनकी टीन टूट गई है। और वो वहाँ एक हिंदू का घर, वहाँ भी पत्थरबाजी, वहाँ भी उनके।
हम आपको जरा तस्वीरें एक बार फिर से दिखाते हैं और अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरीके से डराने की कोशिश की गई। कल के दिन इस गांव के हिस्से में ईंटें पत्थर छत पर भी बिखरे हुए हैं। और जरा ऊपर से ही नीचे आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, एक फ्रेम। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं दरवाजे पर इकट्ठा हैं, डरे सहमे ये लोग हैं अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर। और इन ईंटें पत्थरों को देखिए, ये ईंटें पत्थर घर पर जब फेंके गए, इस मंशा से फेंके गए कि लोगों को डराया जाए। ये बताइए, सुरक्षा को लेकर डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
बिल्कुल सर, डर तो लगी रहा। जब इस पुलिस की मौजूदगी में ये हुआ है सर, तो डर तो लगी रहा। वो देखो वहाँ दीवार की वो ऊपर
देखिए टीन घर के सामने की दिखा रहे हैं, बाहर की तरफ अंदर की टीनें टूट चुकी हैं। जो पाउडर फेंका गया था, ये पाउडर क्या था और किस मंशा से?
पता नहीं सर क्या था ये पाउडर में, इसमें वहाँ से फेंक रहे। तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में हमारे मत फेंको, अपने उसमें फेंको।
नीचे उतरते हैं, जरा वहां भी चलकर देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि क्या मंशा थी। ये हिंदू आबादी जिस तरफ गांव की रहती है, बेहद डरी हुई ये आबादी है। सीढ़ियों पर भी आप देखेंगे गुम्मे के टुकड़े फैले हुए हैं। और जिस अंदाज में फेंके गए, लड़कों ने खुद अपने वीडियो बनाए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला है। अपना जो हनक दिखाने की कोशिश है, डराने की कोशिश है। घर के बाहर चलते हैं, आप बताइए घर में मौजूद थी आप जब हमला हुआ?
जी यहाँ पे थे, बच्चों को लेके। ये बहू ने यहाँ पे खेल रहे थे, जब पत्थर आने लगे तो बहू इधर लेके कमरे में बच्चों को बंद कर दिया।
डर पूरा परिवार डर गया होगा?
डर के लिए, और सब सारे लोग बाहर थे, ये हम दोनों लोग।
क्या नारेबाजी कर रहे थे ये लोग?
वो सब वही खेल रहे थे, पाउडर खेल रहे थे। और उधर से
पटाखे दगाने वाली बात आई, आपने कहा कि पटाखे दगा रहे थे, ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हाँ, पटाखे कभी नहीं दगते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे। और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे। ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने, हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको?
हाँ।
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर
फेंकने लगे। घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा योगी जी से? कहिएगा।
हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
FIR कराई है? FIR आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने FIR कराई है? क्या FIR में मांग की?
FIR में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए, हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
Big revelation by Tahavur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. We'll bring you more on that right after a very short break.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Welcome back, viewers. The terror attack in Pahalgam has found mention on the world stage at BRICS summit in Brazil. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sent out a strong message to Pakistan on terrorism. Additionally, India is also set to sign a counter-terrorism agreement with Brazil. Here's a report.
Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly, or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity. There is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned EC's special intensive revision exercise ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Owaisi questioned the timing of the Election Commission and said that the time must be given before conducting the revision. TMC MP Mahua Mitra, RJD MP Manoj Jha have moved the top court to challenge EC's move. The top court will hear the petition on July 10th.
आप इतने कम टाइम में एक्सरसाइज कैसे कर पाएंगे? बहुत टाइम कम है। SIR में भाई जो लोग जो अपना एड्रेस चेंज कर लिए, उनको क्यों आप पूछ रहे हैं बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट? बीजेपी RSS बार बार ये भरम, ये झूठ फैलाती है कि यहाँ पर बांग्लादेश के लोग आ गए हैं। कहाँ है बताओ हमको।
3 miscreants riding a bike through petrol bomb at a house near Adampur town of Jalandhar tried to damage the house. Footage now accessed shows how 3 unknown youth came on a motorcycle, fled after throwing bottles filled with petrol. Police has launched an investigation into the matter, getting a reaction from BJP on this. Viewers, Donald Trump is firing back at Elon Musk's surprise new political move, the launch of America Party. Trump calls it ridiculous and warns it could fracture the Republican Party. Here's a report.
U.S. President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Elon Musk starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous. What's golden key back? Golden key back from Elon. Go ahead. What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now, can Musk's America Party disrupt the entrenched two-party system, or will it further divide an already fractured political landscape?
China issues a message for India, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Mahesh Babu gets legal notices for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh and misleading buyers. We'll get you more on that, but right after a very short break.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks, and he has announced.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big revelation by Tahabur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation, challenging the revocation of its security clearance. VVIP shocker caught on camera. MNS leader's son harasses woman caught on camera. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday. In Lakhimpur Kheri, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. China issues message for India, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Bengaluru over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case referenced. And Mahesh Babu gets legal notices for endorsing alleged real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees in misleading buyers. Viewers, you're watching live and breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with breaking news coming in. This is trouble coming in for the Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu, where his name has now come up in a scam. Well, this is regarding an endorsement of for a real estate company. He served as a brand ambassador for a real estate company, Sai Surya Developers, and he has been served a notice by the Rangareddy District Consumer Commission regarding the same. And in the complaint filed with Commission, Sai Surya Developers was named as the first respondent, owner Kancherla Satish Chandragupta as the second respondent, and actor Mahesh Babu as the brand promoter as the third respondent. The complainant alleges that she had purchased a plot worth 34.8 lakh rupees, but the venture did not have required approvals and they were misled by advertisement featuring Mahesh Babu. All right, my colleague Aneri is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aneri, tell us more details about this case.
Well, what we know, Rakshita, is that now the Rangareddy District Consumer Commission has issued notice to Telangana, to Tollywood actor Mahesh Babu, and this comes in the backdrop of a complaint which has been filed by a doctor, where she has stated that there was an alleged plot of near about 34 lakhs where she had purchased a plot, and Mahesh Babu, the actor, was said to be the brand ambassador for this very real estate company, and he was promoting this real estate company. Well, he has been the third respondent in this complaint which has been filed. First one is the company and then the owner of the company, and now Mahesh Babu is said to be the third respondent in this very complaint. And now the next hearing will take place in this matter on next month on the 7th, where we will be seeing what will. However, the Mahesh Babu is yet to respond on this legal notice which has been served to him by the Consumers Commission.
Right. Thank you so much, Aneri, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. Now we shift our focus to other stories that we're tracking for you. This is a significant development in the Pahalgam terror attack. A special NIA court has sent two Lashkar-e-Taiba associates, Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed, a 10-day NIA remand till the 16th of July. The duo is accused of providing logistical and local support to 3 Pakistani terrorists involved in brutal 22nd April attack, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. So, a significant development in the Pahalgam terror attack, viewers. NIA has sent these terror aides. They have taken them into custody. Parvez Ahmed, Bashir Ahmed, Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, we've seen this crackdown on the entire network of the OGWs. But Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed have been important terror associates for the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Gursimran, tell us more about their role and the latest from the investigation.
Rakshita, today the NIA presented both these accused Parvez and Bashir Ahmed before the special NIA court in Jammu, wherein they have now been sent to the 10-day remand of the National Investigation Agency. This is for the third time post their arrest that was made by the agency on 22nd of June that they have been sent to the NIA custody. NIA in the court told that NIA has received some of the key clues and evidences regarding this case from them because they were the ones who harbored these terrorists in the Dhok that was very close to the site of incident in the Pahalgam where the terrorists carried out attack. They even have identified the Pakistani terrorists and have said that all three terrorists were from Lashkar-e-Taiba. All three were Pakistani who carried out this attack. They have got some money from the terrorists as well. That is what has emerged during the investigation by the National Investigation Agency. And based on the investigation that has been carried out so far by the agency put out the facts before the NIA court in Jammu, after which they have been sent to the 10 days remand of the NIA till 16th of July. Now on 16th of July they will be presented again before the NIA court in Jammu, but we are being told that in a couple of days' time they will be flown to the Kashmir Valley because NIA wants to have multiple scene recreations at the site of incident so that they can actually get an idea that what were the flow of the events that followed that very day when the terrorists carried out the brutal killing of 26 civilians, including 25 travelers who have come from different parts of the country to Kashmir Valley.
Right, Gursimran Singh, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We shift our focus to some more breaking news coming in now. Of course, the crackdown against those Pakistani spies is also picking up. And now, the latest, it's revealed that Jodi Malhotra, the travel blogger from Haryana, Sirsa, arrested on espionage charges, was the Kerala government's guest in a campaign to promote tourism in Kerala. She visited this southern state during its influence outreach initiative. Now, according to a report, a query under the right to information has revealed that the Kerala government funded the trip of 41 influencers chosen to promote this southern state as a global tourist destination. And now the BJP has hit back at the Kerala government on this. Listen in.
Is out of the bag. The Kerala government, the left government of Pinarayi Vijayan was the one which sponsored, patronized and invited Pakistani spy YouTube content creator Jodi Malhotra. It is now in black and white and RTI reply has shown this. This means that the Kerala government was busy inviting such anti-India elements, paying for them at the cost of taxpayer money, and this is a department, a ministry headed by no less than the son-in-law of the Chief Minister of Kerala. That means the son-in-law of Chief Minister of Kerala does not mind platforming, giving accommodation, giving state guest relations and state guest services to Pakistani spies. But they have a problem with Bharat Mata. They don't mind eulogizing Hamas. They don't mind crying for Naxals. They don't mind giving namaz-e-janaza to terrorists. And they don't mind rolling out a red carpet for Pakistani spies, but they have problem with Bharat Mata. This shows the priorities of the Kerala government. They are hand in glove with elements that are anti-India. They go and bat for PFI. They go and bat for elements that are anti-India, and they roll out a red carpet for the likes of Jodi Malhotra, a Pakistani spy. The son-in-law of the Chief Minister is directly responsible for this. It shows that there is some kind of nexus or forces that promote, patronize and support such anti-India elements. Should the Kerala government, Mr. Chief Minister, not sack the minister, the tourism minister, or will he just protect him because he's the son-in-law of the Chief Minister?
Viewers, we are now cutting across to visuals coming in from Nairobi, where people have taken to the streets to protest against police brutality. These protests are only now picking up steam. Anger has reignited over the long-standing issue over the death of blogger Albert Ojwang in police custody and the close-range shooting by police of vendor Boniface Kariuki during protests for Ojwang mid-June. Human rights groups have a long call for action over illegal arrests, detentions and torture of government critics in Kenya. And President William Ruto has vowed to end police brutality, saying no enforced disappearance would happen during his administration. But Ruto's interior minister told police to shoot on sight, anyone who approaches the police stations during protests. After 5 police stations were torched. So as you can see that Nairobi remains tense, and these are the latest visuals from Nairobi, Kenya, marking the democracy uprising, and the Kenyans frustrated over economic stagnation, corruption and acts of police brutality. And Kurtat joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Kurtat, we've seen that there has been looting, there has been widespread violence in Kenya, flashpoint being in Nairobi against police brutality. What more details are you picking up?
Indeed, and Rakshita, this is a very important day, July 7th, which is often marked and mired by a lot of violence and rallies in support of pro-democracy protest anniversaries. And today in particular, we have seen massive police blocking on the main roads in the capital city of Nairobi, as the visuals on the screen, anticipating these protests, which indeed turned out to be violent. People each year rally on July 7th since 1990 to mark the Kenyans' demand of the return of multi-party democracy after the years of rule of the autocratic rule of then President Daniel Moi. And after this now, there has been another round of protests that have taken place today, in which we have seen that the police has come down very heavily after the blocking of the roads was done on the main road. So this was an anticipation. This is the 35th anniversary, in fact, of those pro-democracy protests. And this year's main theme of the protests and the main cause of the protesters has been various incidents that have led up to this overboil, including the death of bloggers in police custody, including police brutality. That has become a central issue. President Ruto, however, as you rightly mentioned, has been assuring the people to be away from violence. We have seen the visuals in which police have also used tear gas and water cannon on Monday to disperse the crowds along a key artery in Nairobi as hundreds of demonstrators advanced, some even blowing whistles while they were marching. So those are some visuals of the clashes that we are reporting live from Nairobi as shots come in as we speak. These are visuals in Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya, where the protests on the 30th anniversary of the pro-democracy protests, when the multi-party system of democracy was abolished in Kenya, is being marked again, once again, unfortunately, with a lot of violence in the capital city. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. The streets of Nairobi we see are tense once again. And we have, you can see that boundary wall with hundreds of youngsters in Nairobi. There you have live visuals coming in from Nairobi of Kenya, and the youngsters frustrated by the economic policies, by what has been happening in police custodies. We see that these youngsters have taken to the streets 24/7. We see what has been happening, the vandalism. Roads have been blocked. And this is the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, viewers, as the protesters take to the streets. Tear gas, you can see the smoke. You can see that tear gas by being used by the administration to disperse the protesters. And police, of course, also now finding it a bit difficult to handle because there are so many of the protesters who have now gathered. And this is, of course, also against what Kenyan Human Rights Commission says is against the enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. And many of these, there were many of the police stations, remember, that were torched by the protesters. And the rising economic expectations and the police brutality have created anger in Kenya. And we've seen how the response has been, it's going violent in Kenya. And there are many people, in fact, this is happening since 2024. Kurtat, you know, this is happening since 2024, a year ago. And several people also died. And what happened? And many of them were detained illegally. And now we see that these protests are now being reignited, despite we see assurances from the president. There's nothing changed, it seems. Kurtat.
Indeed, Rakshita, and these are dramatic visuals as we are tracking, as there was a complete shutdown of all the shops that we can see there, as the police had already put in. The Interior Ministry of Kenya has in fact given a very strong statement calling this terrorism in the guise of dissent. So very strong statement coming in from the Kenyan leadership there, which many reporters from the West Asia coverage are also claiming to be a massive civic apathy of the government against the rights and the causes of concern of the protesters gathered over there. We are also getting information that the government of Kenya has also given a shoot-at-sight order to their policemen in order to bring the situation under control. We see arson is also being one of the major causes of concern. Some plumes of smoke rising over there, along with mass gatherings on the main arterial roads. These are visuals coming in live, ladies and gentlemen, from the capital city of Kenya, that is Nairobi, which is marking the 35th anniversary of the protests that have happened in East African nations for the past 35 years, at least since 1990, when the multi-party democracy system of Kenya was abolished after a long rule of a prime minister. And subsequently, this day has been marked overall as a day of dissent against the government over the period of many years. This year also, we are seeing again protests turning extremely violent, which were anticipated. There you can see vehicles have been tossed on fire with huge plumes of smoke emerging, with protesters gathering there in mass numbers. Police just moments ago was also seen firing tear gas cans, as at the same time some water cannons also for dispersing the crowd. However, so far the effort seems to have not been yielding any proper discernible result. At the moment, the situation continues to remain tense, and we'll be closely tracking all the developments coming out of Nairobi in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Rudhav, for joining us and giving us a perspective of what's happening and those latest visuals coming in from Nairobi as the tensions are reigniting on the streets, as we see in those visuals. Focus now. We move on to other story that we're tracking from back home in India. Now, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has slammed the MNS after a video of a MNS leader's son hurling abuses at a Marathi woman has gone viral. He says the real face of those who claim to protect Marathi pride has been exposed. This is the visual, viewers, that has been going viral. This MNS leader's son, who is half naked and has been hurling abuses at this woman, was seen harassing her, and it has been all caught on camera. And he boasts about his father being the vice president of the state unit. And MNS leader Sanjay Nirupam, the Shiv Sena leader, has slammed MNS leader.
यह राहिल या साहिल नाम का जो लड़का है, यह नशे में धुत है। एक ऐसा मुसलमान है जो शराब पी के घूम रहा है। उसका शराब पी के उसने गाड़ी चलाई और जाकर गाड़ी ठोक दी, और जब इस महिला ने विरोध किया तो इस महिला को गाली दी, और उसके बाद बार बार अपने बाप के पोजीशन को फ्रॉन्ट कर रहा है। इससे दो बातें स्पष्ट होती हैं कि मनसे वाले मराठी भाषा के नाम पर जिस तरीके से उत्पात मचा रहे हैं, ये दरअसल गुंडागर्दी है। इनको न तो मराठी भाषा से कोई लेना देना, न मराठी समाज के मान सम्मान से लेना देना। अगर मराठी भाषकों के मान सम्मान से लेना देना होता तो राजश्री मोरे को कोई गाली नहीं देता, कोई मनसे वाला मनसे का कह करके उसको गाली नहीं देता। दूसरी बात, ये जो मनसे के उपाध्यक्ष जावेद शेख के बेटे कह रहे हैं, उनको देख करके हमें समझ में आ रहा है कि बार बार मनसे वाले हिंदुओं पर ही हमले करते हैं। और हमने बार बार सवाल उठाया कि अगर इतनी ताकत है, इतना गट्स है, इतना जोश है तुम में, इतना करेज है या साहस है, तो जरा भिंडी बाजार में जाके किसी मुसलमान को थप्पड़ मार के दिखाओ, उसको बोलो कि तुम उर्दू में बात मत करो, मराठी में बात करो। अब समझ में आ रहा है कि मनसे के जो मुस्लिम नेता हैं, उनके दबाव में आकर के राज ठाकरे के गुंडे हिंदुओं के ऊपर सरेआम हमले कर रहे हैं। मैं सरकार से यह डिमांड करूंगा, मांग करूंगा कि ऐसे गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से मुंबई की सड़कों पे, महाराष्ट्र की सड़कों पे मनसे की तरफ से मराठी भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी शुरू हुई है, इस गुंडागर्दी को तत्काल खत्म करना पड़ेगा, रोकना पड़ेगा, और इसके लिए पुलिस को हाथ में डंडा लेकर के इन तमाम गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। तब कहीं जाके हर वर्ग के लोगों में एक सुरक्षा का भाव पैदा हो पाएगा।
In fact, viewers, Republic TV has gotten more exclusive responses, reactions from the MNS on the MNS Neta's harassment that has been caught on camera. Let's take a listen into what Ramdas Athavale and Deepak Kesarkar have to say.
देखिए, इस पे राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। किसी को पीटना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति कभी भी नहीं थी। तो मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि जो भी आपको कहना है आप बोल सकते हैं, आपके विचार बोल सकते हैं, और फिर इकट्ठा रहना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति रह चुकी है और महाराष्ट्र हमेशा प्रोग्रेसिव रह चुका है। तो हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ें मराठी के लिए की है, तो मराठी भाषा आगे जा रही है, उसको क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज का स्टेटस मिल गया है और मराठी भाषा धोरण भी तय हुआ है। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मराठी भाषा धोरण में है, तो उसके लिए ज़बरदस्ती करने की ज़रूरी नहीं है, उसके बारे में तो तय हो गया है। तो आप किसी भी चीज़ को अच्छी तरह से किसी को बोलेंगे तो वो लोग फॉलो करते हैं। एक तरीका होता है, उस तरीके से अगर बोला जाए तो समाज में शांति भी रहती है और सब लोग इकट्ठा भी रहते हैं।
मंत्री जो आशीष शेलार का कहना है कि जिस तरह से पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने धर्म पूछ के मारा, उसी तरह से महाराष्ट्र में भाषा के नाम से मारा जा रहा।
देखिए, मारना ये अच्छी चीज़ बिल्कुल नहीं है, हम उससे एग्री नहीं होते, क्योंकि ये चीज़ें तो बाला साहब के ज़माने में इस तरह से नहीं होती थी। कोई भी अगर गलत काम करे तो उसके लिए शिवसेना का खुद का स्टाइल था, लेकिन हर किसी को वो कहाँ से है ये पूछ के मारा नहीं जाता था। ये बाला साहब का कभी भी स्वभाव नहीं रहा है। उन्होंने घोषणा भी दी थी, वो गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, इसका मतलब तो हिंदी में ही घोषणा थी। उनके लिए मराठी हिंदी एक ही थी, लेकिन मराठी का उनको अभिमान था। मराठी लोगों के लिए खड़ा रहना, उनको नौकरी में प्रेफरेंस देना, ये उनकी भूमिका थी और वो भूमिका आज भी शिंदे साहब ने कायम रखी है और इसीलिए अच्छी तरह से लोगों का रिस्पांस भी मिल रहा है।
मुझे लगता है कि एमएनएस के हो या और किसी के हो, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इसी तरह की गुंडागर्दी करना, दादागिरी करना ठीक नहीं है। दादागिरी करने का क्या हक उनको दे दिया है एमएनएस को, और जानबूझकर मतलब मुंबई का वातावरण बिगाड़ने का काम हो रहा है। मुंबई अपने देश की आर्थिक राजधानी है और वहाँ बहुभाषिक लोग रहते हैं, बहुधार्मिक लोग रहते हैं, और मुंबई की इमेज को एकदम कोलैप्स करने की भूमिका एमएनएस की है। इसीलिए एमएनएस की भूमिका हम विरोध करते हैं और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करते रहेगी तो इनको दादागिरी का उत्तर दादागिरी से देना पड़ेगा। यहाँ मराठी बोलनी चाहिए, बात सही है, लेकिन जिनको मराठी आती नहीं उनको मराठी बोलो, नहीं तो फिर थप्पड़ मारेंगे, उसका वीडियो निकालेंगे, इनमें कुछ दम नहीं है। लेकिन ये ऐसा ही मतलब ज़्यादा गड़बड़ करने का काम करते हैं। तो ज़रूर मैं माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से मेरा निवेदन है कि मैं उनसे बात करूँगा और इसी तरह की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति निर्माण करने वालों पर कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और ये जो एमएनएस के द्वारा हो रहा है ये अच्छी बात नहीं है।
Now, viewers, the top court has agreed to urgently list the petitions challenging the Election Commission's decision to carry out a special intensive revision of electoral roll in Bihar. Now, Supreme Court will hear the badge of pleas on the 10th of July. Here's more on the story.
The Supreme Court of India has agreed to hear a batch of petitions against the Election Commission's decision to carry out a special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Bihar, a move that comes just ahead of the assembly elections. The plea was mentioned for urgent hearing before a bench of Justices Sudhanshu Dhulia and Joymalia Bagchi. The petitions have been filed by political parties like the TMC and the RJD. Both of these parties have raised concerns over the Election Commission's June order, requiring all voters not listed in the 2003 rolls to submit fresh documentation proving their eligibility, marking the beginning of a likely nationwide exercise. Opposition is claiming that the move violates key constitutional rights, including the right to equality, freedom of expression, and the right to vote, as well as election laws like Representation of People's Act. The petitioners fear that the revision drive could arbitrarily remove lakhs of legitimate voters from the rolls without proper notices or process, threatening the fairness of the upcoming election cycle.
Short break, viewers, but we get you how clashes have been reported during religious processions in several states yesterday. In UP's Lakhimpur Kheri, stones have been allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. And a big revelation made by Tahavur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks, and he has announced that he wants to boost American economy, and he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break which he has promised in 2017 to continue permanently. And that's the big beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying, it's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIMM Chief Owaisi has questioned Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Owaisi has questioned the timing of the Election Commission and said that time must be given before conducting the revision.
आप इतने कम टाइम में एक्सरसाइज कैसे कर पाएंगे? बहुत टाइम कम है। SIR में भाई जो लोग जो अपना एड्रेस चेंज कर लिए, उनको क्यों आप पूछ रहे हैं बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट? बीजेपी RSS बार बार ये भरम, ये झूठ फैलाती है कि यहाँ पर बांग्लादेश के लोग आ गए हैं। कहाँ है बताओ हमको।
In Punjab, 3 miscreants riding a bike threw petrol bomb at a house in Adampur town of Jalandhar and tried to damage the house as well. Footage has now come to the fore that shows how 3 unknown youth came on a motorcycle and fled after throwing bottles filled with petrol. Police has now launched an investigation in this matter, getting in a reaction from the Bharatiya Janata Party too. Situation remains tense in Bihar's Katihar district. Miscreants involved in Muharram Tazia procession pelted stones on the local people and also a temple in that locality. The district administration has ordered action against the miscreants who created ruckus in a Nagar Thana area. Former Deputy Chief Minister and MLA has appealed to the people to maintain peace and order. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, China has issued a message for India saying that reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Karnataka over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case reference. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛。
welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. During the next half an hour, we'll get you details about what Tahir Rana, the mastermind of 2611, in fact said. It's a big admission and you should hear that. But first, as always, the headlines. Big revelation by Tahir Rana. Sources say that he has admitted that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army. Delhi High Court has dismissed the petition filed by Turkish firm ground handling company Celebi Aviation, challenging the revocation of its security clearance. VVIP shocker caught on camera in Maharashtra. MNS leader's son harasses women. Clashes erupted during religious procession in several states across the country yesterday in Lakhimpur and Bihar, UP, MP and Jharkhand. China has issued a message for India, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Youth brutally assaulted in Karnataka and Bengaluru over relationship dispute, actor Darshan case referenced. Mahesh Babu gets a legal notice for endorsing a real estate scam worth 34 lakh rupees and misleading the buyers. What tensions grip the Naya Tola Mahavir Mandir Chowk area under the Nagar Thana of Katihar in Bihar after miscreants involved in the Muharram Tazia procession pelted stones at the local residents and the temple as well, triggering unrest in that area. Now, in a response, District Officer Manish Kumar Meena has ordered strict action against those responsible and assured that no one guilty will be spared. Former Deputy Chief Minister and Shahnagar MLA has also appealed to people to maintain peace and order in that area, promising firm action against the miscreants to restore the normalcy in that area. There on the screen, you can see visuals coming in from Bihar and also Jen, because as far as the Muharram procession is concerned, there have been chaos and ruckus not just in one state but in UP, MP, Bihar, Jharkhand. There have been, in fact, incidents of stone pelting at the houses and at the temples as well. Let me go across to my colleague Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Tell us more about what happened in Katihar, because what we're learning is that stones were pelted there. Give us the ground situation as of now and the action that the police has taken.
Well, widespread violence was reported on the occasion of Muharram in different parts of Bihar, and on the screen we are showing you visuals of Katihar district, where in and around the temple premises stones were pelted during the Tajia procession of the minorities, what we call the Tajia procession. People gather in large numbers with fire in their hands, and as and when they reached the temple premises, there was some scuffle that took place between two communities, and thereafter stones were pelted, and large-scale violence was also reported, but no untoward incident took place in this scuffle, and a large number of police party were deployed, which tried to diffuse the entire tension, and tensions escalated late last night during the Tajia procession of the minorities late last night, and with the help of the police authorities in the district administration, situation was brought to normalcy, and now there is no tension. The situation is very peaceful as of now. Back to you.
Absolutely. In Bihar, in fact, clashes were witnessed there. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, from Bihar, let's shift our focus to Madhya Pradesh. As we told you, violent clashes were reported during Muharram in Shahjahanpur in Madhya Pradesh. And the incident happened when the procession reached Azad Chowk in that area. There was a dispute that took place between people of the same community, which eventually turned into a full-blown fight. The police that was thankfully deployed in that spot took immediate action and brought the situation under control. In fact, those are the visuals on your screen that you can see from Madhya Pradesh, Shahjahanpur, where this incident took place between people from the same community. The police there had to intervene and control the situation. Well, as you can see in the visuals, police there on the ground when this incident took place. What we're learning is that this Muharram procession was passing through Azad Chowk when there was a dispute between the two people from the same community, and that led to a big fight. And there you can see on the screen that was the exact moment when that fight started between the two people of the same community. That led to a full-blown fight between these people, and thankfully the police was present at the spot there, and they controlled the situation and brought the law and order situation under control. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who continues to track the story very closely. Satya Vijay, in Madhya Pradesh, not just in this Shahjahanpur area, but also in Ujjain, we saw, in fact, the clashes during Muharram procession. Give us details about the crackdown by police as far as the miscreants are concerned in this specific Shahjahanpur case.
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के शाहजहाँपुर और उज्जैन दो जगह पर एक ही तरह का विवाद सामने आया। जहां पर शाहजहाँपुर की बात करें तो सेम कम्युनिटी के लोग, मतलब मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लोग ही आपस में विवाद करते दिखे। पहले ये विवाद बहस में तब्दील हुआ और उसके बाद मारपीट होने लगी। अच्छी बात है कि पुलिस मौके पर थी जिसने कि विवाद को शांत कराया, स्थिति को कंट्रोल किया। ये जो विवाद हुआ शाहजहाँपुर का, इसमें एक ही कम्युनिटी के लोग, मतलब कि मुस्लिम समुदाय के जो दो ग्रुप थे, वो आपस में भिड़े और इनमें ये जो विवाद हुआ वो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो इनके अखाड़े होते हैं, अखाड़े के मूवमेंट को लेकर हुआ। एक गुट चाहता था कि एक दिशा में अखाड़ा जाए, दूसरा गुट चाहता था दूसरी दिशा में जाए। इसी बात को लेकर विवाद हुआ, बहस हुई और फिर मारपीट हो गई। पुलिस ने वहां पर अच्छी सतर्कता दिखाते हुए आरोपियों जो लोग विवाद कर रहे थे उनको रोका, वहां से खदेड़ा, बल प्रयोग किया, जिसकी वजह से वहां पर स्थिति सामान्य हो पाई। वही उज्जैन की बात करें तो उज्जैन में एक निर्धारित रूट तय किया था कि जुलूस कहां से निकलेगा, दूसरे रूट को डाइवर्ट किया था, वहां पर बैरिकेडिंग की थी। ये साफ निर्देश दिए गए थे कि उस रूट पर नहीं जाना है जिसके पीछे आगे बैरिकेडिंग है। लेकिन कुछ शरारती तत्व जो हैं उन्होंने जानबूझकर वही रूट चुना जहां पर बैरिकेडिंग थी, जिसके बाद वहां पर हालात बिगड़े और पुलिस ने बल प्रयोग किया, लाठीचार्ज कर सभी को खदेड़ा। ये भी कहना है एसपी उज्जैन का कि जो लोग प्रतिबंधित क्षेत्र में जाना चाहते थे वो इससे पहले भी इस तरह की हरकतें कर चुके हैं, और जब बाकी जो ताजिए जा रहे हैं उनको दिक्कत नहीं, तो कुछ चुनिंदा लोगों को ही जिनके खिलाफ प्रकरण दर्ज किया, 16 ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज की है, उनको क्या दिक्कत थी, वो क्यों बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ के आगे बढ़े। इसी के चलते पुलिस को बल प्रयोग वहां पर करना पड़ा।
Absolutely, and not just in Shahjahanpur, but in fact the violent clashes erupted in Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh. What we're learning is that the police has said that the people in that procession, they took the unprescribed route is what we're learning. Look at what the police has said.
ये जो मुहर्रम का जुलूस होता है पूरा शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से निकला और इसको लेकर समय समय पर 3 बार बैठक ली गई थी, जिला स्तर पे कंट्रोल रूम में, थाना स्तर पे, मोहल्ला स्तर पे, और सभी आयोजकों को बताया गया था कि निर्धारित रूट से ही जुलूस को निकाला जाए। पीछे शुरू के जो 3 आयोजक थे उन्होंने निर्धारित रूट पर निकाला। इरफान खान और फलाल्ला, इनका जो घोड़ा है, इन्होंने जानबूझकर, इनके साथियों ने जानबूझकर उसको विपरीत दिशा में ले जाने का प्रयास किया जहां ऑलरेडी बैरिकेडिंग थी, जिसके बाद पुलिस बल ने भीड़ को तितर-बितर करने के लिए हल्के बल का प्रयोग किया और पृथक से इनके ऊपर एफआईआर भी दर्ज की गई। जो इरफान खान है उनके विरुद्ध और उनके 15 अन्य साथी जो वीडियो में नजर आ रहे हैं उनके विरुद्ध मामला दर्ज किया गया है। इन सभी की अभी पहचान की जा रही है फुटेज के माध्यम से और शीघ्र ही इसमें गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
And from UP, in fact, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, let's now take you to UP, where stone pelting was reported during Muharram in Uttar Pradesh, Lakhimpur. That is already a very sensitive area. Now, locals are saying that a group specifically targeted some houses and started hurling stones at them. Have a look at what they said.
सर कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख के दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में। और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया, ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने
बाहर
लगे।
चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं। और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटे पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्मे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है। आप यहाँ पर आप बताएं अंकल, क्या किस तरफ से जा रहे थे?
ये इधर इससे जा रहे थे, पीछे से इधर से और ये इधर से पत्थर यहीं से फेंके गए, इधर से वहाँ से।
ये सारा पाउडर भी आपके घर के ऊपर बिखरा हुआ?
ये सर वहाँ तक सब पाउडर फेंका, वो वहाँ से सब पड़ा है सब। और ये पैनल टूट गया, देखो इस पे ईंटा
क्या नारेबाजी क्या कर रहे थे और उनकी मंशा क्या थी? ये पत्थरबाजी कर क्यों रहे थे?
ये केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम भड़काना चाहते थे।
आप लोग को डराने की कोशिश थी?
और यहाँ हमारे घर से ये हिंदुओं का घर केवट का, इनके घर पे पत्थरबाजी, इनकी टीन टूट गई है। और वो वहाँ एक हिंदू का घर, वहाँ भी पत्थरबाजी, वहाँ भी उनके।
हम आपको जरा तस्वीरें एक बार फिर से दिखाते हैं और अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरीके से डराने की कोशिश की गई। कल के दिन इस गांव के हिस्से में ईंटे पत्थर छत पर भी बिखरे हुए हैं। और जरा ऊपर से ही नीचे आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, एक फ्रेम। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं दरवाजे पर इकट्ठा हैं, डरे सहमे ये लोग हैं अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर। और इन ईंटे पत्थरों को देखिए, ये ईंटे पत्थर घर पर जब फेंके गए, इस मंशा से फेंके गए कि लोगों को डराया जाए। ये बताइए, सुरक्षा को लेकर डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
बिल्कुल सर, डर तो लगी रहा है। जब इस पुलिस की मौजूदगी में ये हुआ है सर, तो डर तो लगी रहा। वो देखो वहाँ दीवार की वो ऊपर
देखिए टीन घर के सामने की दिखा रहे हैं, बाहर की तरफ अंदर की टीनें टूट चुकी हैं। जो पाउडर फेंका गया था, ये पाउडर क्या था और किस मंशा से?
पता नहीं सर क्या था ये पाउडर में, इसमें वहाँ से फेंक रहे। तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में हमारे मत फेंको, अपने उसमें फेंको।
नीचे उतरते हैं, जरा वहां भी चलकर देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि क्या मंशा थी। ये हिंदू आबादी जिस तरफ गांव की रहती है, बेहद डरी हुई ये आबादी है। सीढ़ियों पर भी आप देखेंगे गुम्मे के टुकड़े फैले हुए हैं। और जिस अंदाज में फेंके गए, लड़कों ने खुद अपने वीडियो बनाए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला है। अपना जो हलक दिखाने की कोशिश है, डराने की कोशिश है। घर के बाहर चलते हैं, आप बताइए घर में मौजूद थी आप जब हमला हुआ?
जी यहाँ पे थे, बच्चों को लेके। ये बहू ने यहाँ पे खेल रहे थे, जब पत्थर आने लगे तो बहू इधर लेके कमरे में बच्चों को बंद कर दिया।
डर पूरा परिवार डर गया होगा?
डर के लिए, और सब सारे लोग बाहर थे, ये हम दोनों लोग।
क्या नारेबाजी कर रहे थे ये लोग?
वो सब वही खेल रहे थे, पाउडर खेल रहे थे। और उधर से
पटाखे दगाने वाली बात आई, आपने कहा कि पटाखे दगा रहे थे, ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हाँ, पटाखे कभी नहीं दगते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे। और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे। ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने, हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको?
हाँ।
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर फेंकने लगे।
घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा? योगी जी से कहिएगा।
हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
FIR कराई है? FIR आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने FIR कराई है? क्या FIR में मांग किया?
FIR में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए, हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
In fact, we have breaking news coming in as far as the Muharram processions are concerned, and this is one coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh. What we are learning is that during a Muharram procession in Ratlam, youth used petrol to set afire a saffron banner with words Hindu Rashtra written on it, and as you can see in the video, the situation is tense there on the ground in Ratlam in Madhya Pradesh. A video of the incident has gone viral on social media, sparking immediate tensions in that area. The Hindu organizations have taken to the street. They have, in fact, demanded from the police action under National Security Act, shutting down of the markets, and authorities have also deployed heavy security there on the ground and has started investigation in that case. And now let's get you the top national stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIMIM Chief Owaisi has questioned the Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise and questioned the timing of the, in fact, ahead of the Bihar Assembly election. He has questioned the timing of the Election Commission and said that time must be given before conducting the revision. TMC MP Bilawal Bhutto, RJD MP Manoj Jha have also moved the top court to challenge the Election Commission's move. This court hearing will take place on 10th of July.
आप इतने कम टाइम में एक्सरसाइज कैसे कर पाएंगे? बहुत टाइम कम है। एसआईआर में भाई जो लोग जो अपना एड्रेस चेंज कर लिए, उनको क्यों आप पूछ रहे हैं बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट? बीजेपी आरएसएस बार बार ये भ्रम, ये झूठ फैलाती है कि यहाँ पर बांग्लादेश के लोग आ गए हैं। कहाँ है बताओ हमको?
In Punjab, 3 miscreants riding a bike threw petrol bomb at a house near Adampur town of Jalandhar and tried to damage the house as well. Footage that you can see on the screen shows how 3 unknown youth came on a motorcycle and fled after throwing bottles filled with petrol. Police has now launched an investigation in this matter, and in fact, BJP has also reacted very sharply to this incident. Situation remains tense in Bihar's Katihar district. Miscreants involved in the Muharram Tazia procession pelted stones on the local people and also a temple in that area. The district administration has ordered strict action against the miscreants who created ruckus in Nagar Thana area. Former Deputy Chief Minister has appealed to people to maintain law and order and peace in that area, assuring that strict action will be taken against the miscreants of this incident. Well, last week, Dalai Lama charted out an elaborate plan as far as his succession is concerned. Now, China's ambassador to India has said that China's position that Dalai Lama's incarnation is concerned. He has given a statement on that, claiming that that is an internal affair of China. It's a statement that is coming from the ambassador of China to India. In fact, he dismissed recent comments by Dalai Lama as far as the next reincarnation is concerned. Remember, Dalai Lama had mentioned that it could be a boy, it could be a girl, and that would be decided by the trust founded by him and not by China whatsoever. But China has sharply reacted to this, saying that this is their internal matter. In fact, that is a statement that has come in from China, that this remains their internal matter, and there should be no interference as far as selecting the next Dalai Lama is concerned. Let me go across to our guest, Acharya Yeshi Phuntsok, who's the former Deputy Speaker for the Tibetan Parliament in Exile, and also Tenzin Lekshe, who's the official spokesperson of the Central Tibetan Administration. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking to Republic TV. I want to come across to, Mr. Acharya, first to you. How do you look at the statement that is coming from China, that this is their internal matter and the next incarnation will be decided by China? Your first reaction to that? Am I audible to you, Mr. Acharya?
I'm hearing from your voice, but China is showing some other things. Hello?
All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with Mr. Acharya. Let me go across to Tenzin Lekshe. Sir, how do you see this statement that is coming from China, that it is their internal matter? On the other hand, Dalai Lama has charted out an elaborate plan as far as the succession is concerned. Your first reaction to this?
See, China has nothing to do with the reincarnation of His Holiness Dalai Lama. In fact, it is the internal matter of His Holiness himself, not the Chinese. Right. So therefore, I think China needs to shun the business of this reincarnation issue, which they have been trolling around. One thing it is very important for us to know is that we are talking about His Holiness Dalai Lama's reincarnation, and His Holiness is the sole legitimate authority on the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, nobody else. And therefore, His Holiness in the 2nd July statement has categorically mentioned that he will entrust the office of His Holiness Dalai Lama to take the responsibility, right? So that doesn't include China. So China do not have any role to play in this business, in this role, because this is the religious tradition unique to the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. And for China, they are not within the Buddhist traditions. The Chinese regimes, they don't believe in religion. Chinese regime, they are the offender of the destroyer of the religion and faith. Then how come they be the one to be the protector and the savior of the faith? There's nowhere that China have a business and the authority on the reincarnation issue. It's purely a spiritual matter. It's purely a Buddhist tradition which China do not belong.
Absolutely. And after this announcement was made, in fact, there was a celebration by the Tibetan leaders and those activists and people there in Dharamshala as well. We saw celebrations yesterday on the 90th birthday of Dalai Lama as well. Let me now go across to Acharya Yeshi Phuntsok, who's been the former Deputy Speaker for the Tibetan Parliament in Exile. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Your first reaction to the statement that is coming from China, that this is their internal matter. India should not intervene as far as the next incarnation is concerned. How would you react to this? All right, we'll reconnect that line with, in fact, Mr. Acharya. Let me go back to Tenzin Lekshe, sir. As far as India's intervention is also concerned, because this is also an attack on India as well, that India should also have no say, and it's Chinese internal matters what they have claimed. How do you see India's assistance when it comes to this entire matter as far as the incarnation is concerned?
See, India has made a very clear position by saying that this is the religious tradition, right, as per the religious tradition, because it is the matter of His Holiness. So I think India has made the right decision by saying that it is up to His Holiness that His Holiness can decide upon where he should be, right? So therefore, I think China over the last so many years, they've been saying that this Buddhist tradition is the Chinese characteristics. They said that this Buddhist tradition of this reincarnation should be from their side, should be controlled by them. It is nowhere in the history that China has a control. China has an authority on the reincarnation. But so therefore, let me reiterate again, China has no business and no authority on the reincarnation of His Holiness Dalai Lama. But they can bark all the time, but this is not the thing that China should interfere. It's not right traditionally. Historically, also, they don't have any record where they can say that they have the legitimate authority on the reincarnation of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Nowhere they don't have the authority, right? So therefore, I think it is important for China to rethink and change their position by saying that the aspirations of Tibetan people should be deserved, should be fulfilled. That's what I think His Holiness has said many times.
Quite clear when Dalai Lama charted out the succession plan. He had categorically mentioned that it is, in fact, the decision by the trust that he had founded in 2015, and China will have no say whatsoever. But in the last 3 or 4 days, we've been seeing back-to-back statement that has been coming from China as far as the succession plan is concerned. But as far as, in fact, how would you see, because since the last 3 days, these reactions have been coming in from China. It appears that China is very desperate when it comes to reincarnation and its selection. Mr. Tenzin.
See, China always acts out of desperations. Whenever it comes to the matter of Tibetan people and His Holiness, right, they were always wrong. They were always wrong. Right? They claimed that Tibet was part of China since time immemorial. They were wrong. They claimed that Tibetan Buddhists of Chinese characteristics. They were wrong. They claimed that His Holiness reincarnation should be born in Tibet, should be used through the golden urns, should be legitimized and authorized by the Chinese government. Nowhere, right? His Holiness will be born in Tibet. As His Holiness said many times, that if the Tibetan situation remains unchanged, he'll be born in a free world. Many times. Then right now at this present juncture, Tibet is more than ever critical. So how can His Holiness be born in Tibet? But second thing,
absolutely.
Was
this is what
China.
Dalai Lama had also stated. So stay on with us. In fact, we are joined by Acharya Yeshi Phuntsok, who's been the former Deputy Speaker for the Tibetan Parliament in exile. So thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I wanted to ask you your first reaction to the statements, back-to-back statements that are coming in from China as far as the reincarnation is concerned. They're saying it's their internal matter.
China have any powers and rights regarding the Tibetan Buddhist, the traditional, and particularly the reincarnation of the His Holiness Dalai Lama, and then the others or various lamas in Kulkut. That is only the authorities and powers of the Tibetan Buddhist. It's the own tradition and authorities without any interference. China has no right, no power. So therefore, they always comes their reaction, but we never met any enforcement of the Chinese government. Authoritarians, they unknown about any Buddhist single word about the Buddhism. What they can to do something about the reincarnations of the His Holiness Dalai Lama and the other Tibetan traditions and culture. That is I have mentioned several times in this various platforms.
Absolutely. China can say all it wants that it's their internal matter, but the fact remains that it will be chosen by the trust that has been founded by the Dalai Lama. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking to Republic TV. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, China has issued a message to India, as we told you, saying that reincarnation of the Dalai Lama is inherently their internal matter. And concerning news coming in from Karnataka, a youth brutally assaulted in Bangalore over relationship dispute. Actor Darshan case referenced in this case as well. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is that
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to this Monday 5 p.m. live and breaking, and it seems the bird is singing like a canary, and that's Tahawur Rana. He's been speaking about his deeper Pakistan army connections while being grilled by Indian agencies, and that's some evidence that's really building up to that extradition which Bilawal Bhutto has promised of Hafiz Saeed. Would it happen? That's our focus this evening. Let's begin with the headlines. VVIP shocker caught on camera. MNS leader's son harasses woman. Big revelation by Tahawur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday. In Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. France calls out Chinese disinformation campaign against Rafale. French intelligence claims China trying to foil global sale of Rafale jets. China clearly upping the ante on Tibetan Buddhists worldwide, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. All right, important development there. Former Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, has stunned his own country and perhaps even more Lashkar-e-Taiba by openly saying that Pakistan has no objection to extraditing global terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India. This isn't just a political statement, it's a direct hit at Pakistan's terror factories. And what follows? He was speaking to Al Jazeera, where he has made this statement. There is already a meltdown from Hafiz Saeed's camp. His son Tala Saeed, for example, has now publicly accused Bilawal of disgracing Pakistan on the world stage. Pakistan's terror sympathizers are rattled. Their safe havens are being questioned. And it seems Bilawal is going to face some heat. Let's listen to what Tala Sahid has said in hitting back to Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, and then we come back.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मजम्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफिज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है। इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मजम्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफिज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है।
All right, that was Tala Saeed, the son of Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, saying that his father is actually a defender of the faith and the defender of Pakistan, and that this kind of comment coming in from Bilawal Bhutto Zardari in his interview to a foreign media platform is uncalled for and it's condemned. We don't know as yet whether Lashkar-e-Taiba is going to escalate, because remember, they are a militant terrorist organization, proscribed terrorist organization, and the fact that along with Masood Azhar, both Hafiz Saeed and him happen to be proscribed UN designated terrorists, and despite that, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, if you read between the lines, is actually admitting that maybe they are involved in something. If you give evidence, maybe we can extradite them. And that's an important development, because we are also seeing parallelly interrogation of Tahawur Hussain Rana going on by Indian agencies, and first by the NIA and then by the Mumbai Crime Branch, and all the information that he's been sharing with these agencies during his interrogation. The umbilical link of the 26/11 terror attack in Mumbai in 2008 and the likes of Hafiz Saeed is becoming even more clear. And so if Bilawal Bhutto Zardari says that based on evidence the likes of Hafiz and Masood Azhar can be extradited, then obviously the evidence is there. Not that this is for the first time, but if more was needed, it's coming in literally live as we speak, the interrogation. Okay, we have in fact a guest to better help us better understand what this means. Colonel R.S.N. Singh, someone who has been associated with our intelligence agencies earlier. Very good afternoon to you, Mr. Singh. You heard what Tala Rashid said in response to what Bilawal Bhutto Zardari has mentioned. First, let's understand, is Bilawal Bhutto Zardari serious? What's happened? Why is he so easily agreeing to extradite the likes of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar? Is it a signaling from Pakistani state, or is it just Bilawal Bhutto Zardari playing to the gallery?
No. I think it has got to do with the internal political dynamics of Pakistan. This is after Trump made it known to the world that he controls the Pakistan military and nobody else in the world, not even the president or the prime minister. So, and he's the man who is doing all these dealings with regards to strategic and critical minerals, that are there in Pakistan, especially in the Balochistan province. And that is what he seems to have delivered during that lunch with Trump. And, they say that there are no free lunches in diplomacy. So he has promised those minerals, in return for that afternoon lunch in the White House. Now, what is also the grapevine, says there is rumors are thick that Asim Munir may be elevated to the level of president. He he may be the next president. So that means that Zardari goes out.
Yeah.
So once, this is what Bilawal Bhutto is trying to preempt.
Right.
Because now with this remarks and comments, if the Pakistan persists in making him the president, then it will have international fallouts.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Arasan Singh, for that perspective. It's clear that there are internal dynamics of Pakistani politics at play, and the PPP of Asif Ali Zardari perhaps having some role in this comment made by Asif Ali Zardari's son, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, there himself, former foreign minister of Pakistan. Moving on for now, and on to some other foreign policy stories. France has accused China of running a covert disinformation campaign to sabotage the global sales of its Rafale fighter jets. French intelligence claims Chinese embassies around the world were involved in spreading false narratives, especially after the 2019 India-Pakistan aerial clash, to push countries like Indonesia away from buying the French jets, all in an effort to promote Beijing's own fighter aircraft. And post-Operation Sindoor, perhaps the operation was taken to the next level. But the French agencies, as of now, talking about 2019. Remember, roughly, that was also the time when there was a lot of political opposition in India and to the Rafale deal. Soumya joins us live from outside the French embassy in New Delhi. And Soumya, what are you hearing? Do the French really want to follow it up in any manner? I mean, these are intelligence agencies, doing their job. But are the French going to formally take it up with Beijing in any manner?
Well, see, at the moment, sources within the embassies have confirmed certain facts with regards to how this disinformation campaign was picked up by Pakistan in coordination with China. So all of this started from the night of 7th May when Operation Sindoor had taken place, and this claim that was made by Pakistan that 3 Rafale jets were shot among the 5 they claim that Indian fighter jets were shot. So multiple coordinated efforts were made since that very day from the end of pro-China and pro-Pak media outlets. There was a constant effort to destabilize India and France's defense partnership and also defame Rafale jets and Dassault manufacturers, and also an attempt was made to make it look like superior, not just Beijing's J-10 but also Russia's Sukhoi. So these were certain attempts that have been made, and sources within the embassies have confirmed with few of the documents that we have access. They have shown that how there was an attempt to launch a narrative among the Western media also, because through memes, satirical videos that were posted on Chinese platforms, then those were shared on Western media platforms. There was a narrative which is said that France denied to share source code of the jet with India. So these were the narratives that were spread by pro-Chinese and pro-Pakistan outlets.
Okay, thank you so much, Soumya, with those details there on the French really outing Chinese machinations on Rafale. Moving on for now, and let's look at some other stories that are happening from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Incessant rainfall in Uttarakhand continues. Heavy rain in the Sivai village of Chamoli district has led to road blockage and crop damage. Daily lives of locals have been disrupted in these extreme weather conditions. As a result, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a landslide alert for Chamoli subdivision. BJP has staged a protest in front of Kottayam Medical College today. This is in relation to the recent building collapse incident which claimed the life of one woman and injured several others. The mounted gun system, which is indigenously developed by involving Indian industries, DPSU and Premier Academia, under the leadership of DRDO, was displayed at Vehicles Research and Development Establishment It is capable of operating in desert and high altitude areas with shoot and scoot capability. As Army gears up to mark 26 years since its victory in Kargil and Operation Vijay, father of Kargil war hero Captain Vikram Batra, GL Batra, has said that defense and the equipment of Indian Army has shown great improvement over the years. He said India is always ready to give an appropriate response in the face of terror. Delhi Public Works Department Minister Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma visited the construction site of Tunnel 5 ITPO today. This tunnel is set to connect the route from Bhairomagh to Sarai Kale Khan. He said that as soon as they get clearance from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, this tunnel will be completed in the next 8 months. Japan Coast Guard ship Itsukushima has arrived at Chennai port as part of its global ocean voyage training. This visit underscores the deep and enduring bond between Indian Coast Guard and the Japan counterpart, further strengthening the strategic partnership in the vital Indo-Pacific region and enhancing interoperability between the two renowned maritime forces. All right, not the first time, but Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has once again focused his attention and made a comment on the Justice Verma cash scam, in which he has now said that the government seems to be handicapped because of the decade-old judicial order that prevented from registering any FIR without prior permission from the court, which means you need to have an approval from a higher court for registering an FIR against a judge of the High Court, in this case Justice Verma. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar again raising the issue. He has been someone at it for a while now, third or fourth time that he is raising the issue of Justice Verma cash scam. These are pictures from earlier of when the burnt cash remains were found from his outhouse. Justice Verma since transferred, and inquiry report finding him culpable, but of course he has dissented. He has rejected those findings and calls them not following principles of natural justice. Okay, we have in fact the soundbite of Vice President. Let's listen to him.
Incident took place, boys and girls, on night intervening 14th and 15th March. We did not come to know about it. It was only on 21st March this year, after about 7 days, we came to know about this ghastly crime. Now question arises, did anyone know about it earlier? Yes, it was a fire incident. The firefighting mechanism was there. Those involved with the system knew about it. Why it was not shared? I am a concerned man. Whether this is an incident in isolation or there are other similar incidents, that is something which we have to deal with. I therefore strongly feel, and I have said it on multiple occasions, proceeding with the constitutional mechanism of dealing with the church in terms of constitutional provision is one way out. But that is not a solution, because we claim to be a democracy, which we are. The world looks at us as a mature democracy, where there has to be rule of law, equality before law, which means every crime must be investigated. If the money is so huge in volume, we have to find out, is it tainted money? What is the source of this money? How was it stacked in the residence, official residence of a judge? It belonged to whom? Several penal provisions are violated in the process. I do hope an FIR will be registered. We must go to the root of the matter, because for the democracy it matters that our judiciary, in whom the faith is unshakable, its very foundations have been shaken. The citadel is tottering because of this incident.
Some fundamental questions raised there by Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Hopefully, the investigations would move in that direction. Moving on to another story for now. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has slammed MNS after a video of a MNS leader's son hurling abuses at a Marathi-speaking woman has gone viral. This is from Mumbai, and Nirupam says the real face of those who claim to protect Marathi pride is exposed. This video has been posted by Sanjay Nirupam, and this altercation between the son of MNS leader identified as Javed Sheikh and Raksha More, if I get the name correct, of this woman who's having an altercation, and this MNS leader's son misbehaving, and with a lot of indecency there, as can be seen in the pictures. We have Sanjay Nirupam comment on this. Let's listen to him.
ये राहिल या साहिल नाम का जो लड़का है, ये नशे में धुत है। एक ऐसा मुसलमान है जो शराब पी के घूम रहा है। उसका शराब पी के उसने गाड़ी चलाई और जाकर गाड़ी ठोक दी, और जब इस महिला ने विरोध किया तो इस महिला को गाली दी, और उसके बाद बार बार अपने बाप के पोजीशन को फ्लॉन्ट कर रहा है। इससे दो बातें स्पष्ट होती हैं कि मनसे वाले मराठी भाषा के नाम पर जिस तरीके से उत्पात मचा रहे हैं, ये दरअसल गुंडागर्दी है। इनको न तो मराठी भाषा से कोई लेना देना, न मराठी समाज के मान सम्मान से लेना देता। अगर मराठी भाषकों के मान सम्मान से लेना देना होता तो राजश्री मोरे को कोई गाली नहीं देता, कोई मनसे वाला मनसे का कह करके उसको गाली नहीं देता। दूसरी बात, ये जो मनसे के उपाध्यक्ष जावेद शेख के बेटे कह रहे हैं, उनको देख करके हमें समझ में आ रहा है कि बार बार मनसे वाले हिंदुओं पर ही हमले करते हैं। और हमने बार बार सवाल उठाया कि अगर इतनी ताकत है, इतना गट्स है, इतना जोश है तुम में, इतना करेज है या साहस है, तो जरा भिंडी बाजार में जाके किसी मुसलमान को थप्पड़ मार के दिखाओ, उसको बोलो कि तुम उर्दू में बात मत करो, मराठी में बात करो। अब समझ में आ रहा है कि मनसे के जो मुस्लिम नेता हैं, उनके दबाव में आकर के राज ठाकरे के गुंडे हिंदुओं के ऊपर सरेआम हमले कर रहे हैं। मैं सरकार से यह डिमांड करूंगा, मांग करूंगा कि ऐसे गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से मुंबई की सड़कों पे, महाराष्ट्र की सड़कों पे मनसे की तरफ से मराठी भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी शुरू हुई है, इस गुंडागर्दी को तत्काल खत्म करना पड़ेगा, रोकना पड़ेगा, और इसके लिए पुलिस को हाथ में डंडा लेकर के इन तमाम गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। तब कहीं जाके हर वर्ग के लोगों में एक सुरक्षा का भाव पैदा हो पाएगा।
All right, this seems to be snowballing. In fact, Republic spoke to Deepak Kesarkar on this story from Shiv Sena. Let's listen to him.
देखिए, इस पे राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। किसी को पीटना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति कभी भी नहीं थी। तो मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि जो भी आपको कहना है आप बोल सकते हैं, आपके विचार बोल सकते हैं, और फिर इकट्ठा रहना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति रह चुकी है, और महाराष्ट्र हमेशा प्रोग्रेसिव रह चुका है। तो हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ें मराठी के लिए की है, तो मराठी भाषा आगे जा रही है, उसको क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज का स्टेटस मिल गया है, और मराठी भाषा धोरण भी तय हुआ है। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मराठी भाषा धोरण में है, तो उसके लिए ज़बरदस्ती करने की ज़रूरी नहीं है, उसके बारे में तो तय हो गया है। तो आप किसी भी चीज़ को अच्छी तरह से किसी को बोलेंगे तो वो लोग फॉलो करते हैं। एक तरीका होता है, उस तरीके से अगर बोला जाए तो समाज में शांति भी रहती है और सब लोग इकट्ठा भी रहते हैं।
मंत्री जो आशीष शेलार का कहना है कि जिस तरह से पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने धर्म पूछ के मारा, उसी तरह से महाराष्ट्र में भाषा के नाम से मारा जा रहा।
देखिए, मारना ये अच्छी चीज़ बिल्कुल नहीं है, हम उससे एग्री नहीं होते, क्योंकि ये चीज़ें तो बाला साहब के ज़माने में इस तरह से नहीं होती थी। कोई भी अगर गलत काम करे तो उसके लिए शिवसेना का खुद का स्टाइल था, लेकिन हर किसी को वो कहाँ से है ये पूछ के मारा नहीं जाता था। ये बाला साहब का कभी भी स्वभाव नहीं रहा है। उन्होंने घोषणा भी दी थी, वो गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, इसका मतलब तो हिंदी में ही घोषणा थी। उनके लिए मराठी हिंदी एक ही थी, लेकिन मराठी का उनको अभिमान था। मराठी लोगों के लिए खड़ा रहना, उनको नौकरी में प्रेफरेंस देना, ये उनकी भूमिका थी और वो भूमिका आज भी शिंदे साहब ने कायम रखी है और इसीलिए अच्छी तरह से लोगों का रिस्पांस भी मिल रहा है।
All right, as Pakistan continues its strikes in tribal areas in North Waziristan, people have really come out and started protesting against the Pakistani state. These are pictures coming in from Waziristan, in fact, more precisely, the Shewa area of North Waziristan, where these voices have come out against Pakistan military operations in the area. Slogans being raised and rejecting the operation. Let's listen to some of the net sounds there. Okay, these are protests, rallies moving out, people moving out on the streets of Shewa, and they are protesting against Pakistan army. So these are protests of mass level now erupting inside of North Waziristan in Pakistan. And this gives you an idea of the kind of image that the Pakistani army has, contrary to the projection that they make of everything being in control. All right, moving on to some more international news. People in Nairobi take to the streets to protest against police brutality this time, as anger has reignited over the long-standing issue by the death of blogger Albert Ojwang in police custody that happened some time ago, and the close-range shooting by police of vendor Boniface Karaoke during protests for Ojwang mid-June. Human rights groups have long called for action over illegal arrests, detentions, and torture of government critics in Kenya. So these are pictures from Nairobi in Kenya, and people again this time protesting against police brutality, and these protests have been going on at least in the month of June. And these are live visuals, in fact, coming in through APTN of the chaos, lawlessness, rioting, arson going on in the Nairobi town, the capital of Kenya. In fact, as protesters have hit the streets against police high-handedness, police brutality, in which one vlogger and one bystander, one vendor, were killed. All right, with that, we slip into a short break. On the other side, clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday. In Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu homes. Also, Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation, challenging the revocation of its security clearance.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying It's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again. So that's the idea and that's the objective. So reduction in taxes is a welcome measure, which all by and large everyone taxpayer loves, and that's why people are.
VVIP shocker caught on camera. MNS leader's son harasses woman. It's a big revelation by Tahav Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday. In Lakhimpur Kheri of Uttar Pradesh, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu houses. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation, challenging the revocation of its security clearance. France calls out Chinese disinformation campaign against Rafale. French intelligence claims China trying to foil global sale of Rafale jets. And China ups the ante on Tibetan Buddhists worldwide, says reincarnation of the Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. Start with the big development in the Pahalgam terror case. Now, in a significant development, a special NIA court has sent two Lashkar-e-Taiba associates, Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed, to 10-day NIA remand till the 16th of July. The duo is accused of providing logistical and local support to 3 Pakistani terrorists involved in the brutal 22nd of April attack, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. So, the Lashkar aides have been sent to custody. My colleague Gursimran Singh joins us for more. Gursimran, more details please on this important development in the investigation.
See, Rakshita, the arrest that was made by the National Investigation Agency of Parvez Ahmed and Bashir Ahmed from Pahalgam, that was made on 22nd of June. Since then, we have seen that the NIA was pushing for their custody. First, it was 5 days, then it was a week-long custody, and now 10 days custody has been granted to the National Investigation Agency by the Special NIA Court in Jammu. The NIA has put before court that they have found some concrete evidences that will be helpful in days to come in the overall investigation of the case. The NIA has told court that these two accused have kept the terrorists, 3 Pakistani terrorists, which they have identified are from Lashkar-e-Toiba and Pakistani national. They have kept them at a Dhok, which is a temporary shelter very close to the place of incident in the Baisaran Ghati, Baisaran Valley, where this brutal terror attack took place, in which 25 non-locals who have come to Jammu and Kashmir to enjoy to make some memories, to enjoy their time. They were killed, and 1 local was killed by the Pakistani terrorist. They were well known to the entire conspiracy that was hatched by the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and that is what the NIA has told court, that now they have to be taken to the site of the incident for the scene recreation and also the multiple evidences that the NIA is looking for in this entire case, so as to look at what were the incidents that unfolded during this Baisaran Valley terror attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Apart from this, NIA has also informed court that they have received some of the financial assistance or financial aid from these terrorists in exchange of the help that they have given to the terrorist, and it was all deliberate. It was not that under some fear they have done it, but it was all deliberate that they have done, and based on that, the NIA court has agreed for a 10 days remand that has been given to these accused by the Special NIA court in Jammu till 16th, and now on 17th of July they will be presented before court again.
Right, Gursimran Singh, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on the Pahalgam terror attack story. We will shift our focus to other stories. Violent clashes have been reported during Muharram in Shahjahanpur of Madhya Pradesh. Incident happened when a procession reached the Azad Chowk. There was allegedly a dispute that took place, which eventually turned into a fight. Police deployed on the spot took immediate action and brought the situation under control. So, multiple states have reported violence on the occasion of when Muharram has been marked. And there were tense verbal spat erupting in Shahjahanpur, case of stone pelting also in Uttar Pradesh's Lakim Kheri. These are visuals from Madhya Pradesh's Shahjahanpur. The groups clashing during the procession. As you can see on your screens, heavy deployment of security forces. Satya Vijay joins us live on the broadcast. Satya Vijay, हमें बताएं कि क्या कुछ हुआ है इस केस में, क्या किसी को हिरासत में भी लिया गया है?
देखिए, शाहजहाँपुर में जो घटनाक्रम हुआ है वो मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान हुआ है। सैम कम्युनिटी के जो लोग थे उन्होंने अखाड़े के मूवमेंट को लेकर विवाद हुआ। एक पक्ष चाहता था अखाड़ा एक दिशा में जाए, दूसरा पक्ष किसी और दिशा में चाहता था। इस बात को लेकर पहले गालियां दी गई एक दूसरे को, उसके बाद हाथापाई और मारपीट की नौबत आई। अच्छी बात यह कि वहाँ पर मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद थी और पुलिस ने सतर्कता दिखाते हुए तुरंत वहाँ पर बल प्रयोग किया, लाठीचार्ज किया, जिसके बाद हालात कंट्रोल में हो पाए। चूँकि ये विवाद सैम कम्युनिटी में था, मुहर्रम के दौरान जो लोग आपस में वहाँ पर जुलूस निकाल रहे थे एक ही कम्युनिटी के थे, इसीलिए दोनों पक्षों ने अभी तक जो हमारे पास इनपुट है उसके मुताबिक पुलिस में कंप्लेंट नहीं की थी, इसीलिए पुलिस ने प्रकरण दर्ज नहीं किया। लेकिन पुलिस ने ये कहा है कि चूँकि शांति भंग करने का मामला बन सकता है और अगर इस तरह की जो वीडियो फुटेज हैं उसके आधार पर आरोपियों को सर्च भी किया जा सकता है। लेकिन चूँकि कोई पक्ष थाने नहीं पहुँचा है इसलिए प्रकरण दर्ज नहीं किया है। लेकिन ये पहली घटना नहीं है। उज्जैन हो, रतलाम हो और शाहजहाँपुर हो, मध्य प्रदेश के 3 जिलों में एक साथ एक ही तरह की घटना हुई है। मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान विवाद हुआ है और शाहजहाँपुर में तो एक ही कम्युनिटी के लोग आपस में लड़े हैं। जो लोग लड़े हैं वो आप उसी जुलूस में शामिल थे। बताया जा रहा है कि पहले मंच पर से गालियां दी गई, उसके बाद दूसरा पक्ष भड़का और भड़कने के बाद इनमें मारपीट होने लगी। चूँकि 12 बजे से सुबह 5 बजे तक ये जुलूस निकलना था, इस दौरान वहाँ पर पुलिस की भारी तादाद थी, भारी संख्या में पुलिस वहाँ मौजूद थी। पुलिस ने स्थिति को सही समय पे भापा और वहाँ पर स्थिति को कंट्रोल में किया। थोड़ा बल प्रयोग पुलिस को करना पड़ा, लेकिन स्थिति वहाँ पर पूरी तरह से पुलिस ने सामान्य कर दी है।
जी, सत्य विजय, बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए व्यूअर्स। In fact, we also spoke exclusively to the SP of Ujjain, who detailed what exactly happened during the procession.
जो मुहर्रम का जुलूस होता है पूरा शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से निकला और इसको लेकर समय समय पर 3 बार बैठक ली गई थी, जिला स्तर पे कंट्रोल रूम में, थाना स्तर पे, मोहल्ला स्तर पे, और सभी आयोजकों को बताया गया था कि निर्धारित रूट से ही जुलूस को निकाला जाए। पीछे शुरू के जो 3 आयोजक थे उन्होंने निर्धारित रूट पर निकाला। इरफान खान और लल्ला, इनका जो घोड़ा है इन्होंने जानबूझकर, इनके साथियों ने जानबूझकर उसको विपरीत दिशा में ले जाने का प्रयास किया, जहां ऑलरेडी बैरिकेडिंग थी, जिसके बाद पुलिस बल ने भीड़ को तितर-बितर करने के लिए हल्के बल का प्रयोग किया और पृथक से इनके ऊपर FIR भी दर्ज की गई। जो इरफान खान है उनके विरुद्ध और उनके 15 अन्य साथी जो वीडियो में नजर आ रहे हैं उनके विरुद्ध मामला दर्ज किया गया है। इन सभी की अभी पहचान की जा रही है फुटेज के माध्यम से और शीघ्र ही इसमें गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
So clashes during Muharram were also reported from Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur Kheri. Stone pelting was reported from the area. Locals alleged that a group specifically targeted some houses and started hurling stones. So these are the visuals, viewers, from the site in Lakhimpur of Uttar Pradesh, and you can see that this is in fact caught on camera how an individual is pelting stones. There you have the stone being pelted high up in the air, and it's all caught on camera, mob pelting stones. And what is Ajay Dubey, my colleague, has filed this report from the site of the clash. Listen in.
सर, कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख के दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में, और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया, ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने लगे।
बाहर चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं, और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटे पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्मे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है। आप यहाँ पर आप बताएं अंकल, क्या किस तरफ से जा रहे थे?
ये इधर इससे जा रहे थे, पीछे से इधर से इधर से और ये इधर से पत्थर यहीं से फेंके गए, इधर से वहाँ से
ये सारा पाउडर भी आपके घर के ऊपर बिखरा हुआ
ये सर वहाँ तक सब पाउडर फेंका, वो वहाँ से सब पड़ा है सब। और ये पैनल टूट गया, देखो इस पे ईंटा
क्या नारेबाजी क्या कर रहे थे और उनकी मंशा क्या थी? ये पत्थरबाजी कर क्यों रहे थे?
ये केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम भड़काना चाहते थे।
आप लोग को डराने की कोशिश थी?
ये यहाँ हमारे घर से ये हिंदुओं का घर केवट का, इनके घर पे पत्थरबाजी, इनकी टीन टूट गई है। और वो वहाँ एक हिंदू का घर, वहाँ भी पत्थरबाजी, वहाँ भी उनके।
हम आपको जरा तस्वीरें एक बार फिर से दिखाते हैं और अंदाजा लगाइए कि किस तरीके से डराने की कोशिश की गई। कल के दिन इस गांव के हिस्से में ईंटें पत्थर छत पर भी बिखरे हुए हैं। और जरा ऊपर से ही नीचे आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, एक फ्रेम। जो स्थानीय लोग हैं दरवाजे पर इकट्ठा हैं, डरे सहमे ये लोग हैं अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर। और इन ईंटें पत्थरों को देखिए, ये ईंटें पत्थर घर पर जब फेंके गए इस मंशा से फेंके गए कि लोगों को डराया जाए। ये बताइए, सुरक्षा को लेकर डर लग रहा है आप लोग को?
बिल्कुल सर, डर तो लगी रहा। जब इस पुलिस की मौजूदगी में ये हुआ है सर, तो डर तो लगी रहा। वो देखो वहाँ दीवार की वो ऊपर
देखिए टीन घर के सामने की दिखा रहे हैं, बाहर की तरफ अंदर की टीनें टूट चुकी हैं। जो पाउडर फेंका गया था, ये पाउडर क्या था और किस मंशा से?
पता नहीं सर क्या था ये पाउडर में, इसमें वहाँ से फेंक रहे। तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में हमारे मत फेंको, अपने उसमें फेंको।
नीचे उतरते हैं, जरा वहां भी चलकर देखते हैं, समझते हैं कि क्या मंशा थी। ये हिंदू आबादी जिस तरफ गांव की रहती है, बेहद डरी हुई ये आबादी है। सीढ़ियों पर भी आप देखेंगे गुम्मे के टुकड़े फैले हुए हैं। और जिस अंदाज में फेंके गए, लड़कों ने खुद अपने वीडियो बनाए, इंस्टाग्राम पे डाला है। अपना जो हलक दिखाने की कोशिश है, डराने की कोशिश है। घर के बाहर चलते हैं। आप बताइए, घर में मौजूद थी आप जब हमला हुआ?
जी यहाँ पे थे, बच्चों को लेके। ये बहू ने यहाँ पे खेल रहे थे, जब पत्थर आने लगे तो बहू इधर लेके कमरे में बच्चों को बंद कर दिया।
डर पूरा परिवार डर गया होगा?
डर के लिए। और सब सारे लोग बाहर थे, ये हम दोनों लोग।
क्या नारेबाजी कर रहे थे ये लोग?
वो सब वही खेल रहे थे, पाउडर खेल रहे थे। और उधर से
पटाखे दगाने वाली बात आई। आपने कहा कि पटाखे दगा रहे थे, ये तो देखने को मिलता नहीं है।
हम पटाखे कभी नहीं दगते हैं, ना ही यहाँ पे रुकते हैं। यहाँ पे आते थे और चले जाते थे, लेकिन 1 घंटे तक रखे रहे। और हम 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया, हमने देखा कि इतनी देर तो कभी नहीं रुकते थे। उसके बाद इन्होंने यहाँ से वो यही पाउडर फेंकना शुरू किया। यहाँ पे हम लोग अपने घर के पास बैठे थे, लगभग वहाँ से 30 मीटर की दूरी पे। ये लोग झिल्लियों में उड़ा उड़ा के हम लोगों घर पे फेंक रहे थे। जब हमने मना किया, नहीं सुना किसी ने। हम वहाँ पे जाके मना करने लगे तो 4-5 लोगों ने पीछे से आके हमको पकड़ लिया,
पीट दिया आपको?
हाँ।
अच्छा।
जब हमने मना किया, फिर भी वहाँ पे कोई प्रशासन नहीं बोला कुछ भी। बाद में बीच बराव कराए और फिर वो लोग क्या किए, जैसे वहाँ ये हुआ लफड़ा तो वो लेके बढ़ाए ताजिया और फिर उसके बाद उधर से पत्थर
फेंकने लगे। घर में बच्चे भी थे आपके। मुख्यमंत्री से सुरक्षा के लिए मांग क्या कीजिएगा योगी जी से? कहिएगा।
हम तो चाहते हैं सभी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो, जितने लोग हैं जो दोषी हैं।
अब तक
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई।
FIR कराई है? FIR आपने कराई है?
जी, आपके नाम
आपने FIR कराई है? क्या FIR में मांग की?
FIR में हमने कहा जितने दोषी हैं सभी लोगों को सजा होनी चाहिए। हमें कड़ी से कड़ी सजा, हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi has questioned EC's special intensive revision exercise ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Owaisi questioned the timing of the Election Commission's decision and said time must be given before conducting the revision. TMC MP Bilawal Bhutto, RGD MP Manoj Jha have moved the top court to challenge EC's move. The top court will hear the petitions on the 10th of July.
आप इतने कम टाइम में एक्सरसाइज कैसे कर पाएंगे? बहुत टाइम कम है। SIR होने भाई, जो लोग जो अपना एड्रेस चेंज कर लिए उनको क्यों आप पूछ रहे हैं बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट? बीजेपी RSS बार बार ये भरम, ये झूठ फैलाती है कि यहाँ पर बांग्लादेश के लोग आ गए हैं। कहाँ है बताओ हमको।
3 miscreants riding a bike threw petrol bomb at a house near Udaipur town of Jalandhar and tried to damage the house. Footage now accessed shows how 3 unknown youths came on a motorcycle, fled after throwing bottles filled with petrol. Police have launched an investigation into the matter. Reaction also coming in from BJP. Situation remains tense in Bihar's Katihar district. Miscreants involved in the Muharram Taziyah procession pelted stones on local people. In temple, the district administration has ordered action against miscreants who created a ruckus. Former Deputy Chief Minister and MLA Tarkeshwar Prasad appeals to people to maintain law and order. A startling revelation in the Jodi Malhotra espionage case coming in. An RTI reply has revealed that the YouTuber was recently a state-sponsored guest under Kerala's influencer tourism program. The disclosure has triggered sharp political backlash and raised serious national security concerns. Here's the full story.
Travel vlogger, digital influencer and now an accused spy, Jodi Malhotra was arrested on 16th of May in Hisar in Haryana on charges of espionage for Pakistan. But before her arrest, she was enjoying Kerala's hospitality as a state-sponsored guest. An RTI reply has revealed that Malhotra's entire trip to Kerala, from luxury stays to curated cultural experiences, was funded by the state government under its digital influencer program. She visited top destinations, promoting them online, and even showcased Kerala's iconic Theyyam performances. And now, with her alleged links to Pakistani intelligence under investigation, political tempers are flaring. Both the BJP and Congress are slamming the Kerala government for failing to vet someone who is now facing serious espionage charges.
The cat is out of the bag. The Kerala government, the left government of Pinarayi Vijayan, was the one which sponsored, patronized and invited Pakistani spy YouTube content creator Jodi Malhotra. It is now in black and white, and RTI reply has shown this. This means that the Kerala government was busy inviting such anti-India elements, paying for them at the cost of taxpayer money, and this is a department, a ministry headed by no less than the son-in-law of the Chief Minister of Kerala.
The 33-year-old vlogger had visited Kerala before the allegations of spying surfaced. She was arrested in May 2025 in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor. Haryana police has said that Pakistani intelligence agencies were grooming her as an asset. Her arrest is part of a broader national crackdown on a suspected cross-border spy ring, with at least 12 others detained across Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. The network allegedly used social media and influencer clout as cover for espionage. Now the RTI response is not just causing the Kerala government to face heat, but overall triggered an alarm over national security vulnerabilities, particularly in how individuals are vetted for government-sponsored campaigns. As investigations continue, the fallout from Jodi Malhotra's case is far from over.
Japan Coast Guard ship Itsukushima arrived at the Chennai port on Sunday as part of its global ocean voyage training program, further cementing maritime cooperation between India and Japan in the Indo-Pacific region. The vessel, commanded by Captain Naoki Mizoguchi, was greeted with a ceremonial welcome that included traditional garlanding of officers, spirited cheers from NCC cadets, and a performance by a decorated ceremonial band. All right, time for a short break, viewers. We will get you more details on the VVIP shocking abuse caught on camera. MNS Neta's son harasses a woman. Big revelation by Tahavur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan army.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策。
Welcome back, viewers. The British F-35B fighter jet has been stranded in India since the mid of June. Now, the jet has arrived as part of India and the UK's joint naval exercise in the Arabian Sea. Fifth-generation jet reportedly experienced a technical fault, could not take off from India. Now, stuck for the longest time at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. Now, it's all set to be dismantled, sent to the UK via a C-17 cargo aircraft. Team of UK engineers have arrived in India to commence repairs on the UK F-35B aircraft. Repairs are underway on the aircraft, which has now been moved to the maintenance hangar.
It's sleek, it's stealthy, but it's stuck since 14th of June. A Royal Navy F-35B Lightning II, among the world's most advanced fighter jets, has remained grounded at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport in Kerala. Now, it made an unexpected landing during a joint exercise with the Indian Navy, and weeks later, it still hasn't flown out. Initially, the explanation seemed quite simple: fuel shortage. But that essentially didn't sit well with aviation experts. A fifth-generation fighter jet running out of gas just 100 nautical miles from its carrier? Not likely, many said. This wasn't just any jet. The F-35B is built for short takeoffs and vertical landings, a core feature designed for carriers. But the fact that it needed a full runway raised eyebrows. The likely culprit? A hydraulic failure. That's what we were told. Some reports suggest a malfunction in the jet's vertical lift fan system, which would force the pilot to perform a conventional landing. Normally, this would be perhaps fixable on the site. Drain the hydraulic system, flush it, refill, test and take off. But that didn't happen. Instead, engineers flew in from the United Kingdom, spare parts followed, and yet no flight. The final decision: dismantle the jet and ship it back aboard a British C-17 cargo aircraft. Adding to the mystery, no one really knows what this F-35B was doing when it ran into trouble. Was it a routine drill, a stealth capability test over the Arabian Sea, a combat readiness patrol? Official statements reveal nothing. Now, which begs the question, why did the jet take off from the aircraft carrier in the first place? What exactly went wrong mid-air? No clear answers, just silence and speculation. And then has come the theory that turned heads, the so-called kill switch. Some defense analysts claim the US retains the ultimate software control over the F-35B via encrypted mission systems and data architecture. Now, while there is no literal off-switch control of the authentication keys and software access can, in theory, render the entire jet inoperable without even US approval. Of course, the Pentagon as well as Lockheed Martin categorically deny the existence of any remote control mechanism, but the incident has fueled quite literally theories about the deep dependencies baked into the software-heavy platforms like the F-35. And then there was this theory, a spy theory. Speculation swirled online that the jet was down so India could inspect its stealth technology or radar signature. But let's be clear, defense analysts have dismissed this outright. As one expert put it, you don't land an aircraft for spying. If anything, keeping it grounded in the open exposes its own secrets. Now, this wasn't espionage. It was a technical malfunction, and the longer the jet stayed grounded in India, the more it became a liability for the United Kingdom, not a tool for surveillance. So here we are. A jet that was meant to showcase air superiority, now stranded for weeks, shrouded in secrecy and surrounded by speculation. A hydraulic glitch? Maybe. A software lockout? Possibly. A covert mission gone wrong? Unlikely, but who knows? What this episode does expose is how deeply interconnected and dependent modern fighter platforms like the F-35 have become. Powerful? Yes. Autonomous? Well, maybe, not always.
And it's a big win for the Indian agency. Now, Khalistani terrorist Harpreet Singh, alias Happy Pasya, is also said to be extradited from the United States. He was arrested by the FBI and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement on the 17th of April this year. Here's more on that.
Khalistani terrorist Happy Pasya will soon be extradited from US to India. Pasya, a Khalistani terrorist and a gangster, is under the scanner for planning over 14 terrorist attacks between 2024 and 2025, targeting police stations and public institutions across Punjab. Singh has close ties with ISI handlers and BKI operatives who are directing and funding terrorist activities in India. He worked in close coordination with other terror figures, Harvinder Singh Rinda, and was instrumental in setting up cross-border terror modules. The National Investigation Agency also officially declared Pasya as a wanted terrorist and had a ₹5 lakh rewards on him regarding the Chandigarh bombing of 2024. Happy Pasya will be brought before Indian courts and face prosecution under multiple anti-terrorism laws, including the UAPL.
Now, viewers, the Pahalgam terror attack has found mention on the world stage at the BRICS summit this time in Brazil. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sent out a strong message against Pakistan and its nefarious designs. Additionally, India is also now pushing for a counter-terror agreement with Brazil as the Prime Minister visits the country. Take a look.
Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly, or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly, and the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be, how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity. There is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill is that.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and this evening we will get you the biggest expose of Pakistan. 26/11 Mumbai attack mastermind Tahir Rana has said that he was a trusted agent of Pakistan Army. We will get you what more he said to the probe agency. And meanwhile, Muharram clashes erupted all across the country from UP, MP and Bihar. We saw the clashes on the streets. We will show you a shocking video that is coming from Maharashtra, from MNS, that has triggered a controversy, and also about Jodi Malhotra case. And RTI has exposed her state-sponsored trip to the state of Kerala. Plus, Prime Minister Modi is at BRICS summit where he exposed Pakistan, and Turkish form Celebi suffers a major setback in the Delhi High Court today. And these are the top stories that we are tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. In fact, a day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi delivered a pointed warning to Pakistan that its support to terror outfits will not be tolerated, 26/11 mastermind Tahir Rana has made a key admission in this case. During his interrogation by the Mumbai police, he has said that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army and confirmed that he was in Mumbai during the 26/11 attack, and he had also visited the CST station in Mumbai as well. He also told investigators that the attack were planned in collaboration with the ISI, which is the Pakistan's intelligence agency. He further revealed that he and David Headley had several trading sessions with the Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Toiba. He is currently in the custody of the National Investigation Agency and was extradited, remember, from the United States to India on April 10th earlier this year. Now, the 64-year-old accused is facing the trial in the case related to the 2008 Mumbai attack that left 166 people dead. And now we are getting this big admission that is coming from him. Let me go across to Major General KK Sinha, who is live with us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, how do you see this big admission that is coming from Tahir Rana? He said that he worked on the behest of the Pakistan Army. He was in touch with the ISI as well. Your first reaction?
Good evening, Jai Hind, Akanksha. My reaction is that, after the Kasab, what we are getting it, and he's spilling the bins. What exactly we knew about it? He's only authenticating it, what exactly we have been saying, for many years after 26/11 and 2008. We all know that he is an army captain who has served in the Pakistan army. He is the friend of, childhood friend of David Colney Hadley. And also, the people do not know, they were the cadets together, along with the present, the field marshal, so-called field marshal in the same military academy. They were together. Even he is the friend of theirs. It is not coming up. He has not revealed it. The point is that, the very important factor which has been brought out, that he has been trained at Markaz Toiba, that is Murudke, which is the center of training for Lashkar-e-Toiba. And he, along with David Headley, and there are other names also which has come up. His linkages with the ISI operative Major Iqbal, is a very, very important factor. Of course, we have brought it out that he was present during the 26/11 in Mumbai itself. He has carried out, and he was an integral part of that broader plan, which in the Pakistan actually designed by the ISI, and these people were operating in Delhi on the behest of that, and it was actually controlled minute to minute by Major Iqbal sitting in Pakistan. He also carried out Shivaji terminus of the railway stations, where also the mayhem has taken place on 26/11/2008. These confessions, which is a part of a bigger plan, we were able to put, and especially after the Operation Sindhu, where we have got the live which happened from Murudke, where when we hit in their funeral prayer, you have seen, how these terrorists were lined up in the front line, and the military, Pakistan military in the second line. That is the evidence. This is not only
absolutely
photo
a big admission that is coming from the 26/11 mastermind, and this will definitely help in the investigation as well. Thank you so much, KK Sinha, for speaking to Republic TV. Now let me go across to our reporter on ground who's been tracking the details of the investigation. Soumya, I would like to come to you because now Tahir Rana is in the custody of the National Investigation Agency, but he was probed by the Mumbai police. Give us the details about what has come out during his interrogation.
Well, yes, Akanksha, sources within the Mumbai Police Crime Branch have confirmed shocking revelations that were made by Tahir Rana during the interrogation that was undertaken by Mumbai Police here. So, right from Tahir Rana confirming that he was present in Mumbai at the time of the attack, to the point that he helped his friend David Coleman Headley, who happens to be the mastermind of the attack, in identifying the major locations, one being Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. So these are the major revelations that have been that have come out, the major admission of Tahir Rana in this interrogation. With that, Tahir Rana went on to the extent of confirming that 26/11 attacks was in coordination with ISI. So it can be confirmed that it was not a non-state sponsor terror attack. In fact, it had a backing of the Pakistani military, something that the Pakistani military, Pakistani authorities have been denying for years now. It can be confirmed by the statements, by the revelations
big statement
made
that is coming from the mastermind of this big terror attack, Soumya. In fact, this will be helping a lot as far as the investigation is concerned, but this has definitely exposed Pakistan. Thank you so much for the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus, tensions are escalating on the streets. Clashes broke out during the Muharram procession in several parts of the country. From Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Jharkhand, procession turned violent, mob fury unleashed on police, homes and even temples. Now, let us show you the fresh visuals which show chaos on the streets. Stick-wielding mob breaking barricades there, stoning houses and clashing with the police at the spot. Now, first up, look at these visuals that are coming from Ujjain and Shajapur in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Very crucial and very important visuals that are coming. And there was a huge commotion during a Muharram procession in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, a holy city in Madhya Pradesh. And after people in Muharram procession brought down police barricades, in fact, installed on a key stretch of this area, injuring 2 police personnel as well. Police had to resort to lathi charge to disperse the crowd. In fact, clashes took place when those in procession tried to divert away from the fixed route, and this was was in fact one of the things that was seen across all the processions. Now let's show you the visuals that have come in from Shahjahanpur. Violent clashes were reported during Muharram in that area. The incident happened when a procession reached Azad Chowk. In fact, there you can see in the visual, that is the area. There was a dispute that took place, which eventually turned into a full-blown fight on the streets. The police deployed on the spot, took immediate action and brought the situation under control. These are the two visuals from Madhya Pradesh. Now let's show you the visuals coming in from Bihar. Tensions flared up during the procession in Bihar's Gopalganj and Katihar district, leading to clashes between the groups in two separate incidents. Now these are the visuals that you can see on the screen are from Katihar, from Naya Tola area, in fact, where members of two communities clashed near a temple while the procession was underway. Stone pelting and vandalism of vehicles were also reported there. Now, let's show you visuals coming in from Uttar Pradesh, and this is, in fact, we'll shift to those very important visuals from Lakhimpur. That itself is a very sensitive area in Uttar Pradesh, and clashes were seen there today. In fact, locals said that never before did they ever see something like this unfolding in that district. We have filed a ground report from Lakhimpur. Have a look at that.
और इस इलाके में लखीमपुर खीरी में जो नया गांव है वहां जो तस्वीरें आई हैं हैरान करने वाली है। हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जरा ये गुम्मेबाजी देखिए, इन पत्थरों को देखिए। ये पत्थर जब फेंके गए, ये तब फेंके गए जब ताजिया लेकर कुछ लोग गुजर रहे थे गांव के एक हिस्से से, और इस इलाके में जो शांतिप्रिय हिंदू समाज के लोग हैं उनके ऊपर पत्थर फेंके गए। पूरे घर में हर तरफ ईंटें, पत्थर, गुम्मे, सब कुछ बिखरा हुआ सा सामान है। जिनका घर है वो हमारे संग मौजूद है। जरा बताइए क्या, कब, कैसे हुआ, कब की बात?
ये सर कल लगभग 5 बजे शाम की बात है। ताजिया उधर सुनसरी से निकल के आया, हमारे घर के पीछे से निकलता है और कभी रखा ना गया। कल करीब 1.5 घंटे तक ताजिया रख के दिया गया, वहाँ से उठाया नहीं। हमारे गांव के प्रधान जी अब्दुल हसीब जी वो भी थे साथ में, और उसके बाद में
क्या नारे लगा रहे थे और पत्थर क्यों फेंकने लगे आपके घर पर?
ये पाउडर फेंका पहले हमारे घर पे, तो हम लोगों ने मना कि घर में क्यों फेंक रहे हो पाउडर। ये हमारे लड़के ने मना किया, ये पंकज को, तो जब मना करेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के खींच लिया और मारने लगे। तो हम लोग कहने ये क्या कर रहे हो, हम लोग जब दौड़े तब तक पत्थर चलने लगे।
बाहर चलते हैं, तस्वीरें और भी आपको दिखाते हैं। घर में बिखरा ये पूरा ईटा पत्थर देखिए, छत पर भी फैला हुआ ईटा। आइए छत पर चलते हैं, आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से छत पर सारा सामान बिखराया गया है। छत के ऊपर चल के देखने को हमें जो घर के मालिक है वो कह रहे हैं, और देखिए यहाँ पर कितने ईंटे पत्थर पड़े हैं, गुम्मे पड़े हैं, और ये बता रहे हैं, कहानी की बानगी बता रहे हैं कि किस अंदाज में डराने के लिए, धमकाने के लिए ये सब कुछ किया गया। यहाँ पर जो घर का सामान है वो भी टूटा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, घर के सामान को भी देखिए तोड़ दिया गया है।
And for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who's reporting from Madhya Pradesh. Satya Vijay, मध्य प्रदेश में सिर्फ एक नहीं 2 जगह, उज्जैन में और दूसरा एक और जगह पे ये पूरा क्योस हमने देखा है स्ट्रीट पे जो भी हुआ है। पुलिस का क्या एक्शन रहा है वहां पे मिसक्रिएंट्स पे?
जी हाँ, मध्य प्रदेश में 2 नहीं बल्कि 3 जगह, उज्जैन, शाजापुर और रतलाम, 3 जगह मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान विवाद जैसी स्थिति बनी। उज्जैन की बात करें तो वहां पर रूट डाइवर्ट किया गया था। डिसाइड हो गया था जुलूस से पहले कि जिस रूट पर नहीं जाना है वहां बैरिगेटिंग की गई थी। इसके बाद भी लोगों ने बैरिगेट्स तोड़े और उस रूट पर गए, जिसके चलते पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा। 16 लोगों के खिलाफ FIR दर्ज करनी पड़ी। शाजापुर की बात करें तो शाजापुर में एक ही सेम कम्युनिटी के जो लोग थे, मुस्लिम समुदाय के जो लोग थे, वो आपस में भिड़ गए और इनका विवाद जो है वो गाली गलौज से शुरू हुआ और इसके बाद ये लोग मारपीट पर उतार हो गए। वहां पर पुलिस ने स्थिति को कंट्रोल किया। तीसरी घटना रतलाम की है, जहां पर कि हिंदू राष्ट्र का बैनर था, उसे मुहर्रम के जुलूस के दौरान जलाने की कोशिश की गई। इसका वीडियो वायरल हुआ है। बात करें अगर उज्जैन और शाजापुर की, तो उज्जैन में 16 लोगों पर प्रकरण दर्ज किया है। SP उज्जैन का साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि कुछ शरारती तत्व थे, क्योंकि कुछ ताजिए और कुछ जो जुलूस के लोग हैं वो पुलिस की बात मानते हुए उस जहां पर बैरिगेटिंग की गई थी उस रूट से ना गुजरते हुए जो रूट पुलिस ने तय किया था उससे गुजरे। लेकिन कुछ ऐसे लोग थे जो बैरिगेट्स तोड़ने पे कहना चाहिए उन्होंने एक शरारतपूर्ण हरकत की, बैरिगेट्स तोड़े, पुलिस की बात नहीं मानी, जबकि जुलूस से पहले ही मीटिंग में सभी समुदाय के लोगों को बुला के तय कर लिया था कि उस रूट पर नहीं जाना है। तो ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ प्रकरण दर्ज किया है, शांति भंग करने की धाराओं में केस दर्ज किया गया है। शाजापुर में विवाद एक ही कम्युनिटी का था जुलूस के दौरान ही था। जुलूस के दौरान इनमें गाली गलौच होती है, जो अखाड़े होते हैं जुलूस में उसको एक दिशा से दूसरी दिशा ले
three locations in Madhya Pradesh we saw the chaos erupted during the Muharram procession. Satyavijay, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now let's take you to the state of Maharashtra. Amid the Hindi language row, MNS or Mumbai Nav Nirman Sena is facing backlash in Maharashtra over a viral video of MNS leader's son, drunk and half naked, abusing a Marathi-speaking woman there. The man later identified himself as Rahil Sheikh, son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh. He was also seen flaunting his father's position, sharing the video. In fact, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam called it the real face of those who claim to be the protectors of Marathi culture in Maharashtra. Have a look at this video.
माझी गाडी ठोकलीस ना, असा उघडा. तू कुठे चालला होतास? हे मनसे, तुम्ही हे तू कुठला मनसेवाला आहेस? कुठला आहे? शिवसेनावाला आहे? मनसे लोक, तुम्ही लोक मराठी शिकवता ना रे लोकांना?
माझा बाप महाराष्ट्र राज्य उपाध्यक्ष आहे.
तुझा बाप महाराष्ट्राचा अध्यक्ष आहे? कोण? मनसेवाले? अच्छा. आणि तू दारू पिऊन माझ्या गाडीवर चढणार, गाडी ठोकणार? अच्छा, तुम्हाला शिव्या देतोयस? हा, गदे शिव्या दे. गाडीला ठोकलं तू, माझ्या गाडीला का ठोकलं? माफ. तू आता बोललास माझा बाप कोण आहे मला? अरे मी थोडासा परप्रांती लोकांना साथ दिला तर काल 200 लोक माझ्या अंगावर आले. आज तू माझी गाडी ठोकतोयस, आपल्या बापाची धमकी देतोयस. तुम्हाला माफ करा ना. माफी नकोय. तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोयस? तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोय? दारू पिऊन गाडी का? अरे चल ठीक आहे, तू माझ्या गाडीला ठोकलास, कोणी तुझ्या गाडीच्या खाली येऊन गेला असता तर? म्हणजे
आता जा तू.
कुठे जाऊ?
उद्या ये. एक मिनिट.
हा तेवढा कुठला माझ्या ओळखीचा?
एक मिनिट, एक काम कर.
येणं मला ठोकलंय. बोलतोय माझा बाप कोण आहे? राज ठाकरेच्या घरी जा आणि पैसे घे. माझा बाप हा आहे.
And for more on this, I'm joined by BJP spokesperson Asif Pamla. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you see this particular incident? Because in the last 1 week, we have seen attacks by MNS workers, their leaders, as far as the shopkeepers, the business leaders in Mumbai are concerned. And now an attack on the women, drunken half-naked man, son of MNS leader. They're attacking a woman. Your reaction to that?
You see, this is nothing new with the MNS. These are a bunch of goons. They will be dealt with in a similar manner. There have been FIRs filed and slapped on them in the past. And going further, I'm sure with the Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis ji is and will definitely deal with them with an iron fist. The problem with these people are they're all a bunch of illiterate drunkards who have no shame and no sense and no responsibility. I am surprised at how this alliance, they have both come on together on a common platform. Whatever little the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray had in them, which that they could exhibit, that also will be over with aligning with goons like MNS. This is not the way. Maharashtra has been is a state which has accepted all languages. We respect Marathi language. We all speak fluent Marathi. We all Mumbaikars. But that doesn't mean that you enforce languages. And now to they're going to the extent of महिलाओं को छेड़छाड़ करना, poor people for जो Uber, Ola के जो owners है, उनको अरे आप में हिम्मत है तो कोई दमदार और ताकतवर आदमी को आप आके उनको परेशान करिए. आप आकर किसी ताकतवर जो फिल्म वाले लोग हैं या उद्योग जगत के लोग उनसे पंगा लीजिए. देखिए फिर आपको कितना कहाँ उतारेंगे, वो किस घाट पे उतारेंगे. So this is not done, and this is far from being tolerated, and our leadership also is definitely considering to take this up very seriously. And I'm sure, you see, Marathi ka abhiman sabko hai. You see, they talk about this. Their own children are going into have studied in English schools. Even our politicians, I mean, the BJP politicians also, even their children. But that is a different issue. You can't take the city for ransom. You can't get into an activity like you see this hooligan here who's drunk. who's sozzled in alcohol and who's behaving, and he claims that his leader is Raj Thackeray and he's from the MNS. So such people, what credibility they have on the eve, and it's good. The true face of the MNS and the Shiv Sena. The credibility of the Shiv Sena also. And now अब क्या किसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचे, कुछ बचा ही नहीं इनके पास, ना उनका अस्तित्व बचा है. तो अब उन्होंने अपना अलाइनमेंट किया. And I'm asking Uddhav ji, where are you? What you were the one who used to ask Raj Thackeray ke inka andar chemical locha hai.
Absolutely tough questions. BJP they're asking to the leadership as far as MNS is concerned. Very shocking video that has come to the fore from Mumbai. Thank you so much, Mr. Bamla, for speaking to Republic TV. Now let's take you to the state of Kerala. Kerala government is under the scanner now. YouTuber Jodi Malhotra, who's currently in the police custody for spying for Pakistan, was once a state guest in Kerala. Invited, funded and promoted by the ruling government there. An RTI bombshell has revealed that Jodi Malhotra's official ties to the Kerala Tourism Department. And meanwhile, BJP has hit out at the ruling Kerala government. Listening to what the leaders are saying.
The Kerala government, the left government of Pinarayi Vijayan, was the one which sponsored, patronized and invited Pakistani spy YouTube content creator Jodi Malhotra. It is now in black and white, and RTI reply has shown this. This means that the Kerala government was busy inviting such anti-India elements, paying for them at the cost of taxpayer money, and this is a department, a ministry headed by no less than the son-in-law of the Chief Minister of Kerala. That means the son-in-law of Chief Minister of Kerala does not mind platforming, giving accommodation, giving state guest relations and state guest services to Pakistani spies. But they have a problem with Bharat Mata. They don't mind eulogizing Hamas. They don't mind crying for Naxals. They don't mind giving namaz-e-janaza to terrorists. And they don't mind rolling out a red carpet for Pakistani spies, but they have problem with Bharat Mata. This shows the priorities of the Kerala government. They are hand in glove with elements that are anti-India.
In fact, CPI has also responded to this, but as far as BJP is concerned, it continues to hit out at the ruling government there. Now shifting our focus to the BRICS summit that is happening, that is currently underway. The terror attack in Pahalgam has found mention on the world stage as well. The BRICS summit in Brazil, Prime Minister Modi sent out a strong message to Pakistan on terrorism. Additionally, India is also all set to sign a counter-terrorism agreement with Brazil. Here's more.
Kashmir's agony found a global platform at the BRICS summit in Brazil. The deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, which took several lives, was condemned by the BRICS nations. Prime Minister Modi delivered a pointed message to Pakistan that support to terror outfits won't be tolerated.
Look at the para, it's 34, it's very clear. One is there is unanimous condemnation of all the leaders. I think you need to know that. And it also says that condemnation in all its manifestations, and including those who abet, who finance, and either openly, covertly or overtly, in both ways, it has been condemned. There is also reference to the cross-border movement of terrorists. It's also coming out very clearly. And the listing of terrorist groups. Then there is also a strong support for comprehensive convention on against international terrorism, which was India's formulation, India's initiative in the UN for a long time, as you know that. So the message is very clear for anyone who understands the dangers of terrorism and how it can be how it needs to be condemned, tackled not by just us. You know, there is a solidarity, there is a universal condemnation, which means all the countries are against it in any form. So that message is very clear to our neighbors.
And it didn't just end there. India's foreign policy stance was spelled out loud and clear. Prime Minister Modi is all set to sign a memorandum of understanding with Brazil on counter-terrorism cooperation.
After the talks, we are hoping to sign 4 agreements or /MOUs between the two countries, namely on renewable energy, counter-terrorism, agricultural research cooperation between ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research, and Embrapa of Brazil, and also exchange and mutual protection of confidential information. These agreements have been finalized.
As global leaders huddled to discuss future roadmaps, India chose to talk tough on terror and made sure that the world listened.
Now shifting our focus in a big blow to Turkish firm Celebi, the Delhi High Court today upheld the decision of the central government and rejected its plea against revocation of its security clearance by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Now remember, the government on May 15th had revoked its security clearance days after the Turkey supported Pakistan during Operation Sindoor and condemned India's strike on the terror camps in the neighboring country. The firm then moved the Delhi High Court, but in a setback now, their plea has been rejected in a view of the national interest, is what has been said by the judge. Now, Celebi operated in the Indian aviation sector from the last 15 years and employed over 10,000 people. It offered its service at the 9 airports. But now a big blow to Celebi there. Their plea has been rejected by the Delhi High Court. And that's all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Until then, keep watching Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. And he has given tax break, which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break, which he has promised in 2017, to continue permanently. And that's the big, beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying it's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again. So that's the idea and that's the objective. So reduction in taxes is a welcome measure, which all, by and large, everyone taxpayer loves. And that's why people are happy, should be happy, taxpayer in US would be happy. And there is all the more reason because the percentage of the taxpayer in US citizen being very high as compared to any developing nation like India, where the percentage is low as compared to the total population. So obviously people now paying lesser taxes, so they will be happier because there's across the board a tax concession which has been announced in this big bill.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世这一传承方式。达赖喇嘛的转世必须坚持国内寻访、经凭撤迁、中央政府批准的原则，遵循宗教仪轨和历史定制，按照国家的法律法规办理。活佛转世是藏传佛教特有的传承方式，已经延续了700多年，形成了严密的宗教仪轨和历史定制。达赖、班禅等大活佛转世灵童需经凭撤迁认定，中央政府批准。14世达赖本人就是在13世达赖喇嘛圆寂之后，严格按照宗教仪轨和历史定制寻访，由当时的国民政府颁令特准免于经凭撤迁继任的。我想，宗教中国化不是对宗教的限制，任何。
Hi there, welcome back as we build up to that super hot primetime debate on whether Bilawal Bhutto Zardari is playing to the international gallery or is it an indication of what's happening inside Pakistan with a possible coup building up. Even as Tahawur Hussain Rana gives all the evidence that Pakistan perhaps needs, if at all, to hand over Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar back to India as Bilawal has promised. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. VVIP shocker caught on camera. MNS leader's son harasses woman in Mumbai. Big revelation by Tahawur Rana. Sources say he admits that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistan army. Clashes reported during religious procession in several states yesterday. In Lakhimpur, stones allegedly pelted on Hindu homes. Delhi High Court dismisses the petition filed by Turkey-based ground handling company Celebi Aviation challenging the revocation of its security clearance. France calls out Chinese disinformation campaign against Rafale. French intelligence claims China trying to foil global sale of Rafale jets. China upping the ante on Tibetan Buddhists worldwide, says reincarnation of Dalai Lama inherently an internal affair. All right, let's begin with a breaking news development coming in from Karnataka, where the government of Siddaramaiah seems to be facing a major financial crisis as it owes a staggering 250 crore rupees to transporters involved with the state's crucial Anna Bhagya food distribution scheme. This has led to transporters going out on a strike, and these are pictures, two sides. One is, of course, Siddaramaiah there, and the other of the transporter strike. About 3,000 to 4,000 of these owner-cum drivers are in a state of financial distress because of the pending dues from the state government amounting to 250 crore rupees. Obviously, the fiscal situation of Karnataka government not good enough for those payments. Now the state's food grain transport has come to a grinding halt, it seems. I'm told Abhishek is joining us live from our Karnataka newsroom for more on this. Abhishek, have you heard anything yet from the government on this? The protesters, the strike that is going on, it surely would have affected food distribution, the public food distribution in the state?
Well, to begin with, Abhishek, the Karnataka state government was owned by Congress because of they promised the 5 guarantee schemes, out of which Annabhagya is also one of the major schemes that they announced. And since the inception of the idea or the guarantee scheme, the lorry associations have supported their complete transportation support to the Karnataka state government to transport the rice from one of the places to various other parts of the state. And Shanmugappa, while talking to the media, has very clearly mentioned that the Karnataka state lorry owners association will not support the Karnataka state government henceforth because at least 250 crores of amount has been pending since the inception of this scheme, and there have been various other requests placed in front of the government for which CM Siddaramaiah had previously claimed that the settlement will be done in various other parts and will be made as soon as possible. However, with continued demands, Siddaramaiah has neglected the demands of the lorry association, and in fact this in turn has made at least 3,000 to 4,000 drivers come owners to fall into the street, and this is one of the reasons as to why the transportation of food grains have been stopped immediately. We are waiting for the response from the government as of now. Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Abhishek, there from our Karnataka newsroom, talking to Abhishek in the Delhi studios. Moving on for now, big news coming in, another breaking one from Telangana, where in the village of Mofussil, police station area of Purnia, where 5 people of the same family have been brutally killed by beating and burning alive. Seems like a case of witchcraft, and the accusation has turned deadly. In fact, the son of Ramdev Orao of the same village died 3 days ago during treatment, and the health of the other child was also deteriorating. We are getting this development from Telangana. We'll try and get a reporter live also. Five of the same family killed on accusations of witchcraft. It's coming from Purnia district. Purnia area of Telangana. The people of the village said that the cause of death was witchcraft, and 5 people of the same family were brutally killed on the charges of witchcraft. The dead include Babulal Orao, Sita Devi, Manjeet Orao, Rania Devi and Tapto Musmat. All of them belong to the same family. After the incident, panic has spread in the area and the administration has reached, as can be seen in the pictures, and people of the village are in fact leaving their homes, even as police has increased patrolling of the area on the spot, and even a dog squad is there along with the forensics team that are at the spot to try to assuage the concerns. The police in fact has even made an arrest, that of Nakul Kumar, the accused. He's accused of instigating to burn alive. This is not Telangana actually, this is Bihar. Lalit, the only heir of the deceased, has said that the whole family was beaten and burnt alive and accused of being witches. And he also said that somehow he escaped from there, saving his life. Lalit has said that everyone was burnt down and thrown in a water body nearby. We'll try and connect with Prakash Singh. He's going to join us live or over the phone in a bit. But this is information coming in from Tetgama village, not Telangana. It's Tetgama village of Mufassil police station in Purnia district of Bihar. That's where the information is coming from. A family burnt alive on fears of witchcraft or accusations of witchcraft. And those who burned them, all of that, one, Nakul Kumar, has been arrested, even as other villagers are scared, so scared that they have left the village or are leaving the village, even as police is trying to address those concerns and fears. Administration there present in full force. This is coming in from Bihar in Purnia. I think we'll get Prakash Singh in a bit. These are pictures coming in from Purnia in Bihar, where in a village called Tet Gama, a case of witchcraft has come out, where villagers collectively perhaps incited a family, and 5 of the family have lost their lives. Not clear yet. We'll try and find out whether this is a case of incitement to abetment to suicide, or whether this is a case of killing, murder. In fact, we have Prakash Singh joining us over the phone, and he's live, in fact. Prakash, is this a case of suicide incited by the villagers? Is it a case of murder, collective murder by the villagers of the family? What is it about?
Well, Abhishek, as you know, in the villages, and this conflict took place between 2 groups of tribal community on the border of Bihar and Bengal, in Raniganj specifically, and they are from the Urao community. And predominantly they are illiterate villagers, and one of the person in the family of Ramdev Urao, his son got ill, and then he went on to get him treated to some local person who is apparently a quack in the village, as we always find. And thereafter, the son died, and there were allegations that there was some witch hunt. So thereafter, the death of the concerned person on the allegation of witch hunt, then 5 people of one family member were mercilessly beaten, and they all died. All the villagers have left the village, and the police have started investigating into the case, and few arrests have also been made. One of the person who incited the entire incident has been arrested, as I spoke to the local SP of Purnia, and a few more people are to be arrested, few have been detained. And this is a conflict between 2 groups of the tribal community, as it has taken place, and the government has taken cognizance of it. We can listen to the sound bites of the villagers who are alleging that how the incident took place. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prakash, for bringing those details. Essentially a case of lynching in a Bihar village on accusations of witchcraft between 2 communities. Moving on to a big development taking place in Tamil Nadu politics today, which is that the BJP and the AIADMK for the first time has come out and hit the streets in a showcase of the strength of the alliance heading into the elections to the State Assembly of Tamil Nadu next year. A political power play unfolding on your screens there of the BJP and the AIADMK showing their street power by way of a rally. Flags there side by side of the BJP and the AIADMK, the parties that have come together recently. The announcement of the alliance was made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah during a visit to Tamil Nadu. And this is the first joint rally ahead of the 2026 state elections. The alliance hitting the ground running, sending a message to rivals, obviously the DMK, that the road to Fort St. George, which is the seat of the Tamil Nadu government, has just gotten a little more interesting. Sharda joins us live from Chennai on this. Sharda, that seems like quite some show of strength by the allies. This is, I believe, in Chennai. You think that these rallies would be held across the state now?
Well, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is the Chief Minister candidate of the India alliance that has the BJP and ADMK, with the 2 major strong parties in the alliance right now. The alliance, after the alliance formation, is the first part of the rally where both the AIADMK and BJP are in together. So we can see that the AIADMK with BJP is put on a strong front, and is the first rally took place today in Coimbatore, Metropolitan District, and over the next 45 days, the India alliance will be going on for their walkable rally throughout this entire state of Tamil Nadu. It is also said that there are 3 top campaigns that the AIADMK will be following, with Edappadi Palaniswamy taking up the notch higher by going road by road, house by house, competing with the DMK, which also has a door-to-door campaign running around the state at the moment. With just 10 months left for the elections, both AIADMK, DMK, along with the other regional parties, are now forming their coalitions and their alliances, whether if it is pre-poll or post-poll, the talks are underway. So we can see today as to be the first rally of the AIADMK and BJP, following which we'll have more 45 days Padayatra done by Edappadi K. Palaniswamy to show that the India Alliance and how they are planning to dethrone the DMK government by 2026.
All right, the first rally, not in Chennai, this is in Coimbatore, the home district of Edappadi Palaniswamy. He's, of course, the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and the boss of the AIADMK in alliance with the BJP now. Thank you so much, Sharda, for joining us. Moving on to a big breaking that came in on 26/11 investigation and the terror plot. The mask is off and the terror link is exposed. Tahavur Rana, now in custody of Indian agencies, the man who was once walking Mumbai's streets as blood was being spilled, has now confessed to the Mumbai crime branch, who have his custody, that yes, he was there present in Mumbai when the 26/11 terror attack was panning out. Also that he is a trusted agent, or was a trusted agent of the Pakistan army. He's someone who has been trained by the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He's admitting to all these things and was in fact, as I mentioned, present during the Mumbai carnage, 26/11. He in fact visited the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, the exact site where bullets rained, to do a post-op recce or appraisal so that he could fill in his masters in Pakistan. But here's the biggest bombshell. Rana says that 26/11 attacks were not just a Lashkar operation, they were carried out in full collaboration with Pakistan's ISI. Something we have already known, but this is crucial evidence, an account of an accomplice. The Pakistani establishment is now caught red-handed. We have these confessions coming in through sources, with the Mumbai crime branch now interrogating Tahavur Hussain Rana. All right, move on for now. Politics is heating up over Election Commission's special intensive revision drive of electoral rolls ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly polls that are slated to take place later this year. With leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav calling EC confused, here are the details.
The politics is heating up over Election Commission's special intensive revision of the electoral rolls ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. Leader of opposition in the Bihar Assembly and former Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav raked up the issue and said that the poll commission has issued 3 different directions and called the Election Commission confused.
परसों हम लोग जो है 5 जुलाई को इलेक्शन कमीशन गए थे, वहाँ अपनी बात को हम लोगों ने रखा। चिंता इस बात की है कि कोई सवाल का कॉन्क्रीट जो जवाब आना चाहिए, स्पष्टीकरण जो आना चाहिए, क्लैरिटी जो होना चाहिए, वो हम लोगों को अब तक नहीं मिला है। हालांकि आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि पटना का जो इलेक्शन कमीशन है बिहार का, वो निर्णय लेने योग्य नहीं है, उनको अधिकार नहीं। वो केवल जो है पोस्ट ऑफिस जैसा काम करते हैं। चुनाव आयोग एक दिन में 3 अलग अलग दिशा निर्देश जारी करता है, यानी चुनाव आयोग खुद ही कंफ्यूज है।
All right, an unfortunate episode coming in from Mumbai where through a post, Sanjay Nirupam of Shiv Sena showed how an MNS leader's son, Rahil Sheikh, indulged in indecent behavior with a woman and indulged in an altercation. You see in the pictures, he's not wearing anything on, he's topless effectively, and he's misbehaving with a woman. And amid the backdrop of the Marathi-Hindi debate, Sanjay Nirupam of the Shiv Sena slamming MNS for harboring these kind of elements. Rahil Sheikh happens to be the son of an MNS leader called Javed Sheikh, and We have, in fact, a soundbite of Sanjay Nirupam. Let's listen to him.
यह राहिल या साहिल नाम का जो लड़का है, यह नशे में धुत है। एक ऐसा मुसलमान है जो शराब पी के घूम रहा है। उसका शराब पी के उसने गाड़ी चलाई और जाकर गाड़ी ठोक दी। और जब इस महिला ने विरोध किया तो इस महिला को गाली दी और उसके बाद बार बार अपने बाप के पोजीशन को फ्रंट कर रहा है। इससे दो बातें स्पष्ट होती हैं कि मनसे वाले मराठी भाषा के नाम पर जिस तरीके से उत्पात मचा रहे हैं, ये दरअसल गुंडागर्दी है। इनको न तो मराठी भाषा से कोई लेना देना, न मराठी समाज के मान सम्मान से लेना देता। अगर मराठी भाषकों के मान सम्मान से लेना देना होता तो राजश्री मोरे को कोई गाली नहीं देता। कोई मनसे वाला मनसे का कह करके उसको गाली नहीं देता। दूसरी बात, ये जो मनसे के उपाध्यक्ष जावेद शेख के बेटे कह रहे हैं, उनको देख करके हमें समझ में आ रहा है कि बार बार मनसे वाले हिंदुओं पर ही हमले करते हैं। और हमने बार बार सवाल उठाया कि अगर इतनी ताकत है, इतना गट्स है, इतना जोश है तुम में, इतना करेज है या साहस है, तो जरा भिंडी बाजार में जाके किसी मुसलमान को थप्पड़ मार के दिखाओ। उसको बोलो कि तुम उर्दू में बात मत करो, मराठी में बात करो। अब समझ में आ रहा है कि मनसे के जो मुस्लिम नेता हैं, उनके दबाव में आकर के राज ठाकरे के गुंडे हिंदुओं के ऊपर सरेआम हमले कर रहे हैं। मैं सरकार से यह डिमांड करूंगा, मांग करूंगा कि ऐसे गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी। लेकिन जिस तरीके से मुंबई की सड़कों पे, महाराष्ट्र की सड़कों पे मनसे की तरफ से मराठी भाषा के नाम पे गुंडागर्दी शुरू हुई है, इस गुंडागर्दी को तत्काल खत्म करना पड़ेगा, रोकना पड़ेगा। और इसके लिए पुलिस को हाथ में डंडा लेकर के इन तमाम गुंडों के खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। तब कहीं जाके हर वर्ग के लोगों में एक सुरक्षा का भाव पैदा हो पाएगा।
More political reactions coming on the same story. Influencer Rajshri More heckled and misbehaved by this MNS leader's son. We have Deepak Kesarkar of the Shiv Sena speaking. Listen to him.
देखिए, इस पे राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। किसी को पीटना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति कभी भी नहीं थी। तो मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि जो भी आपको कहना है आप बोल सकते हैं, आपके विचार बोल सकते हैं, और फिर इकट्ठा रहना ये महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति रह चुकी है। और महाराष्ट्र हमेशा प्रोग्रेसिव रह चुका है। तो हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ें मराठी के लिए की है। तो मराठी भाषा आगे जा रही है, उसको क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज का स्टेटस मिल गया है और मराठी भाषा धोरण भी तय हुआ है। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मराठी भाषा धोरण में है, तो उसके लिए ज़बरदस्ती करने की ज़रूरी नहीं है। उसके बारे में तो तय हो गया है। तो आप किसी भी चीज़ को अच्छी तरह से किसी को बोलेंगे तो वो लोग फॉलो करते हैं। एक तरीका होता है, उस तरीके से अगर बोला जाए तो समाज में शांति भी रहती है और सब लोग इकट्ठा भी रहते हैं।
मंत्री जो आशीष शेलार का कहना है कि जिस तरह से पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने धर्म पूछ के मारा, उसी तरह से महाराष्ट्र में भाषा के नाम से मारा जा रहा।
देखिए, मारना ये अच्छी चीज़ बिल्कुल नहीं है, हम उससे एग्री नहीं होते, क्योंकि ये चीज़ें तो बाला साहब के ज़माने में इस तरह से नहीं होती थी। कोई भी अगर गलत काम करे तो उसके लिए शिवसेना का खुद का स्टाइल था, लेकिन हर किसी को वो कहाँ से है ये पूछ के मारा नहीं जाता था। ये बाला साहब का कभी भी स्वभाव नहीं रहा है। उन्होंने घोषणा भी दी थी, वो गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, इसका मतलब तो हिंदी में ही घोषणा थी। उनके लिए मराठी हिंदी एक ही थी, लेकिन मराठी का उनको अभिमान था। मराठी लोगों के लिए खड़ा रहना, उनको नौकरी में प्रेफरेंस देना, ये उनकी भूमिका थी। और वो भूमिका आज भी शिंदे साहब ने कायम रखी है और इसीलिए अच्छी तरह से लोगों का रिस्पांस भी मिल रहा है।
मुझे लगता है कि MNS के हो या और किसी के हो, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इसी तरह की गुंडागर्दी करना, दादागिरी करना ठीक नहीं है। दादागिरी करने का क्या हक उनको दे दिया है MNS को, और जानबूझकर मतलब मुंबई का वातावरण बिगाड़ने का काम हो रहा है। मुंबई अपने देश की आर्थिक राजधानी है और वहाँ बहुभाषिक लोग रहते हैं, बहुधार्मिक लोग रहते हैं, और मुंबई की इमेज को एकदम कोलैप्स करने की भूमिका MNS की है। इसीलिए MNS की भूमिका हम विरोध करते हैं।
All right, moving on, a British F-35B fighter jet stranded in India since mid of June has some rescue op going on now. The jet had arrived as part of India and the UK's joint naval exercise in the Arabian Sea. The fifth generation fighter plane reportedly experienced a technical fault and could not take off from India. The jet is now stuck at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. It's said to be dismantled because it cannot be towed away. And then in dismantled state, it would be, of course, taken back to the UK via a C-17 cargo aircraft. Take a look at the details of what's this story or how this story is panning out.
It's sleek, it's stealthy, but it's stuck since 14th of June. A Royal Navy F-35B Lightning II, among the world's most advanced fighter jets, has remained grounded at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport in Kerala. Now, it made an unexpected landing during a joint exercise with the Indian Navy, and weeks later, it still hasn't flown out. Initially, the explanation seemed quite simple: fuel shortage. But that essentially didn't sit well with aviation experts. A fifth-generation fighter jet running out of gas, just 100 nautical miles from its carrier? Not likely, many said. This wasn't just any jet. The F-35B is built for short takeoffs and vertical landings, a core feature designed for carriers. But the fact that it needed a full runway raised eyebrows. The likely culprit? A hydraulic failure. That's what we were told. Some reports suggest a malfunction in the jet's vertical lift fan system, which would force the pilot to perform a conventional landing. Normally, this would be perhaps fixable on the site. Drain the hydraulic system, flush it, refill, test and take off. But that didn't happen. Instead, engineers flew in from the United Kingdom, spare parts followed, and yet no flight. The final decision: dismantle the jet and ship it back aboard a British C-17 cargo aircraft. Adding to the mystery, no one really knows what this F-35B was doing when it ran into trouble. Was it a routine drill, a stealth capability test over the Arabian Sea, a combat readiness patrol? Official statements reveal nothing. Now, which begs the question, why did the jet take off from the aircraft carrier in the first place? What exactly went wrong mid-air? No clear answers, just silence and speculation. And then has come the theory that turned heads, the so-called kill switch. Some defense analysts claim the US retains the ultimate software control over the F-35B via encrypted mission systems and data architecture. Now, while there is no literal off-switch control of the authentication keys and software access can, in theory, render the entire jet inoperable without even US approval. Of course, the Pentagon as well as Lockheed Martin categorically deny the existence of any remote control mechanism, but the incident has fueled quite literally theories about the deep dependencies baked into the software-heavy platforms like the F-35. And then there was this theory, a spy theory. Speculation swirled online that the jet was down so India could inspect its stealth technology or radar signature. But let's be clear, defense analysts have dismissed this outright. As one expert put it, you don't land an aircraft for spying. If anything, keeping it grounded in the open exposes its own secrets.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost the American economy. and he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break which he has promised in 2017 to continue permanently. And that's the big beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying it's a big,
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
中国政府实行宗教信仰自由政策，颁有宗教事务条例和藏传佛教活佛转世管理办法，依法保护活佛转世这一传承方式。
India celebrates Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. China panicking on Dalai Lama's reincarnation. Why the dragon is scared of Tibet's holy monk? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, coming to you at 7 p.m. tonight with three big stories on the show this evening. The story of the Indians abducted by Al-Qaeda in Mali. What's the update? Are they safe? We're getting you the family live on the show this evening, and the lady who confronted this M&S brat in Mumbai is joining me live on the show this evening. Here are the headlines at 7 p.m. tonight. He's the M&S brat caught on camera abusing a woman in Mumbai. The video goes viral. The lady who confronted him is joining us live. Major revelation by Tahaffur Rana. Sources say that he has admitted that he was a trusted agent of the Pakistani army sent to India to recce as part of the Lashkar plan to attack Mumbai during 26/11. It's Bilawal Bhutto versus Lashkar and the Pakistani army. He talks about extradition of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar. Lashkar is fighting back. The Pakistan army is plotting a coup. Three Indians abducted by Al-Qaeda in Mali. Families say there is a ransom demand. One of them is joining us live on the show this evening. On top of 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to you a story of fear and relentless hope that binds families together in the face of unimaginable adversity. In the distant land of Mali, 3 Indian workers have found themselves thrust into a nightmare when armed assailants stormed a factory, taken hostage in a coordinated attack suspected to be that of an Al-Qaeda affiliate group. Their lives now hang in the balance as their families in India cling on to every shred of information, hope, praying for their safe return. Here's the story.
On the 1st July, armed assailants stormed the diamond cement factory in Kayes, Mali, taking 3 Indian workers hostage in a coordinated attack. 3 Indian workers, P. Venkataraman from Odisha, Amareshwar from Telangana and Ramana from Andhra Pradesh were taken hostage. The attack is suspected to be the work of Al-Qaeda affiliated group Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin or JNIM, which claimed responsibility for multiple terror strikes across Mali on the same day. While no group has officially claimed the kidnapping, the Ministry of External Affairs is treating this as a critical priority. For the families, the wait is agonizing. They have revealed that the kidnappers are demanding a ransom for the workers' release.
वेंकट लास्ट टाइम मुझे 30 तारीख को कॉल किए थे, 30 जून को हम लोग बातचीत हुआ था नॉर्मली, वो सब कुछ ठीक था। उनका कंपनी में कुछ वेस्ट अफ्रीका माली कंट्री में कायस बोल के एक जगह है, वो डायमंड सीमेंट फैक्ट्री में काम कर रहे थे। तो पिछले 9 महीने से वो वेस्ट अफ्रीका गए हुए हैं। वो उस दिन कॉल किए थे तो फिर हम लोग बोले कि इधर अपना कंपनी में बोला है कि कुछ बाहर मत निकलो, इधर कुछ टेररिस्ट लोग आए हुए। तो वो वैसे हम लोग भी बोले थोड़ा संभल कर रुक जा, मतलब बाहर मत निकल। वो ठीक बोल रहा था, लेकिन उसने 1 तारीख को ये मैटर हुआ है, जो टेररिस्ट लोग ने उन लोग को किडनैप किए हुए।
जो सी वेंकटरमन जो है, उनके परिवार के तरफ से किडनैपिंग के बारे में सूचना मिला था। उसके बाद तुरंत लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनके पास जाकर पहुंचा, तो ये सूचित किया गया है कि सरकार के एंड में नेसेसरी जो स्टेप्स हैं वो लिया जा रहा है।
The Indian government has issued a stern advisory to its citizens in Mali, urging them to stay vigilant amid escalating violence in the region. Senior officials have reportedly travelled to Mali and are assisting local authorities in efforts to secure the workers' release. As the search for 3 Indian nationals continue, the families hold on to hope and the world watches united in the call for their swift release.
There's very little known about the 3 Indians who were abducted. I have Bablu. Bablu ji, namaste. Bablu is the brother-in-law of Venkat Raman. And Venkat Raman is one of the Indians abducted by the Al-Qaeda in Mali. Bablu ji, मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
जी सर।
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया। हमें बताइए, हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए, आप लाइव है, आपका जो अभी का जो स्टेटस है, आपको क्या बताया गया है?
अब तक तो कुछ डाटा नहीं मिला है सर, क्या मतलब कैसा है अभी? आज से मतलब 1 तारीख से वो किडनैप्ड है, आज 7 तारीख हो चुका है, आज तक कुछ भी डाटा नहीं मिला हम लोग।
अबडक्शन कब हुआ था, ये किडनैपिंग कब किया था, और जब किडनैप हुआ था तो उनके डिमांड्स क्या थे?
एक्चुअली किडनैप तो 1 तारीख को हुआ है, हम लोग को मालूम पड़ा 3 तारीख को। उनका डिमांड मतलब हम लोग को कुछ नहीं पता चल रहा है उनका डिमांड क्या है, लेकिन जब लास्ट टाइम बात किए थे ब्लू स्टार कंपनी को, वो लोग बोले थे कि वो कुछ ज्यादा पैसे का कुछ डिमांड कर रहे हैं, हम लोग नेगोशिएशन कर रहे हैं। हम लोग जल्दी से नेगोशिएशन करेंगे, 7-8 दिन में वो लोग रिटर्न आ जाएंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, टेंशन से ज्यादा मत लो, ऐसे बोल रहे थे।
ये जो रैंसम है, ये जो डिमांड कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में क्या पता है आपको? कितना डिमांड कर रहे हैं? और ये जो नेगोशिएशन चल रहा है, इस नेगोशिएशन कौन कर रहा है?
नेगोशिएशन उनका कंपनी कुछ कर रहा है बोल के बोल रहा था, कितना डिमांड कर रहे हैं वो कुछ उसके बारे में नहीं बता रहे थे।
ओके। और ये जो कंपनी का ओनर है, मालिक है, ये जो माली में जो कंपनी था, ये कंपनी का मालिक हमें जो बताया गया है, ये इंडियन ओरिजिन, एक आंध्रा या तेलंगाना से गया था वहाँ पे और वो कंपनी को सेटअप किया था। थोड़ा हमें वो उस कंपनी के बारे में बताइए थोड़ा।
सर मुझे भी वही न्यूज की तरफ से मालूम पड़ा कि ये इंडिया का ग्रुप है, इंडियन प्रसाद इंडियन ग्रुप कुछ है बोल के मैं भी सुना हूँ। उस कंफर्म नहीं है उसके कंपनी ओनर कौन है, क्या है।
और क्या आप ये हमारे भारत सरकार के साथ आप बातचीत कर रहे हैं? आपको क्या रिस्पांस मिली है MEA से और भारत सरकार से?
सर अभी तक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से कुछ भी हम लोग को इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं मिला है। जो मिला मतलब कॉन्टेक्ट किया हूँ मैं हम लोग को कॉन्टेक्ट अपना कलेक्टर साहब से, और आज वीडियो मैम आए थे, उनसे बात किया हुआ, बस नहीं।
अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं आया है आपको? कुछ भी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं?
कुछ भी, कोई कॉल नहीं, कोई मैसेज नहीं, कुछ नहीं सर।
MEA से कुछ मैसेज नहीं आया है आपको अभी तक?
नहीं, जब मैं कलेक्टर से बात किया था पहले दिन, वो बोले थे एम्बेसी को कॉल करने के लिए। मैं एम्बेसी से जो ऑनलाइन में मुझे मिला तो वो नंबर से मैं ट्राई करने लगा, तो कॉल तो हो रहा था लेकिन रिसीव नहीं हो रहा था। तो उसका जो ईमेल आईडी मुझे मिला, वो ईमेल आईडी से मैं मेल किया, उसका मेल का भी कोई रिप्लाई नहीं है अभी तक।
ओके। ये बातचीत कब हुई थी? मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे है, बातचीत कब हुई थी वेंकट रमन से आखिरी बार?
तो आखिरी बार बातचीत मेरे से नहीं, उनका दीदी से हुआ था, मतलब बहन से, छोटी बहन है उनसे। तो उनसे बहन जब बात हुआ था 30 तारीख को बात हुआ शाम को। वो सब कुछ अच्छा है बोल रहे थे, सब कुछ ठीक है, बस इतना ही बोल रहे थे कि मेरा कंपनी बाहर निकलने का मना किए थे क्योंकि अभी इधर आसपास कोई टेररिस्ट ग्रुप आया हुआ है और कंपनी बाहर निकलने का मना किया है, बस इतना ही बोल रहे थे।
थैंक यू बबलू जी हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए, बातचीत करने के लिए। वी होप दैट वेंकट रमन is released by Al Qaeda. He's in Mali. He went there in search of a job, was working in a company owned by an Indian, and he's been abducted. 3 of them along with Venkat Raman. He's one of 3 who were abducted by the Al Qaeda. Ransom demand put forward. Negotiations are on, and Republic will continue to track the story. Thank you for joining us, Bablu ji. And the next story that we are getting you is from Maharashtra, where Rahil Javed Sheikh, the son of Maharashtra Navnirman Sena or MNS leader Javed Sheikh, has been booked by the Mumbai police after allegedly misbehaving. Not allegedly, he has misbehaved with the Marathi actor and influencer Rajshri More while under the influence of alcohol. Here's a story that's going viral across India.
ते लोक तुम्ही लोक मराठी शिकवता रे लोकांना?
अरे माझा बाप महाराष्ट्र राज्य उपाध्यक्ष आहे.
तुझा बाप महाराष्ट्राचा अध्यक्ष आहे?
हा.
कोण? मनसेवाले?
हा.
अच्छा, आणि तू दारू पिऊन माझ्या गाडीवर चढणार, गाडी ठोकणार? अच्छा, तुम्हाला शिव्या देतोयस? हा, दे शिव्या दे. गाडीला ठोकलं ना तू, माझ्या गाडीला का ठोकलं?
काही माफ कर.
माफ? तू आता बोललास माझा बाप कोण आहे मला?
अरे काय मी दोन
अरे मी थोडासा परप्रांती लोकांना साथ दिला तर काल 200 लोक माझ्या अंगावर आले. आज तू माझी गाडी ठोकतोयस, आपल्या बापाची धमकी देतोयस. तुम्हाला
माफ करा ना.
माफी नकोय. तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोयस? तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोय?
Now, Rajshri More, who's seen in that video, is joining us live on This Is Exclusive this evening. Rajshri More जी नमस्ते. आप इस वीडियो में है, हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा बताइए कि क्या हुआ यहाँ पे?
जी, जैसे कि कल रात मैं अपने घर आ रही थी, मैं गोरेगांव में थी, तो गोरेगांव से जब मैं अपने घर आ रही थी उस टाइम, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
Yes, I can hear you, राजश्री जी. Go ahead.
हाँ जी, जब मैं अपने घर आ रही थी तो रास्ते में एक इनोवा मुझे क्रॉस करती है और मेरी गाड़ी को टक्कर मारती है। उसके बाद मैं थोड़ा सा और आगे आती हूँ तो वो दोबारा से मुझे टारगेट करके दोबारा से मुझे टक्कर मारती है, वो सेम कार। दो पुलिस वालों ने मेरी हेल्प की, जो हेड कांस्टेबल थे, वो लोगों ने मेरी हेल्प की उसको पकड़ने के लिए। आगे जाके उसको रोका गया, उसको पकड़ा, तब जाके वो रुका। वो गाड़ी से उतरने के लिए रेडी नहीं था, पहली बात। सेकंड चीज़, जैसे उसने मुझे देखा उसने गाली गलौज करना स्टार्ट कर दिया। वो अपनी आईडी नहीं दे रहा था, अपना नाम नहीं बता रहा था। उसने स्टार्टिंग ही ऐसे की कि मेरा बाप मनसे का उपाध्यक्ष है थाना में।
अच्छा ना, वो तो क्लियर है, वो बोल रहा है कि मेरे पता है मैं कौन हूं, पता है मेरा बाप कौन है। और गाली गलौज का जो पोर्शन है वो वीडियो में बहुत क्लियर है। हमने तो उसका थोड़ा बीप कर दिया क्योंकि हम टीवी में नहीं दिखा सकते, लेकिन इतना गंदी बातें कर रहा है वो। लुक्स लाइक ही वाज कंप्लीटली ड्रंक।
एग्जैक्टली, वो ड्रंक और ड्राइव कर रहा था। उसके पास, मुझे तो उस टाइम लाइसेंस नहीं मिला। जब हमने उसको चेक किया, पुलिस वालों ने उसको चेक किया, तो उसके पास 2 आईडी कार्ड मिली। उसमें से एक लाइसेंस था, सॉरी, जिसके ऊपर लिखा था नवनिर्माण समथिंग, जो इनकी पार्टी का नाम होता है, वो लिखा था। और एक आईडी उसकी आधार कार्ड था। देन मैंने वीडियो में आपको पूरी चीज़ें नहीं डाली है, जितनी ज़्यादा और गंदगी हुई है वो मैंने अभी तक वीडियो वायरल नहीं किए हैं। मेरे पास और भी वीडियो है जिसके अंदर वो सरासर बोला जा रहा है कि तुझे मैं देख लूँगा, मैं भी यहीं पे हूँ, तू भी यहीं पे है, मैं तुझे छोड़ूंगा नहीं, तू है कौन, तू राजश्री मोरे, तुझे जानता कौन है तू। हाँ, उसमें तो मैंने ये डाला ही है कि तू थाना में जाके देख मेरा बाप कौन है। एक काम कर, तू राज ठाकरे के घर जा और तेरी गाड़ी का जो नुकसान हुआ है वहाँ से तू अपनी भरपाई लेके आ, बस मेरा नाम बता दे। आफ्टर दैट बहुत, मतलब वहाँ पे इतने लोग आ चुके थे, जो लोगों को ये लोग बोलते हैं ना नॉन मराठीज़, उन्हीं लोगों ने कल रात को मेरी हेल्प की है, वही सपोर्ट में थे वहाँ पे। इसलिए मैं बोलती हूँ, मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी जो चल रहा है, जो मैंने मुद्दा उठाया था 2 दिन पहले, मेरे ऊपर इसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने 200 लोग इकट्ठा करके मुझे टारगेट किया गया, मुझे धमकियां दी कि जो मैं व्यवसाय करती हूँ, मैं बिजनेस करती हूँ, ऑन रोड मेरे स्टूडियोज़ है, उन्होंने मुझे धमकियां दी कि तुम्हारा व्यवसाय हम ख़त्म कर देंगे, हम सब कुछ तोड़ देंगे। वो लोग मुझे धमकियां दे रहे थे ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में। मैं मुंबई पुलिस को सल्यूट करती हूँ, मुंबई पुलिस है इसलिए हम बचे हुए हैं। उस दिन पूरा टाइम मुंबई पुलिस ने मुझे पुलिस सिक्योरिटी दी, मेरे स्टूडियोज़ के, मेरे व्यवसाय को भी उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी दी और मुझे भी पर्सनली दी। और जो मामला था वो ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में सीनियर ने बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से सुलझाया। उन लोगों का कहना ये था कि मैं उनको हाथ जोड़ के मराठी में माफ़ी मांगूं। मैंने कहा मैं मराठी में माफ़ी क्यों मांगूं, मैंने कुछ गलत बोला ही नहीं है। अगर मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी चल रहा है तो ये टोटली गलत है। यहाँ पे मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी नहीं चलना चाहिए, यहाँ पे मराठी वर्सेस हमारी इंसानियत चलनी चाहिए। मैंने कुछ गलत नहीं बोला है, इस वजह से मुझे दोबारा टारगेट किया है कल रात को।
नहीं, ये इसके पास आप बोल रहे थे कि ये एमएनएस का कार्ड लेके आया था, महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेना, एमएनएस मनसा जो है पार्टी का कार्ड। हाँ, और पार्टी का कार्ड दिखाया आपको। और क्या ये गाड़ी में क्या कर रहा था बाय द वे, क्योंकि इसका शर्ट नहीं है
मेरे पास, उसके फोटोज है।
ये इसका शर्ट नहीं दिख रहा है, पता नहीं क्या कर रहा था गाड़ी में। लेकिन वो ये जो क्या हो रहा था,
मैंने उसको ये बात पूछी कि तू नंगा क्यों घूम रहा है। उसके गाड़ी में झांक के देखा, उसके गाड़ी में कपड़े नहीं थे, वो सिर्फ वो अधनंगी पैंट में ही था, जो वो भी पैंट भी आधे से ज़्यादा नीचे उतरी हुई थी। उसको पता ही नहीं है कि मेरी पैंट नीचे उतर रही है, लेकिन ये ज़रूर पता है कि मेरा बाप कौन है, हम लोग मनसे वाले हैं, मुझे धमकियाँ देना, मुझे गालियाँ देना, वो सब कुछ उसको अच्छे से याद था। और जब उसने वो कार्ड दिखाया मनसे वाला, नवनिर्माण पार्टी वाला, तब हमें पता चला कि ये सही बोल रहा है। पहले मुझे लगा कि ये अभी कोई फेक रहा है। जब कार्ड देखा तब यकीन हो गया कि यस, ये टारगेट किया जा रहा है।
आपको क्या लगता है कि अभी देखिए, अभी एक कमेंट आया है, एमएनएस मनसा जो पार्टी है, इसका पार्टी ने बताया है कि इसका बाप हाँ मनसे से है, लेकिन ये हमारा पार्टी का नहीं है। क्या पार्टी ऐसे बता सकते हैं कि ये बंदा हमारा नहीं है?
तो अगर वो उनके पार्टी का नहीं है तो उसके पास वो कार्ड क्या कर रहा था?
सही सवाल है।
उसके फादर ने उसको कैसे अलाउड किया?
आपको कुछ धमकी मिल रही है अभी?
जब मेरे पास वीजा ही नहीं है तो
उसको डिटेन किया है, उसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया है।
जब मेरे पास वीजा ही नहीं है तो मैं आउट ऑफ इंडिया जा ही नहीं सकती। राइट। तो उसी तरीके से अगर वो उनके पार्टी का नहीं है तो वो कार्ड उसके जेब में क्या कर रहा था? मतलब उनके लिए ये वो कार्ड ये इसलिए वो यूज किया जाता है, लोगों को धमकाने के लिए, दिखाने के लिए।
नहीं, ये भी रिपोर्ट आ रहा है कि इसको डिटेन कर दिया, डिटेन करके उसको छोड़ दिया गया। क्या आपको इस बारे में पता है कुछ? आपने कुछ देखा वहाँ पे?
जी बिल्कुल नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता था। मैं मॉर्निंग 7:30 घर पे आई हूँ। उसके बाद मैं आफ्टरनून जब मैं सो के 2-3 घंटे के बाद उठी तब मुझे पता चला कि उसको छोड़ा गया है नोटिस देके। मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ, मेरे पास मेरी एफआईआर है।
अच्छा।
और एक चीज़, उनके फादर जावेद शेख, उनका कहना था मेरा बेटा नादान है, उससे गलती हुई है, उसके वजह से मैं आपसे माफ़ी मांगता हूँ, मेरे बेटे का करियर ख़राब हो जाएगा, आप एफआईआर मत करिए। उनकी मम्मी का कहना था अगर आप मेरे बेटे से मॉर्निंग मिलोगे तो आप बोलोगी ओ माय गॉड ये इतना अच्छा है, ये इतना अच्छा है, नीचे की मुंडी ऊपर भी नहीं करता है। ये सारी एक्टिंग उस पुलिस स्टेशन में चल रही थी।
आपको कॉल आया? उन्होंने कॉल करके बताया या स्टेशन में बताया ये सभी?
नहीं, पुलिस स्टेशन में उनको बुलाया गया था। अंबोली पुलिस वालों ने उनके फादर को बुलाया तो उसके साथ उनकी मदर भी आई थी। तो उनका बेटा तो ऑलरेडी बहुत एक्टिंग कर चुका था, बची हुई एक्टिंग इन दोनों ने आके की थी वहां पे।
क्या आपको कोई धमकी आ रही है? एनी थ्रेट कॉल्स यू गेटिंग फ्रॉम द एमएनएस? इनका स्ट्रैटेजी है यूजुअली?
जी नहीं, अभी तक मुझे फ़ोन पे कोई धमकी नहीं आई है। बट मैं आपको बताऊं, 2 दिन पहले मुझे फिज़िकली धमकियां दी गई है। 2 दिन पहले मुझे ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में टारगेट किया गया। पहली बात तो अचानक मैं नहीं जानती थी कि मुझे कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी टारगेट करने वाली है। मैंने एक नॉर्मल वीडियो अपने इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट किया था कि आप मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी मत करो। यहाँ पे लोग ये परप्रांतीय लोग नहीं है, ये अपने ही हैं। ये लोग अपनी फैमिली छोड़ के यहाँ पे व्यवसाय करने के लिए आए हैं। इन लोगों का भी रोटी पेट का सवाल है, रोटी कमाने के लिए आए हैं। इनके ऊपर अत्याचार मत करो, बल्कि अपने मराठी वालों को समझाओ कि तुम लोग खुद भी मेहनत करो। तो इन लोगों ने मुझे ही टारगेट किया। 200 लोग लेके वो ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचे थे। मेरे नाम से मोर्चे निकले। उन लोगों ने धमकियां दी ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में सीनियर के पास कि हम लोग इसका व्यवसाय तोड़ देंगे, इसके स्टूडियो पूरे के पूरे हम तोड़ देंगे, इसको रोड पे लेके आएंगे अगर ये लड़की हमसे माफ़ी नहीं मांगेगी।
Okay, so the MNS, which has spent a large chunk of all of last week targeting traders, businessmen, one of their leaders seen on camera abusing, drunk on power, completely out of his mind, not wearing clothes, sitting inside a car, abusing a woman, and it's all on camera. So I wonder what Raj Thackeray or his party will now have to say regarding this incident. Rajshri More, thank you for speaking to Republic TV this evening. Thank you very much. And our final story on the show this evening. If you're wondering, Pakistan's former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's remarks, why they came now and what they meant on Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and extradition of Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar to India. Now, are they actually going to do that? Why did the statement come now? And does it have any correlation to reports, even within Pakistan, that possibly there's a coup loading with Asim Munir, the failed Marshal Asim Munir, now trying to topple Zardari and become the president of Pakistan? Is that possible? We have some breaking news updates. In fact, from Pakistan, we are picking up details that this is possibly a staged act by Pakistan, which is under non-stop pressure. And that's the final breaking news update. Let's go across straight to the breaking news. Talha Saeed, the son of terrorist Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed, has taken on Bilawal Bhutto. Here's a story, quick story, putting the story in context, and then we have the breaking news update coming in on why Pakistan is doing what it is at a time like this. Why Bilawal Bhutto mentioned Hafiz's extradition ahead of the FATF review in October. Increasingly, it's becoming the government of Pakistan versus Lashkar-e-Toiba, government of Pakistan versus army chief. Here's the story, and then the breaking news update.
Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, chairman of the Pakistan's People Party and former foreign minister, has made headlines by stating that Pakistan would not oppose extraditing Hafiz Saeed to India as a confidence-building measure. Hafiz Saeed, the mastermind behind the 2008 Mumbai attacks, remains a fugitive in India but moves freely in Pakistan despite being under house arrest. India's repeated demands for his extradition have been rebuffed, citing the lack of bilateral treaty. And now Pakistan's former foreign minister's remarks on Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and extradition of notorious terrorists like Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar have been met with backlash. Talha Saeed, the son of terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed, has blasted Bilawal Bhutto, saying that his comments have insulted his father and brought disgrace to the nation globally.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की, पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मदम्मत करते हैं। मेरे वालिद मोहतरम हाफिज़ मोहम्मद सईद हफ़िज़हुल्लाह का किरदार पाकिस्तान की खिदमत, हिफाजत और दिफा के हवाले से हमेशा रहा है। उनका कोई अमल भी रियासत पाकिस्तान के बरअक्स नहीं रहा, इसलिए
Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party has also criticized Bilawal Bhutto's remarks, calling him an immature political child. Bilawal Bhutto's statement comes at a time when India, post the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, has pushed for Pakistan to be put on the FATF grey list. The mounting pressure has sent politicians into a tizzy, and hence the extradition claim. In the meantime, the outburst of the son of a notorious terrorist brought forth the deep-seated contradictions within Pakistan's approach to terrorism. The controversy surrounding Bilawal Bhutto's statement outlined the infected power dynamics in Pakistan, where the military and intelligence agencies wield huge influence over major decisions.
And the breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen, before we let you go on this is exclusive. The FATF review coming up in October. India is preparing to expose Pakistan on the global scale. Bilawal Bhutto's statement is being viewed as Pakistan coming under pressure. We plan to expose the use of international funds. Pakistan has been getting billions, even as recent as post-Operation Sindoor. And they had recently been removed from the FATF grey list. And that is why, when they are removed from the grey list and you have comments like this, is Pakistan trying something very sinister this time? And does it have any link to reports of Asim Munir, the failed marshal, taking over as the president? Perhaps a coup loading, as even Pakistani media is reporting. That's it on this edition. On This is Exclusive. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Donald Trump, in first attempt, when the first part of his presidency in 2017, he has come out with the tax breaks. And he has announced that he wants to boost American economy. And he has given tax break which were going to expire in 2025. So there was an obligation when the second term that he will extend the tax break which he has promised in 2017 to continue permanently. And that's the big beautiful bill, is a drastic reduction in the tax liability of the US taxpayers. So that's why it's a big bill, a big beautiful bill. And at the same time, it marks a lot of expenditure for defense, etc. So that's why Mr. Donald Trump is saying it's a big, it's a beautiful, and it's a bill so that all America will become great again. So that's the idea and that's the objective. So reduction in taxes is a welcome measure, which all, by and large, everyone taxpayer loves, and that's why.
India celebrates Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. China panicking on Dalai Lama's reincarnation. Why the dragon is scared of Tibet's holy monk? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Smartphones and your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Television lovers are in for a treat because the cult favorite Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi is back on the screens, and so is Tulsi Virani, starring none other than Smriti Irani. Meanwhile, in the world of sports, our Blue Tigresses, the Indian women's football team, made a great achievement and scripted history by qualifying for the Asian Cup. And yet another case of VVIP brat throwing his weight around has made it to the headlines. This again in the name of Marathi pride. And of course, we have another story on the recent Musk and Trump feud, which is now blown out of proportion. We have a lot of this and more. I'm Rakshita Mishra, and this is Trending. It is a comeback television lovers did not expect. We are talking about India's very own Tulsi, played by none other than Smriti Irani, coming back on the sets of the cult classic Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. The first look of the show has been unveiled, featuring Smriti in a stunning maroon sari and traditional jewellery, instantly evoking memories of the original show, the first part of the show rather. And as the show celebrates its 25th anniversary, Smriti Irani reflected on its enduring impact, describing it as a shared memory that transcends generations. She says, and I quote, "It isn't just a show, it's a shared memory for those who created it and the millions who embraced it. It was a story of families, faith, and the fabric that binds us across generations." Now, the internet is in frenzy, and it is obvious that fans cannot wait to sit in front of the TV and hear Tulsi enter with Rishto ke bhi roop badalte hain playing in the background. Fans are thrilled to see Tulsi and Mihir reunite on screen. Their bond, emotional arcs and dramatic highs made them household names across the country. This new chapter promises to bring that magic back with a modern twist. And shifting focus, a proud moment for Indian football as the Blue Tigresses scripted history on the pitch in a high-stakes clash against Thailand. India's women football team secured a thrilling 2-1 victory, booking their place in AFC Women's Asia Cup after more than 2 decades. And in fact, the star of the night was Sangeeta Biswar, and she netted twice, ensuring India's return to Asia's elite stage for the first time since 2003. Now, at a time when the Indian men's football team has witnessed a steep downturn in form over the past 2 years, with a global ranking plunging from under 100 in 2023 to 130 at present, the decline has been so severe that the team now finds it difficult to outperform even lower-ranked opponents. And adding to the crisis is the absence of a head coach. That's right. And amidst all this turmoil, the women's team inspiring achievements shine as a rare and much needed beacon of hope for Indian football. And we were celebrating the Indian women's football team's achievement. Mahindra Group chairperson Anand Mahindra joined in the applause, praising the team for securing their AFC Women's Asian Cup spot purely on merit and qualification victories, unlike past instances where entries came through invitations. Others also, netizens, lauded the performance. However, some raised concerns about the match's visibility as it was not streamed on any national platform, but on TV, but only a Thai YouTube channel. All right, viewers. Now we shift our focus and we take a quick look at the trends that are running hot on social media today. Saif Ali Khan's ancestral properties in Bhopal, including the historic Flagstaff House and Nur-us-Sabah Palace, have been declared enemy property by the Madhya Pradesh High Court. The court's ruling, worth nearly 15,000 crore rupees, overturns a 2000 verdict and may lead to the Indian government taking over these landmarks. Dramatic time-lapse video shows how heavy rainfall turned a dry riverbed into surging rapids within 20 minutes, causing flash floods. The CCTV footage captures the rapid onset of the floods, which have been devastating. Within minutes, a road crossing the river is entirely submerged, with the water line rising significantly on both sides of the river bank and completely covering trees and bushes. Terrifying footage shows the moment an escaped pet lion leapt over a wall of a residential area and attacked a family in eastern Pakistani city of Lahore. Authorities have since arrested the lion's owner, and the woman and her 5- and 7-year-old children suffered injuries to their faces and arms. The wild animal has now been relocated to a wildlife park. The UAE has introduced a new nomination-based golden visa for Indians, offering lifetime residency for a one-time fee of 1 lakh, which is approximately 23.3 lakh rupees, without requiring any property or business investment. Pakistani spy YouTuber Jodi Malhotra, who has been arrested on the espionage charges, was hosted by Kerala government during a tourism campaign. Her trip, along with 40 other influencers, was fully funded by the state. Political parties are now slamming the government for its lack of background checks. Noura Fatehi was spotted in tears at Mumbai airport, avoiding a paparazzi just a day after sharing a cryptic Instagram story. Fatehi was spotted in tears at Mumbai airport, trying to control her emotions while avoiding the paparazzi. Fans speculate a personal loss may be the reason. Former CJI of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, has responded to criticism over his continued stay in the official residence, explaining that his foster daughters suffer from a rare genetic disorder requiring 24/7 care in a specially modified home. He said the family is ready to move once the allotted alternative is ready. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva shared a hug after the family photo at 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Indian Army's Major Rohit Bachwala delivered a baby on a footover bridge, at Jhansi railway station using just a pocket knife and cloth. Off duty and travelling home, he stepped in when a woman went into premature labour, showcasing true military valour and compassion.
जैसे मैंने झांसी स्टेशन पहुंचा तो जब मैंने सेकंड प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए जाने के लिए ओवरब्रिज लिया था तो वहां से मैंने देखा कि एक लिफ्ट से एक महिला चीखते हुए बाहर आई एक व्हीलचेयर पे और नीचे गिर गई थी। बिना कुछ सोचे समझे, बिना एक सेकंड वेस्ट करे, मैंने पहले उसके पास गया और ये देखने की कोशिश की कि उसका दर्द क्यों हो रहा है। फिर मुझे पता चला कि वो एक्टिव लेबर में थी, तो मैंने आसपास से कुछ हेल्प मांगने की कोशिश की थी, जिसमें मैं कुछ सामान कलेक्ट कर पाया, जैसे एक पॉकेट नाइफ होता है, कुछ क्लिप्स होते हैं और कुछ धोती, कुछ कपड़ा। और मैंने उसको जाके पहले पेशेंट को बताया कि आपको कोई भी चिंता होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं हूँ यहाँ पर और मैं आपको 100% यहाँ से बहुत सेफली लेके जाऊँगा।
Parking just got a major upgrade thanks to Parky, the robot that's stealing the show online. It casually rolls in, lifts the cars like it's no big deal and parks them with zero fuss. Safe to say, the internet's obsessed over it. Now, amid the ever-escalating cases of VVIP brats throwing their weight around, and not just that, the assault happening in the name of Marathi pride in Maharashtra. This is now another case in point. It's a drunk, half-naked son of an MNS leader, Javed Sheikh. There you have this video, Rahil Sheikh. The video shows the accused drunk and sitting half-naked inside a car, abusing a Marathi-speaking woman. Remember, it's a Marathi woman, a Marathi-speaking woman, Rajshri More in Mumbai. The man, later identified as Rahil Sheikh, son of MNS's State Vice President Javed Sheikh, is also seen flaunting his father's position. He offers money to the woman after he crashes her car. And Rajshri was also an influencer. She spoke to the media. In fact, she spoke to Republic TV as well. Take a listen in.
एक महाराष्ट्रियन लड़की होने के बावजूद जो हमारे मुंबई में हो रहा है, हमारी मुंबई हमारी माँ है, वो हमें ऐसे समेटती है। यहाँ भिन्न भिन्न जाति के लोग हैं, यहाँ मेहनत करने के लिए आते हैं। तो मैंने उनके लिए आवाज़ उठाई थी कि प्लीज़ आप लोग उनको ना सताएं। तब वो मुझे बोलता है कि तुझे पता है मैं कौन हूँ, मेरा बाप कौन है, मैं मनसे से हूँ। उसने अपना नाम बताना ज़रूरी नहीं समझा, उसने ये बोला कि मैं मनसे से हूँ और तुझे पता है मेरा बाप कौन है। पुलिस वालों ने बहुत अच्छे से सपोर्ट किया। उन्होंने उसको, जब वो मुझे गालियाँ दे रहा था, इतनी गंदी गालियाँ दे रहा था जो मैं अभी यहाँ पे बोल भी नहीं सकती, वो मुझे पुलिस वालों के सामने गालियाँ दे रहा था। वो पुलिस वालों के सामने मुझे मारने के लिए भी आया।
Now, a political storm is brewing in America like never before. In a stunning twist that's shaking the very foundation of United States politics, Elon Musk has declared war on the two-party system. Just today after President Trump signed his controversial domestic spending bill, Musk has launched what he calls the America Party. With billions at his disposal, a massive online following, Musk says it's time for political revolution. Reacting to Elon Musk's launch of a new party, former President Trump dismissed the move as ridiculous. Once considered a close ally and supporter, Musk has now turned into a rival and adversary in Trump's eyes.
Elon Musk starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
All right, now, a quick viewers, we will get you more updates. The read between SpaceX and Tesla boss Elon Musk and US President Donald Trump continues to escalate shortly after Trump's latest attack on Truth Social against Musk for floating a third America party. The tech mogul took to X and said he had never heard of the social media platform. So following the launch of Musk's new party, Tesla's shares dropped by 7% as investors remain uncertain about his recent political move and its implications on American politics. And viewers, the entire episode has also revealed the hypocrisy of the Trump administration. I'll tell you why. Shortly after Musk launched his new party, a cabinet official criticized him, saying he should stay out of politics. However, back when Musk was supporting Trump's presidential campaign, the Trump team had no issues with his political involvement. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Trending. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
Violence mars Muharram processions in India. Temples attacked, Hezbollah flags raised. From Jammu and Kashmir to UP and Bihar, what led to violence? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Pakistan is open to handing over wanted terrorists to India. That's the sensational claim made by Pakistan's former foreign minister, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. In an interview to a foreign TV channel, Bhutto said Pakistan was willing to extradite Lashkar-e-Toiba chief Hafiz Saeed and Jaish-e-Mohammed founder Masood Azhar if New Delhi showed what he called willingness to cooperate. He even labelled it a confidence-building measure and blamed India for not providing required evidence for convictions in Pakistani courts. But this so-called gesture sparked outrage back home. Talha Saeed, son of Hafiz Saeed, launched a blistering attack on Bhutto, accusing him of humiliating Pakistan globally. He went a step further, calling such comments a betrayal of Pakistan's national heroes, a shocking defense of internationally designated terrorists.
इंटरनेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल को इंटरव्यू देते हुए बिलावल ने जो बातें की, भारतीय सहाफ़ी के सवालात के जो जवाबात दिए, हकीकत में वो जवाब बनते नहीं थे, जिससे हम सब की पूरी पाकिस्तानी कौम की दिल आज़ारी हुई है। इस पर हम उसके इस बयानात की भरपूर मदम्मत करते हैं।
The backlash didn't end there. Former PM Imran Khan's party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, slammed Bhutto too, calling him a symbol of political confusion with no authority to make such statements. While Bhutto talks cooperation, India has walked that path for years. New Delhi has submitted extensive dossiers detailing the involvement of Hafiz Saeed and Azhar in attacks like 26/11, the 2001 Parliament attack and Pulwama. From satellite intel to bank records, the evidence is compelling. Yet, Pakistan routinely rejects it, citing technicalities or outright denial. Experts call Bhutto's offer a desperate bluff, with no military or political consensus backing him. The statement holds no weight for India. It is clear, unless Pakistan backs words with actions, such peace gestures will continue to ring hollow.
Bilawal Bhutto says will extradite Hafiz Saeed if evidence given. Tahabur Rana Singh's ISI Pak Army plot in custody. Will Bilawal walk the talk? Will Pak extradite? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
US President Donald Trump has slammed Elon Musk's new political venture, the America Party, calling it ridiculous and warning it threatens GOP unity and the traditional two-party system.
Elon Musk starting a third party.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
What's golden key back? Golden key back from Elon.
Go ahead.
What's your
Just days ago, Elon Musk announced the launch of the American Party, aimed at breaking what he calls a one-party system, dominated by Democrats and Republicans. Musk plans to focus on flipping a small number of key congressional seats to influence legislation and shake up Washington's gridlock. Once allies, Musk and Trump have grown apart. Musk served briefly in Trump's administration, but left after opposing a major tax and spend bill. Their split has sparked public clashes, with Trump warning that a third party risks splitting conservative votes and weakening the GOP. The big question now, can Musk's America Party disrupt